Hello everybody and welcome. Good morning. Hope everyone's doing well. It's approaching 5 a.m. here. Hopefully whatever time in the world it is for you that you're enjoying your morning. We're going to get started here in just a moment. Appreciate your patience. This is a very exciting day for APAC Legends Global Series Winter Circuit, the playoffs for APAC North. Good morning. Hope everyone is doing well. We're about to get started here in just a moment. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream if you enjoy anything you see today, but we will be getting started here momentarily. If you're just tuning in, we will begin here in just a moment. Once the servers are fired up, we will be joining in. Today is a very, very exciting day as we will see multiple teams participating in APAC Legends Global Series, our big top dogs of APAC North. Very big day and very exciting. Should get started here in just a moment, and we'll switch over to a new scene. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get started here in just a moment. Once the stream gets started, we will be switching. Participants will be joining in. We have a very, very exciting list of participants in today's tournament. Again, don't forget to leave a like, comment, and subscribe on the channel for today if you're excited for the stream. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is APAC Legends Global Series Winter Circuit Playoffs for APAC North. We got a very big list of games for today, so I hope all of you guys are excited because this is the playoffs in terms of making sure we have a team at match point and crowning the champion for today. We have quite a list of participants in today's tournament. So if you're just tuning in, we have Chouette Gaming, Connect Gaming, Crazy Raccoon, Fennel Korea, GTS Art, GTS Black, Ice Cream, Jupiter Vega, Lag Gaming, LFT, Luster 7, Northeption, Orthros Magical, Reignite, Sengoku, Sunsister God, T1 Korea, Team Egg, and Unsoul Stuff Gaming are all participating in today's tournament. Just a reminder, based on those of ALGS points, we do have some teams that will be starting with more points based on their prior performance in prior tournaments. Playoffs is a very big day. A lot of money is on the line for these participants. A lot is on the line for the future of APAC Legends. So again, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to leave a like. Today is APAC Legends Global Series Winter Circuit official playoffs for APAC North. We have quite a few games today. Today's going to be very intense. We'll see which team has the possibility to take it away for today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to switch POVs here. Just want to say good morning to all of you. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the channel. As you can tell, participants are joining up in the lobby. We have a lot of exciting teams who are going to be participating in today's tournament. Again, if you enjoy what you see here, I'm excited to have you join on the journey of Apex Legends Global Series with me for APAC North. There's a lot here. Yash, it's great to have you here. Just as a reminder, there is a 5-minute delay. Let me make sure that Nightbot is all set up, but everything looks like it is all good to go. We'll be sure to post a nice little tweet. Make sure everyone is aware that we are live. But I hope all of you guys are doing fantastic, and I appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. It is super early in the morning. Make sure this is the right link. It is. Looks like we're all set. Yeah, it's very early. 21 Red Zombie Killer, Javier, Haishi. Hope I'm pronouncing it. Crazy Raccoon has a very big day ahead of them. We'll see if they're able to take it away. Child of Kronos. This is the first time to the stream. Welcome, Red Zombie Killer. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the channel. This is a very, very big day for Apex Legends. As you can tell in the lobby in the back end, individuals are starting to get set up. They're ready to go. We'll see, because the last time we saw a lot of these teams compete, we had a very different meta in play. So let's see if that meta is consistent as we go into, essentially, for today for the playoffs. It's going to be a very exciting day. Hopefully all of you guys are excited. Let's go and switch over to Game 1 POV here and make sure everything is all set up. It's going to be black for just a second, and then boom, here we are, ready for the day. So give me 1 second. I'm going to do just a little bit of a cleanup here, and then once we are good to go, we'll all be set up. Make sure all the audio levels are good. We're looking positive. Everyone's joining into the lobby. Music in the back end is there. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's do play. And then we'll do... Oh, okay. All right, but we're looking good, ladies and gentlemen. Coming into the first round of today. Going to get started here in just a moment. So there's a lot of teams here, a lot of fan favorites. Today is probably a more important day than ever. I mean, the last chance qualifiers that we had last week were obviously very important, but even today it's going to be an even more important day because we're seeing crazy teams, no pun intended. We have Crazy Raccoon, we have Fennel Korea, we have T1 in the lobby, we have Jupiter Vega, we have Team Egg, who has had stellar performances, who has been an underdog, Chouette Gaming, who destroyed the last chance qualifiers, and now we're looking at Jupiter Vega coming in hot, changing up the meta. And so we have a lot here on the line for today that's very, very exciting, and hope all of you guys are excited as well, as we can see everyone kind of get set up in the lobby. There's a lot of questions on everyone's mind for this morning, and as we're all waking up, I know it's 5 in the morning here, so let me know what time it is in the world for you guys. I'd very much love to know where it is for you guys. It's 5 in the morning here. I know some people are saying it's 5 in the morning where you're at, and of course, Michael, I'll always give a shout out to everyone in chat. So let's give a shout out to everyone in chat real quick, and let me know what time it is there. We got Yash, Igor, Susam, Haishi, Mad Mac, Child of Kronos, Red Zombie Killer, 21, Last Looks, Joker, The Diesel. It's great to have you back again. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Javier, are any qualifiers for the... This is actually the playoffs for today, actually. This is a very big day coming in for Apex Legends. So, very, very exciting. We'll see how teams decide to change up the meta for today. How they're going to either change up the compositions. For the last chance qualifiers, we saw a lot of teams play it very consistently and very safe, which is not a bad thing whatsoever. But now we have some of the top dogs here, the ones that are not afraid to change up the meta, the ones that are not afraid to make big plays, the ones that are not afraid to really throw off individuals in the lobby. We know how teams like T1 Korea are going to take Lava Fissure and kind of split it. They like to edge zone, but we'll see if teams are going to play passive and play towards center zone, or if they're not. But this is going to be one of those days where we really take a look to see how everything takes place. Really excited to come in for today. I mean, we've seen just standout performances from these teams time and time again, and now having every single team that knows how to perform. This is the top teams of Apex. I don't think it's going to get any better than this for this region. These are top dogs, whether it's in North America, Europe, APAC North. When you're looking at the playoffs, you're looking at teams who really know what they're doing and ready to bring things up to the table. So what we're going to do, we're going to follow as many teams and all the action best as possible for today. We're going to shape a positive narrative for you guys so you guys can follow. We'll do our best not to miss any of the action. We'll do some predictions. I feel Fragment is going to be pretty hotly contested. It has been time and time again in APAC North, especially with the top teams in the lobby. But we'll see how that decides to shape up. We'll have to see. Let me make sure my phone is all set up. Just I like to have a boss guy. It's good to have you here. It's good to have you here. Give me 1 second here. All right. So the last few teams are just connecting. And then we should get word of the lobby that we'll get started. So hope all of you guys are excited. I know I'm excited for today. It's really early in the morning, but that's because we're excited to be here for Apex Legends. So hopefully you guys are ready. Hopefully you guys are pumped. And we'll get started in just a minute. I would love to see one Watson. I think we're obviously going to see a lot of crypto in play, but I would, you know, love to see Watson make a comeback. I would actually really love to see Pathfinder really make a change in this lobby and switch things up. We've been seeing a lot less Caustic since Caustic has been slightly nerfed, and some of his stopping power. Some of the stopping power might have been a little bit too harsh on him, but I really feel it makes for interesting play, knowing that there's a lot of viability here. I know Jupiter Vega attempts to run Caustic in general. We'll see if they decide to continue that meta or if they decide to switch things up. So it looks like we're already getting started for match 1. So hopefully you guys are excited. Let's get into the game. Once we start off in the lobby, I will be sure to mute the music so you can hear all the footsteps. We'll kick up the audio a little bit, and then we'll get started. So this is Game 1. Game 1, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. As we load up into Game 1 here, again, reminder when we're here in the lobby, individuals are picking their champions. So you're going to see a bit of a screen here while we just hang tight. Let me just make sure everything in the back end is good. I'll pause the music in just a moment. I appreciate all of your patience as you join us here for Game 1 of Apex Legends. Who's a team favorite in APAC North? We have Crazy Raccoon is also very much a team favorite, along with Team 1. T1, and we also have Fennel, who are also fan favorites. Even Team Egg, a very underrated underdog team, making a big stand-up performance. But there's a lot of fan favorites here in APAC North that have some phenomenal aim. Phenomenal aim, phenomenal communication, phenomenal comms that really make a staple for Apex. We got quite a few matches for today. This could be one of those days where we wrap up in 5 or 6 rounds. It could be one of those days where we don't wrap up in 5 or 6 rounds and we go even further. A team has to reach a threshold of a certain number of points, and then once they do, they have to win a round. Okay.
I say we land here. Target spotted.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, going into Game 1. As you can tell from the comps already, we already have quite a few cryptos in play. Crazy Raccoon is already staying consistent with their Horizon, Gibby, and Bloodhound. They've been sticking with it. It's been working very well. We do have a Pathfinder in play. We have Reignite switching over back to Pathfinder. What we're going to do, let's take a look at some of the action over in Fragment East and see how some of this is going to play out here. Most of the time, these teams have been contesting, but because there is so much on the line for today, they may opt to play this a little bit more passively. So Fennel Korea obviously takes Fragment East, and it looks like Lag Gaming is taking Fragment West. But it looks like they're not really hotly contesting at all. It looks like everyone's playing it pretty safe right now. We don't see any 50-50. Perhaps we're actually getting a 50-50 with Ice Cream. Remember, we are getting a little bit of lag at the start of the round. That's totally normal. We are connecting clear across the world. I just want to remind people that that's going to happen. So no stress here. But we do have Luster already getting into a fight potentially here in Harvester, which is not good, already having a 50-50 round the rip of their positioning and their fight. So we'll get to see how these teams play this out. And don't worry, the lag does go away. It takes about a minute for the server on my end to settle. And once it does, we are pretty much hot and ready and good to go. So it looks like this team is already rotating south. Luster is deciding to go south towards Tree and try to loot up as much as they can, but they need to be careful because Crazy Raccoon does have their positioning and sorting, which is definitely a spot that they claim dominance over. Crazy Raccoon pulls this area of the map. It is their favorite spot in which they land, but it looks like Luster is deciding to perhaps hotly contest. And if they do, this is a pretty big play. They need to be very careful. If they get caught out here, you know, they're just trying to find their footing. Essentially, it's unfortunate that they're getting pushed out here through Harvester, but that's just the reality. There is 19 hot points on the map, and there's just not enough space for every single person to be on the map and find their footing and find their space. So this does take a little bit of time for teams to kind of get comfortable, essentially, and we do have a potential fight happening with Fennel Korea here, getting some solid R301 shots. They all have blue armors, and they're looking pretty positive, fighting a team with purples and whites at the moment. They do have a potential jump here. The Gibby bubble has gone out. Knowing that the Gibby bubble has already gone out, this already comes in as a potential wipe if they manage to catch them out of position here. Dogman getting some Arc Star, getting some solid aim. Let's take a switch over to Jung Hee, who has phenomenal aim. Usually when he grabs himself a solid triple take, he's always a great support for his team. Gets a solid knock there, and they're going to mop up SG pretty early on in the round here, and all they have SG has in their pocket now is to reposition and reconfigure and try to rat for success. Let's take a look at the map real quick and see where he is running to. You see he's running over to No Name, but he doesn't really have much to his name at the moment because he's really going to be caught out, unfortunately. And I don't really think that he's going to be able to survive much longer unless he gets lucky, but it looks like he is getting a bit lucky. Fennel Korea is getting into another fight here, but not a fight they necessarily want to commit on. Now that they've gotten their 2 KP, their best play is really to hang tight and find their positioning. So it looks like Jung Hee is looking around for the potential rat, looking to see if there's any teams. He does locate a team over by Donut, and he recalls his drone for better positioning. So as long as they find their positioning, they should be sitting okay. There really shouldn't be many fights that break out here. Let's take a look at what Sunsisters has on their agenda. They are opting to not run the Caustic for today. They're actually going to be running Crypto. Crypto is going to be a very large presence. We actually put out a YouTube video earlier today talking about APAC North's very much big use of Crypto. Crypto makes a massive play in APAC North, as you can tell, with the eyes in the sky that really honestly help us commentate. Let's take a look at from this POV. All the Crazy Raccoon is claiming dominance over here in sorting. And Crazy Raccoon, they have phenomenal plays, by the way. They have a lot of great performances, but they actually don't run Crypto. They have a very good zone knowledge and awareness, and because they play sorting factory, they happen, as you could tell on the map, usually have center of zone, which gives them free rotations. We do have Reignite coming from right behind. I don't think they're going to engage in this situation, but we'll see how this decides to play out overall.
Barrel stabilizer here, level 2.
Don't forget to stay hydrated, ladies and gentlemen. We have a long and big tournament for today. And it looks like Dizzy is getting caught out of position, but he is trying to put that port to get his team right over. Now, Crazy Raccoon does have the option to push out, but I don't think they're going to want to lose their height. Ras is definitely their entry fragger for the group. A very respected Horizon within the team. Has made massive plays. We've seen him clutch out 11, 12, and even 13 kill games on these tournaments. So Ras is not very shy to make a play and make something really happen for his team and for his roster. Selly is a fantastic support and also has phenomenal aim to provide to his team and to his roster. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view, eye in the sky. As you can tell, lots of teams, nobody's really fighting here at the moment. Everyone is playing quite respectfully. We do have a potential fight breaking out with T1. There is a Gibby ult, but they are inside the building. Let's see how Obli decides to scan out for his team. They do have one knocked at the moment from Parka, and now they're breaching the building. They scan out looking for where the other team has rotated to, but it looks like they look cleaned up with just one solid shot. I think that's what they're going to be going from here.
Might be something good this way.
Orthros is just trying to find his last minute points. Let's take a look over at Connect Gaming here as they're in the choke point, really trying to struggle to find some positioning in the center of zone. They could decide to cut the corner here and really edge teams out.
Shield sail here.
Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to drink your water. And get ready, because today, like we said, it's going to be a very big broadcast. Don't forget to leave a like on today's stream, because the playoffs is a very, very big day with a lot on the line. And the last time we casted the playoffs was back in December, and here we are again, casting it again. Coming back with a brand new POV and an understanding as we all join together in this journey of the game. As we can tell, a lot of teams are really not fighting at the moment. We're going to have to wait until the next zone to see how teams decide to engage in these encounters. So, obviously, when I pull up the map, I want you guys to see what's happening, making sure we're understanding we're not missing any of the action, but knowing, oh, here comes a play from Magpie, making a potential play. There's the horizon cue to get height, and he's going to start to breach this building. We do see another team rotating away. There is the bubble, and Connect Gaming is finally pulling some respect and saying, hey, give us this building, give us this spot. This is our space as well. So Connect Gaming has managed to connect with the building here. And there's a crypto ult to counter them. Unfortunately, just not enough shots to be able to take out the crypto drone, but does finish it up right after. And there they have collected some of their damage. Now, crypto drone being utilized in this fashion is going to be there to just garner some armor and some shield. At the moment, Connect Gaming really doesn't need it since they're all running purples, so they're looking quite good and quite sharp at the moment. Let's take a look at the map, make sure we're not missing any of the action that's taking place. Now again, Reignite, as you saw from before, and don't worry, there was a crypto ult, but again, they're just farming armor, so nothing to stress about there. What we're seeing from Reignite here is they're holding Donut next to Crazy Raccoon. Now, Ras obviously has a lot of dominance and control of height here at the moment. With a Kraber in play, let's see if he manages to snag one of these shots. Crazy Raccoon right at the moment has the optimal position. Let me take a look at the map, making sure they see where North is. Let's see if he manages to snag this Kraber shot. Nice, 170 damage. Nice on the head. Did he get two there? He got one. It looks like they managed to clean up right after. That was a massive collide. Wow. Massive damage coming out from Ras, making a nice cleanup. He leaves it to his roster to go for the cleanup here on the team. Selly just running in, finishing up the remaining bit there while they make sure they're not getting contested on height. What a massive shot from Ras. Connected the Kraber shot, getting a headshot and as well as a body shot, and letting his team clean up with a solid R301 damage. Glad we didn't miss that shot. One for the books. And realizing now North is trying to come back for some of those banners with his crypto drone, and he can definitely pull off a res, but Crazy Raccoon may notice the res and push to make sure that he can't get this. And there it is. He manages to get both of the banners, recalls his drone, and now he's going to go push for the res. Crazy Raccoon does have an opportunity to get more kill points here. Let's see if they decide to contest. Pretty big hot moment for them. Exciting to see. And right now the lobby has fallen silent at the moment. So just a hot moment here while the lobby has fallen silent. Realize the only reason it's fallen silent is teams decide to rotate and fight. Let's take a look at Fennel. Fennel is the only team at the moment that is deciding to contest. And all they're trying to do, Pinot, also one of the major horizons for his roster. Every time I see these gentlemen perform and play, it's always inspires me to want to play Horizon myself, just because the plays that they make. He may even manage to make an opening here, now that they've taken out the crypto drone, to get some height, to push in, to make a potential play. If they knock out this team quite early, this could be big for them, but unfortunately, they do take massive damage to their Gibby, and now their only option is to rotate, which isn't looking good. There's the bubble res, and now the Bloodhound is there to try to counter and cover. Let's switch to a POV for Momon, and Momon manages to throw out enough grenades to buy some cover. They do throw caustic gas as a counter, but now they're just simply getting picked on, and now they have their height, and I don't think that they're going to engage on this and counter. As we see, Sengoku is ratting in the center of the map, and we also have Chouette Gaming rotating near a choke point, covering various angles. So once the next fight does break out, we'll be sure to switch over to that POV, but at the moment, most teams are just fighting for their positioning, as you can tell. Sunsister God is just taking some shots, some pop shots, some solid G7 crack shots, if you will, onto various teams that are trying to flood their area. So T1 has decided to rotate, hold the choke, and they are aware of Chouette Gaming's presence. And Parka does have an opportunity here to make a play. If he gets a solid crack, there could be a potential that he could push on Chouette Gaming. Looks like Chouette Gaming is creeping up. Parka is fully aware of the situation, and Obley is deciding to come in with the scan. The scan should come out in just a moment. There's a solid shot attempt on a Kraber. Let's see if Obley is able to connect a Kraber shot here. If he does, it's going to be game over for Chouette Gaming, to the point where Chouette Gaming is definitely questioning if they will fight this encounter. We see some of the openings here, some of the hops around looking. He's probably going to pop a scan, and there it is. They realize that Chouette Gaming has decided to crawl right in, and T1 now has to make a play and push in before it is too late, rotating in. Chouette Gaming here, rotating in. Let's take a look, make sure we're not missing any of the action here on the map. Don't worry, we're not. Crazy Raccoon is still doing quite well. Jupiter Vega is located right down below. Gets some solid R31 shots by Jigen. There's a solid fight happening here. Jupiter Vega does have the one-up on FLK. Junkie has gone down, not looking too positive. He may pop his Q to pop up, and there's the bubble to push him up a little bit forward. And let's see if they manage to clutch out some KP points here. He flies right up, gets some different angles, different positioning. He does fly right back down. He's going to guard the top end. Let's take a look if they manage to hold the bottom end. And there they go, ready to get their free points in this lobby. And they decide to chase. They need to clean those quickly before they get pushed out. Solid Spitfire, just frying and praying down the team. And there is the Crypto Drone ult. Manages to snag right on them, does a lot of damage, and all they need to do at this point is reset. But luckily, Sudataken was ready with the battery just in time. As we hold tight here, this team is getting picked on. They are, as you can tell on the map, the center of attention. They are looking pretty busy. Crazy Raccoon, let's switch to their POV because they do have a few participants located right down below. They are aware of them. Let's see if Crazy Raccoons decides to push them out. We have Ras, we have Captain, and Selly ready to get in on this action. Where's the suit for today? I decided to go. I still have the button down nonetheless. The suit jacket is there, but because today is definitely going to be a long day, we're looking at probably potentially beyond 6 rounds. I'm definitely pacing myself, getting ready for the tournament. There we go. We got the scan out. Let's see if Selly decides to commit. He decides not to, as he gets a bird's eye view and realizes this may not be the best opportunity to take a fight. They're looking to fight, though. They're itching to fight. They want to get them out. They want to see if they could get some extra points here, but it's just not looking like it's happening. Let's take a look at different POVs to make sure we're not missing any of the fights. The only fight potentially that could break out is really between GTS here. They're really trying to make a play. Let's hold on to Ras because Ras is ready to make a play to throw his ult, to find an angle and position. And all he's trying to do, once he gets his ult and once he gets the right angle, he really can help his team out if they can bait them. If they can bait them out or get them in, which there it is, Ras decides to throw his ult, and the Crypto ult is there to counter. And now it's not looking too good for Ras. Ras decides to queue himself up to get by himself some time and positioning. What a beautiful queue that he used to get himself out of that messy situation. They did try to make a play. They tried to make a push. Let's see if they manage to find a different angle here or if they're just going to hold tight and wait. He did manage to get some early shots with the Kraber. Let's see if he manages to do something juicy again for us in a moment. Let's take a look at Sunsisters here. Sunsisters is cleaning up FL. FL is out. It looks like in 19th place, I believe. We'll take a look back in a moment. A lot of fights are about to happen. Jupiter Vega is holding the low ground here. Let's switch over to GTS Art as well as Cog, as they're very close to each other right by the bridge, and they do get a scan out. This is the beauty of a battle royale, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of fights are about to break out. We do have a lot of teams still in zone. We have a lot of teams still alive. We have 18 squads. Definitely we have a lot of individual teams. Let's take a look at Lag Gaming, taking some pop shots here, trying to find an opening. And if they manage to clutch this out, they have a team very close by near them. Let's see how Kapling decides to use his Spitfire to get some solid shots, or we'll see how Tarwin does as well. We do have Rig and various teams. Let's take a look at Chouette Gaming, one of our top champions from before. nading out the team over by bridge, and if they're not careful, they're going to get shot up from a different angle, and one does go down, and he's going to push his drone in potentially to get an ult out, but he does have to recover, and their Gibraltar does go down, and so does their Crypto. This is not looking good for Chouette Gaming. They performed extremely well in the last chance qualifiers, and going out this early is just not an option for them, and now the Horizon is just going to try to find some different angles and different positionings to try to survive. Crazy Raccoon, as we know, with GTS Black here, finding their positioning and finding their spots. Luckily, Crazy Raccoon still has the high ground. This is a fan favorite among many of a team. A lot of teams are really starting to get squished. Sunsister's looking not too hot down below. Everyone's just trying to rotate, trying to hold into zone, but there is just not enough spots, ladies and gentlemen, and we're just trying to make sure. As you can tell, Luster is holding Donut. Nobody's rotating into them. We do have Team Egg, who is getting some knocks. Let's take a look at their POV. Team Egg does have the low ground of the building here of where Crazy Raccoon is located, and they are deciding to push up. F-Twine has had stellar performance before. He has high kill games. I've seen him pop off with 10 kill games even. Let's see if he manages to push up, and if Crazy Raccoon is going to respond to all of the action taking place. Let's take a switch over to T1's POV, because they managed to potentially get some knocks here. We're hard hold at this angle. Here they are running into Team Egg here. This is going to be a really strong fight, and it looks like Ras is getting into a fight down below, but we'll hold this POV not to miss any of the action currently taking place, because this is a cluster. We have so many squads and so many fights breaking out that we're not going to be able to capture every single moment, every single bit of action, because Team Egg is sandwiched with Crazy Raccoon right up top. We have 3 different levels, ladies and gentlemen, of people fighting. And here's the play, here's the push. Parka going in with the Eva 8, some solid shots, cleaning up, spraying and praying. Let's switch over to Obley, who's got his Spitfire ready in hand. They're taking a lot of damage. They need to be careful. They're going for the swaps. They're trying to recoup. And once they do, they can make a play, and Crazy Raccoon is up above, who definitely hears this action. And Team Egg, unfortunately, is getting absolutely shredded and decimated. Let's switch over to Crazy Raccoon's POV and see how they're going to respond. I know they hear this fight that's occurring down below. Selly gets a POV of them. Let's see if he manages to get a scan out in just a moment. Once he potentially could pop his ult and make a play, he might take a different POV and different stance. They have every shot here in the lobby. He's got some anvil receiver shots going out to take some poke damage, seeing if he get a knock, getting some damage up, but has to be very careful of how much damage he's outputting. What a game so far, ladies and gentlemen. There's a Kraber shot by Ras. Looks like he managed to get a solid knock. He's got 2 more shots left in there. Let's keep a POV and see if Ras can continue to put on a show for us. 2 more shots. He's just popping up, healing up, and they're not necessarily going to make a play on any of those pushes. They're just going to hang tight and make sure that they don't get caught out. Let's see if he manages to connect one of these Kraber shots. There it is, 319 damage, solid headshot. Wonder what he was doing there, and he finishes up with a Kraber, and now he's going to switch over to his Eva. So T1 is down below. Let's take a look at their POV, how they're hanging tight. This is getting really messy. Crazy Raccoon does have the high ground. Zone is closing. Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon, how they're going to reciprocate on this fight. We got 2 Gibby bubbles out. We got the Horizon Q up in the air. It's a Dragon Ball C fight of the century. There's the Arc Star damage. There's a play. They come in. Captain taking control of the ship, knocking out, throwing his bubble, recovering, finding some footing for his team, and there's the unfortunately, the grenade to knock him out. Selly's just trying to find his footing, find his positioning. He goes for the armor swap. And unfortunately, the teams that decided to fight Crazy Raccoon do go out. And there he's trying to jump down, but he's unable to find in the crevice some positioning. They managed to flick. Selly is popping off with massive assists, while Ras is taking kill leader of the lobby. They do see them down below, and they know if they can recoup this and recover this, they can make a play and push down below. They need to get them out before they get picked on. They're going to reset and try to find their footing here. And there's the nade as we predicted. And then he pops his Q to get right back. They have the bread and butter of the lobby at the moment. They have so much utility. And there they go, flying up the enemy team. Ras tries to go for an armor swap, but knows that it's broken. And Selly does get knocked out. The whole Crazy Raccoon roster swaps now places with GTS Art. We have 5 squads left remaining. We have Jupiter Vega, we have GTS Art, we have Sunsisters, we have Luster, and we have there we have another one go out, unfortunately. And we have Jupiter Vega managing to come in with a nice cleanup. They could push on this. They're looking pretty healthy. They're looking pretty good, but the Gibby bubble is out, and they're wary of third parties. while they do have claim dominance of the zone and the circle. Let's keep an eye on Jupiter Vega because they do hold, excuse me, the center of the zone here. They're looking pretty sharp. They're looking pretty sharp. Oh my word! GTS Ray coming in with the Kraber shot. I don't even know if they have enough time to get all these reses out. They're not going to... GTS Ray is not necessarily going to push on this, but he definitely has created the opportunity of a century for his team. And there's the Horizon Q to give him height. Jupiter Vega once had the priority of the lobby. Let's take a look at Ray's POV. He still has 3 shots left in the Kraber. Let's see how he manages to use these 3 Kraber shots, because if he uses them properly and uses them well, he's going to make the biggest play of the team. So all he's going to do, we have 56 seconds as the zone is closing. And there is the port to buy themselves some time in and out. And it looks like they're starting to feel the pressure. Let's see if he managed to get a Kraber shot in. Uses the Wraith portal. Let's see if Ray manages to clutch one of these big plays out. All they're doing is using the port, going back and forth, trying to buy themselves some time. There is the bat, and there is the potential Kraber shot. Misses, it hits the bubble, does not connect. GTS Art is in the optimal positioning to take this away with them, as all teams are distracted, fighting right up above, and they come in. He tries to go for some cleanup, and there it is to GTS Art taking the first game of the playoffs for APAC North, ladies and gentlemen. What a round already. We saw the Kraber making some massive plays. Massive plays, ladies and gentlemen. That was pretty wild. That was pretty wild and pretty crazy to see. What a great first round. Excited to see us teams decide to really make some pushes and plays. People are playing very smart, very patient, but they're making the pushes that they need at the right moment. What a great first game. What a great way to start off the day. Seeing the Kraber, seeing Crypto, seeing Horizon, seeing a lot of teams come into play. As you see the scoreboard, we have GTS. We saw Ray get some solo shots of the Kraber, but they ran away with Karaju coming in with 5 kills. As we saw Crazy Raccoon as well coming in with a lot of points. They did not disappoint. Even though they got 6th place, they still have a lot of points under their belt. And we're going to go here into the scoring once it is updated on the website for us to review, and we'll take a look in just a hot second. This is a great moment, ladies and gentlemen, as the scores are being populated for you guys to grab yourself a snack, relax, and come back as we get comfortable into the next round. Give me a hot second. We're going to tab out. I'm going to make sure we get connected into game 2, which we're switching to now. Whew, man, what a great first round. No team is in any way, shape, or form disappointing. I think we're seeing some stellar performances really take place. I just want to take a look at some of the things so we make sure as we go into the next round that we're really taking a look at... Okay, perfect. All right, let's connect into the next round. We got game 2 on screen, and once the scores are updated, we'll discuss them in just a hot second. First game, ladies and gentlemen, looking pretty good, looking pretty sharp. Let us reconnect into the lobby and get set up for game 2. All right, server is up and primed and ready. All right, we're all set in the observer spot. So we're seeing, I love the fact that Crazy Raccoon is sticking with their current meta, Horizon, Bloodhound, and Gibby. It has worked for them in the past, and it's exciting to see how APAC North really utilizes Horizon to its maximum capabilities. It's inspiring to see a lot of these teams really maximize on it. We do see Wraith, we do see Crypto, and we even see Caustic. We need to take a look at how Reignite is doing in the next round, because they are the only team running Pathfinder. So as you get primed and ready for the next round, and once we'll look at the scores in a moment, I'll link it to you guys as well so you guys have it. So in just a moment, once the scores are updated, I will ping it for all of you guys so you guys can keep track of the scoreboard as well. You can follow along, make sure that you're taking a look. All you have to do is essentially scroll further down. Once everything is uploaded and ready, I'll put it in the chat for you guys. And then I'll pin it, so making sure that you guys can see what is going on. Let's take a look here. APAC North. Scoring. Okay. All right. Once I don't want to spoil the last room for you guys. Once everything is updated, we'll take a look. I want you guys to yeah, well, I'll share the scores in just a moment. Once it's all fully updated, that is. Ooh, yeah, it got very claustrophobic at the end there. We had way too many teams all fighting for positioning. We saw some pretty great clutches with the Kraber. We saw a lot of teams really fight for positioning and their angles. Crazy Raccoon didn't even have to leave their spot for the most part. If this pulls consistently to sorting factory, this is looking quite positive for them. We did see some teams unfortunately get knocked out early that are some stellar performers, and we'll see how that shapes up going into the next rounds and if they decide to rotate and how they handled their opportunities. I know T1 likes to hug the edge. They take Lava Fissure. They take around the north side of the map, the north east side of the map, but we'll see how they decide to switch it up. We shall see, ladies and gentlemen. All right, looks like almost all the scores are updated, and once they are, that'll be my moment to switch over to the POV, and I want you guys to take a look at the final standings. But it looks like everyone's taking this very seriously. As you can tell, everyone's reconnecting very quickly to the lobby. I don't think we're going to see massive changes to any sort of roster, switching things up. All they have to see is how things are taking place. I'll put a bracket here in chat in just a moment. There we go. Pin this. All right. So what we're looking at is Crazy Raccoon is still looking pretty great. They had a lot of kill points overall. And let's switch to that. Even though GTS Art had a lot of stellar points, as you can tell, Crazy Raccoon is still in first place overall. And the reason for that is partly because the amount of kill points that they had. Even though they placed 6, they had 8 kill points to go with it. So it pushes them up still with 20 points total. GTS Art is in second place at the moment with 17. You have COG in third place with 16, and we have T1 in fourth place with 15 points. And Jupiter Vega not far behind in 15th with 15 points in fifth place. So as you can tell, we're looking at some solid potential here for a lot of teams. This could be really anyone's game. As long as Crazy Raccoon keeps keeping their points, they're going to hold first place. We'll see how T1 decides to respond to that, because they still had, while they had low placement, they had a lot of kill points, which really boosted them up, which is quite helpful. And the reason why you're seeing a lot of these teams have a lot of points early on was because they had adopted some early points based on their ALGS point standing, kind of giving them a little bit of a boost based on their overall performance to, again, remove some of the RNG that you're seeing. So now that all those points have kind of subsided, we're going to see which teams really hold their own. And now, I mean, there is no more RNG. These are playoffs for what? It's good to have you here, by the way. This is the playoffs for APAC North, which is Asia Pacific. All right, so we'll keep a very close eye on Crazy Raccoon, GTS Art, COG, and T1 and Jupiter Vega. We got 5 teams to really keep an eye on. If we see any fights really break out, of course, we'll definitely switch POVs and take a look at any of the action that's taking place and occurring. But at the moment, let's see here. So once we go into the next round here, We're going to be switching POV to make sure we capture all the action. We're just looking for one more person to connect, and then we'll get started the next round. But if you're enjoying the stream, we still have quite a few matches ahead of us. As you can tell, it all happens once the team gets match point. And once they obtain match point, they have to win a round. So, I mean, we could be here for 10 rounds for all that matters. Extra Effects, is great to have you here, by the way. And thank you so much, John. I appreciate all of you guys for being here. Info and playoffs for Europe, I believe, will be later on today. What you're watching for today is APAC's Legends Global Series for APAC North, which is Asia Pacific. As you can tell, you have a lot of big names in the lobby. You got T1, you got Fennel, you have Crazy Raccoon, and you see a lot of well-known names, especially on the Asia Pacific side. So today's going to be a busy day, to say the least. We got a lot to cover, and a lot is going on. Yeah, unfortunately, Pathfinder has not been able to find his footing since Octane has been so predominant. And I know he was utilized in Europe quite a bit for last chance qualifiers. We'll see if teams decide to switch up their comp. I know Reignite is still keeping consistent with the Pathfinder. Pathfinder, what's crazy is Reignite has been really stellar when they run their Pathfinder. They stay true to it. Even when low profile was a thing, they stayed true to it. So it looks like we're already getting started to the next round. So we're keeping momentum for today, ladies and gentlemen. We're really pushing through. So I'm really excited to have you guys in this journey. We'll pause the music once we're in, and we'll get into Game 2 of APAC's Legends Global Series playoffs for APAC North, which is Asia Pacific. So again, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. Every little bit helps people find and locate the stream. Mean the world if you left a like. It definitely helps support what we do here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into the next round. So these are the compositions that we saw before. As you can tell, again, Crypto does find his footing at a majority of teams along with Horizon. The only oddballs that we're seeing is Reignite running a Pathfinder. We do have Northeption running a Caustic still. Caustic does have his place. We're seeing either they run a Crypto or they opt to run a Bloodhound. Obviously, they do that to make sure they're getting the scans. But we'll see if teams decide to change it up for this next round. I highly doubt it. I think we're going to see a consistent performance and see if teams are able to find their footing in the lobby. I think everyone kind of got the jitters out of the way, some of the nerves, and now they can go into the next round feeling confident and knowing what things they need to actually change to be consistent. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going into the next round, and we'll get started. You have a question, why doesn't Wattson get played as much now? It's mostly because individuals have learned how to counter her so well, and while she can be very powerful and useful, Gibraltar actually is a strong counter to Wattson as he breaks her fences. Let's take a look at Harvester again here. Let me pause the music here as we get into the next round. I'll even turn up a little bit of the game volume. I know you guys love the game volume, so I'll make sure to have it there. Let's see if we have a contest here happening at Harvester. And there is a strong Havoc going into play. He's running up. Got his Gibby arm shield and decides to run back knowing he doesn't have a shield. And we're looking at an alternator, but he's got hammer points, and there's the Q back by Wraith's Luster's Wraith. Not looking too hot for them. They're if they can't get this, they're gonna run away just as they did before, just because they know they don't hold the optimal spot and their loot is not looking too positive. Now they could have a response here. Let's see if they manage to clutch this out or get out of dodge somehow. I don't really know if they're going to find their positioning. And again, don't worry about the lag. It does dissipate. I apologize. It only happens because we're connecting from clear across the world to Asia Pacific. There's a solid crack with the alternator, and there's the bubble to buy himself a little bit of time, but he's all by himself, all alone here. And there he's got a nice flat line, ready to try to respond. Let's see if he managed to clutch it out. There is everyone all around him, and there we go. Unfortunately, Ice Cream has mopped up Luster, and this is not looking too good, especially for the playoffs. Every match and every point matters, and I guarantee they're back in the lobby. I would be just as frustrated. This is no matter of skill involved. Some of this can be a little bit of what you call of RNG off the rip. Maybe if they had an armor, if they had a purple, would they be able to make a play? And it's just kind of that unfortunate circumstance that you kind of run into, you know? But this is looking pretty good for Ice Cream. This is looking pretty good for them. Let's take a look at the map. I don't think we're going to see any other encounters really taking place at the moment. Once they do, we'll 100% be switching POV. We do have T1 taking the infamous trials. Always a nice little segue here. And if there's any damage that takes place, we'll be fast to switch over to that POV and make sure we capture all of that action. Once there is a kill leader announced in the lobby, we'll be sure to fall hot in their action. Usually when a team starts to build their momentum, they don't really stop. So if you ever see that I'm following a team, the prediction I always have, and usually it's always right, is that once a team is building momentum, they are where the action is always taking place. At least that's always from what I have seen historically from most teams. And even happens in ranked, it happens in pubs, that once you're hot, you're hot. Once you're in fights, there's nothing really to stop you. And that's the best spot and best place to really be at. And of course, whenever somebody's hot, they're going to be knocking out teams left and right. So somebody had the question, there's 2 Fennel teams. There actually is. One is Fennel and one is Fennel Korea based on their region. So we're seeing teams play quite respectfully here. Not seeing a whole lot of damage actually being dished out. Nobody's really connecting. Ice Cream is still holding Harvester. We may switch to different POV once some damage has taken place. But it looks like everyone is just taking some pop shots. Everyone is just taking some early pop shots. Nothing too stressful happening. Everyone is just, now that we know where the zone is, we can tell this is going to end over by countdown. We've seen this happen. It's going to pull towards that open space there. We do have a bird's eye view in the sky, and look, there's the crypto damage already going out. And that crypto damage is there just to kind of farm some of the shields, as one is quite used to.
Enemy spotted.
So seeing some teams trying to find their footing into the zone. This is not the easiest zone to hold, by the way. Once they're kind of up top here, this isn't too bad. But the problem with this zone is that most will hold the train yards and train cars, as you can tell. And once they hold these train cars, they really are not going to get pushed because it's too difficult to really catch them out. But right now, nobody's really connecting any amount of damage at the moment in the lobby. It's mostly a lobby of just picking and fighting to see if anybody can do much of anything. But right now, teams are rotating. There's not any big fights occurring at the moment. Teams are just trying to get in, and FLK has already got a knock on Ice Cream here. Let's take a look how Ice Cream is going to get out of this messy situation. If they're going to manage to do so, they do hear them right up above. Their Bloodhound is running for dear life here, but I don't think it's going to be enough for his team. Let's take a look at his POV here. If he manages to get away, I don't think he's going to, but he definitely can try and fight as he may. As you can tell, bunny hopping his way over to success. He does manage to clutch this out and get away, and Fennel Korea does have the opportunity to get some cleanup here, which they're going to and snag their free points. So Dogma decides to queue back, reconvene with his team. Let's see how they're managing. Junkie, always really strong with the snipers, by the way, of his team and of his roster. As you can tell, already snagging a solid 74 damage. You'll either see Junghee running a triple take, and if he's not, he'll have himself a Volt. He's a man of culture, by the way. I definitely love his gun choice. It's definitely some of my favorite gun choice as well in the game. Not necessarily the charge rifle. Definitely has his place as well, obviously, in tournaments. I am definitely more of a fan favorite, personally, of the triple take. But Junghee does not disappoint with his shots, specifically with a sniper, and he definitely provides that level of support for his team. So he's just getting some shots here, trying to get an opening, and trying to find positioning. A lot of teams right now are currently just held up, as you can tell. Not a whole lot of action occurring at the moment, but that's okay because the zone is going to get really tight. And as mentioned in chat, it's going to feel very claustrophobic for a lot of individuals here in just a moment. We'll see if Jung-hee manages. They might switch arm. They're doing it right as I mentioned it. This actually is a pretty good tactic that you'll see among the team. They'll tend to give their sniper or their mid-range or long-range damage dealer the armors, and specifically the crypto because he can level the armors. As soon as he gets his ult out here ready, he's about to level his armor up. He's trying to decide what he wants to use this ult on as well, because he can definitely level the armors in a heartbeat, but also you don't necessarily want to spam your ultimate all willy-nilly without having some leverage.
To make sure this area is clear.
So he's definitely pinged. He's being the best crypto for his team, and then he's probably going to pop his ultimate here in just a moment just to farm the damage. And there it is, and he's going to level up his armor. Boom. Oh, wait. How did he even... I guess nobody was there. I guess they rotated. I was just as juked as much as he was. Who would have thought? Him and I were both in the same boat. I literally had eyes in the sky, and I thought they were going to be there. We both had the same mindset. We both had the same idea, and somehow they managed to slip away being completely unnoticed. But by them giving up this high ground here, as you can tell, I mean, they own this side of the map. I'm surprised they gave up the positioning. I guess they were getting picked on a little bit too much, which is pretty good for Fennel Korea. Now, this is not going to end here. This will most likely pull around this area here. Let's take a look at Lag Gaming and see how they're handling their situation, though. Because Lag Gaming has a low ground, and there's a crypto ult to buy them some time. Unfortunately, you have to drop the crypto armor, or you have to drop your armor a lot sooner, so it doesn't register. You have to, I believe it's around a 7-second turnaround time, but as you can tell, they have managed to heal up their armors. May not see a fight break out here. We should be okay. Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon's team, because they are edging, and they do have an opportunity, as you can tell, to make a play. Captain running in. The Captain has some nasty G7 shots, by the way. Always looking solid. Selly, unfortunately, is cracked, meaning that they need to reset and wait for him to top off before they can make a push. So Captain here is just going to anchor for his buddy before they can make a potential play. They only have a minute until they rotate to zone. This is probably the team that's going to find most of the action. As you can tell, let me pull away from the map. I just wanted to make sure that you understood how much time they had left and what their uphill battle was looking like. Luckily, only FLK is holding train yard at the moment, giving Crazy Raccoon a lot of time to really push in, as well as find some space here. Because essentially they could find their space. Now, Fennel, unfortunately, did not pick him up in the scan. Luckily, they just were right outside his zone. But now they're getting shot also in the back. So now they could become the sandwich. They don't want to become a sandwich. If they're not careful, they're going to chase right up on them. Let's see how Momon decides to run up on here. He is the hunter. He is the one. He's got a Volt. He's got an R99. He's built and ready for close range action. But the problem is his team is a little bit, his target's a little too far away, and now they're going to get picked on, like we mentioned before, becoming that sandwich. So they only got a little bit of time here before they really can push in. Their best play is to rotate to the right, and nope, they think they just spotted the rat. And there it is. I think the poor rat has been caught out, and he's going to pop his accelerant to get his hunt going. Moman, he is the man. Or Momon, excuse me, I apologize. A little early in the morning, still warming up. And there we go, he gets a solid crack, and he scans them out, and there's the point. As long as they don't get stole it from them, they need to capture that, and there it is, and they have their kill. So now, as we see, Crazy Raccoon has found their spot here by the choke point, and all they're doing is holding and waiting, making sure that they don't get run up on. They do have a horizon to be able to get them some positioning and some spots. But all they got to do is hang tight, and there's the cue to give them the height that they need. Horizon's versatility and tactical ability, it is bar none unmatched. And it's exciting to kind of see it still utilized in APAC North. I know in North America we definitely saw less Horizons, but in APAC North, teams are not afraid to maximize on the Horizon. The captain took some solid damage here, and all they're trying to do is just recover. Selly gets some solid shots, and he's going to do his Beast of the Hunt. Selly is the man. Let's see if he manages to get some solid damage here, and they rotate underneath through Train Yard, and now they're going to reset. As you can tell, not a whole lot of teams are really fighting or taking a lot of action here at the moment. Right now, teams are just simply rotating. Crazy Raccoon has a very big uphill battle. This is one of our champions of the last lobby. They're in first place currently with 20 points. We'll see if they manage to find some positioning into zone, because right now they are definitely going to be struggling. Let's take a look at the maps, make sure, as you can tell, they do have free rotation here. There is going to be a lot of fights that are about to break out, but unfortunately we're not going to be able to capture every single one of them. There's just the beauty of what occurs with the Battle Royale, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of fighting about to happen, and T1 does have their positioning in zone. Most of the fight is going to occur from Chouette Gaming here, as they need to have the fight or they need to rotate before Crazy Raccoon decides to rotate on them. Crazy Raccoon probably heard the shots over to the right, and now they're probably deciding to see how they can find their way in to zone. Let's take a look at GTS Art, which was our first place team from before. Let's see how Ray decides to run up. He's got a solid massive shot. He's going to rotate in. He's going to throw the nade at the door. Doesn't decide to do that, and they get countered by the crypto ult. They got to reset. They need to be careful. 2 down. We got a 2v2 situation. Now a 2v1 situation occurring with the roster. They get the scan out. All they got to do is reset, heal up, and this is theirs for the taking. Let's take a look at Tethy's POV, and there they go, cleaning it up, and GTS is looking really solid. Thank you so much, Destruction, for the $5, by the way. Really, really appreciate it. All of you guys in chat, appreciate all of you guys for being here. It's very early in the morning, but but you know what? There's no better time for Apex than every point in time in the day. So appreciate all of you guys in Destruction, by the way. Thank you so much, buddy, for the support on this channel and on the stream. Also, for those that are enjoying the stream, don't forget to leave a like, because it definitely helps others find the stream here as well on YouTube. Hope everyone was having a fantastic Sunday so far. This is getting pretty nasty. Let's take a look at SG. We will switch back over to Crazy Raccoon because they are team of the lobby. SG getting to a solid fight here, and there's a crypto ult. All we got is a nice POV, and SG does go out. Team Egg manages to clutch them out. Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon. As they move in, they have a Kraber in play. Misses his shot, unfortunately does not connect. Let's take a look at Sunsisters and Team Egg, who's struggling down below and trying to find some positioning. Unfortunately, Team Egg looks like they're getting knocked and destroyed by Sunsisters. Let's take a look back at Crazy Raccoon, make sure they're not missing into the action, because they're about to get into a gunfight. As you can tell here in just a moment, it's literally about to break out. Every team is about to break out into a firefight, and it's not looking too hot for most teams, and he's trying to knock out the crypto drone. Fortunately, Ras doesn't really connect a whole lot of shots, but they do have their footing here. We'll have to keep a close eye on this fight because they don't have a lot of space and room for comfort. We do see Sunsisters does take a port back, trying to get some of that loot, and they reset, and they're looking pretty good in the crypto ult, getting the eye in the sky, putting his drone, making sure that they don't get caught out of position, and Team Egg has lost another one of their teammates. As you can tell, Fennel is definitely taking shots as well, holding their positioning, holding their angles. His next zone is not going to be comfortable for a lot. North is still holding their angle with their caustic. They're not really being contested. Let's look at Crazy Raccoon, partly because they also have a very big uphill battle as well in the lobby. This is looking not too hot for a lot of teams. This is a small zone. We have 15 squads alive. We have 45 people, and we have a small zone for everyone to just try to fit into. As you can tell, Crazy Raccoon actually has a nice POV of everyone pretty much in the lobby at the moment. So we'll hang tight on their POV, and let's see where they manage to find some of their positioning. Look where all the teams are at. Just take a look at the scale. There's a lot of open space, and there's not a whole lot of space for a lot of other teams to really hold an angle. So Crazy Raccoon is just finishing up Northeption here. Unfortunately, North just got caught out of positioning, but now Crazy Raccoon is going to be the center of it. Let's see if this was a choice. This was a good choice for them, or if this was not the option that they were looking for. So this is looking pretty tight, but they managed to find some of their footing. There's a team up above, but I highly doubt they'll be contesting. There's a crypto ult. They're getting picked on from every which angle at the moment. And Sunsisters, just the FYI on the kill feed, has been knocking FL at the moment. As you can tell, like we mentioned, there's 13 squads. There's a lot of teams that are fighting all at once. We'll keep an eye on Crazy Raccoon. We're going to keep an eye on GTS Art. Also in a moment, he misses a shot. Ras, if he connected that would have been the play of a century. We've seen him land his shots before. Can he land a shot here? The minute he peeks, if he manages to clutch this out, this could be a potential play. He does have his tactical Q to pop off if he needs to. We do have a new kill leader of the lobby, though. Let's take a look at Fennel Korea and how they're handling their situation. We'll switch right back if we need to. T1 is actually getting into a rough fight here. Parka trying to find some positioning in. And we have a lot of fights happening all at once, unfortunately. Aubley does manage to recover, but it may not be enough, though. The switch POV back to Crazy Raccoon. He has eye in the sky, and there he's frying, spraying, and praying, and he knows where the rat is at the moment. Ras is ready and primed for action. Things have fallen silent here. Let's take a switch over to Jupiter Vega. They do have the height here. They do have most of the lobby in view, and it looks like Ras has managed to clutch out the Kraber shot on Aubley. I thought he was going to rat a little longer. Unfortunately, we did miss some of that action. We do have a little bit of Spitfire action here for you, though, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a fight also breaking out. Let's see, Connect Gaming. They do have currently the height. They are holding out a team from their positioning. A lot of fan favorites here with the Spitfire. Looking pretty solid with the Spitfire. We'll make sure we're not missing any of the action here that's taking place. Teams are rotating. Crazy Raccoon is kind of stuck in a really weird spot. Jupiter Vega has to rotate in. Let's see if Jupiter Vega manages to rotate in. They are aware of a team, and it looks like they're ready to push right around the corner. Look at this. Look at this door. This is 2 seconds left. They have to clutch out, but now they're stuck in the center here. Gets a solid PK shot, but is it going to be enough? The other team is going to push in. Sunsister is right behind them. Let's see if he manages to clutch this out. He does not, unfortunately, and Junkie comes in, clutching this out, and now they have the PK. They have the power. Nice PK shot, and now the zone is coming in. This is getting very uncomfortable. Let's see how Junkie managed to clutch this out. Solid 99 damage, cleans up the shot, and there we go, 110, and all he has to do is res up his teammates, but Reignite comes in. The Pathfinder, the only Pathfinder we see in the lobby, can he manage to just hold it for just a little while longer before they get clutched out? And GTS is also getting into a firefight. Junkie jumping down, trying to find his positioning. Unfortunately, is not. Reignite manages to clutch that out. Let's switch. Take a look at Crazy Raccoon at their POV because they are getting into a firefight as well. And there is a solid Kraber shot, knocks one, and there's a potential play and a potential push. They're going to run in on this. There is a tactical Q getting height. He does have the Spitfire of a Century, unlimited ammo, unlimited power. He is the Palpatine. He is the Star Wars of the lobby, taking out most of these teams. And there we go. We have the top 4 situation. We have multiple teams still alive. Reignite putting on a stellar performance with the Pathfinder. You saw he yeeted himself over to victory. It's exciting to see that Pathfinder is still making a presence and a play. Crazy Raccoon seems to be in the worst situation. Oh my god, if he manages to clutch out that Kraber shot. Listen, the Kraber has been making break for a lot of teams in the lobby thus far. It's been pretty crazy to see. Sully has a different POV here. Let's see if he manages to get the POV. I just feel like, okay, he switched over from the Kraber, so we're not going to miss any of that. We got non-stop Spitfires. Spitfires everywhere. You get a Spitfire, you get a Spitfire. Everyone is the Oprah of Spitfires. And we do have a team that has rotated right down below, and he's going to flank. There it is. Sully cleaning it up one after another, cleaning it up, letting his teammates clutch it out, and there he goes for the bat. And this is GTS facing off against Crazy Raccoon. This is not looking good for GTS. GTS, there's a zone closing in. Captain finding out his rotation, his positioning. They're looking pretty hot at the moment. They're looking pretty good. There's a lot of damage going out. Selly looking like an absolute aimbot, flicking left and right, frying people, getting a lot of solid damage, getting the cleanup. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Crazy Raccoon is in prime position to potentially knock out the next game of Game 2 here. All they got to do is play patiently, just keep spraying and praying. The Crypto tries to find his angle. He makes sure that he doesn't hear anybody around the angle and that they're not losing anybody. He could get a scan out here in just a moment. And there it is. We got 2 teams left. And Crazy Raccoon is the winner. Really solid game from Crazy Raccoon. I'm glad we didn't switch away too much from them. They're mopping up the lobby. We caught an eye with GTS. We saw some fights from Jupiter Vega. We caught the action with Reignite as well as T1 rolling up on Fennel. A lot of plays happening already in the lobby, ladies and gentlemen. And we go on to Game 3. Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Once the scoreboard is updated, we'll take a look and we'll break everything down. All right, let's take a look at the score. Whew, man, look at that. Like I mentioned before, ladies and gentlemen, Ras does not disappoint. He has had some stellar games before, and he has had a stellar game today already, showing up for his team. This Ras has definitely claimed my heart of today's tournament for today. Let's take a look here. One second, and then we'll hop right back into the lobby, and then we should be good to go. One second here. Okay. Let me hop into the next round here, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I was just making sure I had everything set up. And we'll get into the next round. Again, don't forget to leave a like on the stream if you enjoy what you're seeing. We have a lot of action for you guys. And I really appreciate all of you guys for being a part. Once the scores are updated, this is a great moment for everyone to kind of grab a snack, grab yourself a coffee, and come back. Because we have a lot of action for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just tuning in, this is Apex Legends Global Series playoffs for APAC North. So in just a moment, individuals will be connecting over to the lobby. I'm just checking up on a few things here, and then we should be good to go. Just need a second. May actually relaunch my game so then we can... How is this live? It's on a 5-minute delay, by the way, Vox. If you're just tuning in, this is on a 5-minute delay, just to keep, obviously, competitive integrity. It's very important, obviously, because then teams could just simply come and watch, and we can't have that happen, right? All right, 1 second here. Just need to clean up one thing. So I can get some extra steps here. Hold on 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. But I hope everyone is having a fantastic day so far. Let me hit refresh and see if the scoreboard has been updated. And then we'll break down those scores for you. They're almost fully updated, but once they are, we'll discuss and catch up with everything that's going on. What's APAC? APAC is Asia Pacific. So obviously we're seeing teams from clear across the world, which is why at the start of the lobby, we're seeing a little bit of lag at the start, and then we kind of settle down, and then we're good to go. Give me 1 second here. Just need to set up one thing, and then we should be good to go. But I hope everyone is having a fantastic day so far. Hopefully all of you guys are doing well. I appreciate all of you guys for being here. Okay, let's see here. Just need 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just setting up one thing, and then we'll be good to go for the next round. All right, let's see. Do I have time to reconnect? I believe I do. Give me 1 second and the scoreboard will be updated momentarily. Actually, I'm going to save this for the next round. I want to make sure I'm not missing any of the action because we should get started here in just a moment. Let's take a look at the scoreboard, shall we? Once this is updated, it's we still need Crazy Raccoon's points. So once those get updated, we'll take a look at the scoreboard once it gets fully shared, and then we'll go right into Game 3. Once a team hits match point, that is whenever things really start to shift and things really start to change, ladies and gentlemen. All right, it's updated. Let's take a look. Take a look at that scoreboard. All right, Crazy Raccoon, as you can tell, taking first place with 43 total points. Crazy Raccoon is really taking it away this tournament, ladies and gentlemen. This is looking pretty good for them. GTS Art is followed behind. GTS Art has the potential. They have the ability to take this away as well. Cog with 29 points in third place. FLK at 23 points. Sunsister God at 21. Jupiter Vega and with sixth place with 19 points. Now, there's a lot of teams down below. Literally, all they need is just to get a solid win, and they can turn everything around. That's all we need. They need is one solid round, and then boom, everything just starts to make a massive change. So we'll see if that does happen. Again, there's a lot on the line here, and we'll see what takes place. Let's switch back over to the other POV just so I don't forget, and we'll go from there. Listen, my thoughts on the Spitfire have definitely changed. It's been getting more utilized than ever. About to sneeze. Excuse me. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Don't forget to leave a like if you're enjoying what you're seeing. We have many more rounds here. We're seeing a lot of stellar performances from every single player in the lobby. And it's inspiring. It's inspired me, of course, just to see how these teams are all performing and playing. All right, we're looking for just a few individuals just to reconnect, and then once we're in, we should be good to go. Okay. I just got to restart my game for the next one, but we should be good for this. Okay. So we should be starting in just a moment. By the way, it is definitely raining very hard where I'm at, so if, God forbid, we manage to lose power or something were to happen, just giving you guys a heads up that we'll do our best to reconnect and kind of get things all situated. But it is raining very hard here where I'm located, so it does make me a little nervous just in case we manage to lose power or anything. I'm just giving you guys, ladies and gentlemen, just a heads up. All right, everybody, we're going into the next round. Very excited in just a hot second. Again, we'll knock on wood. We'll make sure that we don't lose any power. All right, but we'll see how. I think that teams are going to continue to play this very consistently. I have never seen the Kraber make such an impact as we're seeing. I mean, the Kraber is always game changing in terms of plays, but at the moment, everyone is really connecting their Kraber shots, as we've seen in the action, and making some massive plays with each of the shots. I've seen it make plays before, but I've never seen just how impactful it has been in this tournament. I've casted quite a few myself in terms of overall tournaments, and this one has to, in my opinion, have been one of the most impactful that we've seen. We'll have to see how teams decide to counter the momentum that GTS Art, Crazy Raccoon, as well as COG are making, because they're definitely making quite the play and quite the presence overall. There are a lot of teams that have definitely performed well before, like Chouette Gaming, Team Egg. We've even seen FL really perform, but at the moment, they're just not having a whole lot of luck in the lobby. We've seen them kind of get clutched out time and time again. And a lot of teams like Crazy Raccoon, GTS Art, and COG are just really taking it away. They're very comfortable. All right, looks like everyone is ready, so we should begin here in just a moment. And whenever we do, we'll get into the next round. Again, hope all of you guys are having all a fantastic morning and a fantastic night. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream. It definitely helps others find the channel, find the stream. We got quite a few games underway for tonight, so I very much appreciate all of you guys for being a part, and hopefully you guys are enjoying your time. Are you casting Europe as well? I will be only casting APAC North for the playoffs. And here we go into Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are going into Game 3. Just as a reminder so you understand the standings, we have Crazy Raccoon in first with 43 points, GTS Art in second with 32 points, COG in third place with 29 points, FLK in fourth place with 23 points, and Sunsister God in fifth place with 21 points. So I'll pause the music so you don't hear it in the background once we're in game, but nonetheless, we're about to begin here in just a moment. So these were the roster and the list that we saw before. Horizon has made the comeback for APAC North more than any other region that we have seen thus far. I know that Horizon is getting a bit of an adjustment. As rumored, we don't know if that's 100% true, but I've heard a rumor, obviously, for Octane getting a bit of a change, as well as Horizon. But I'm curious how impactful that's going to be on the tournaments. I mean, we saw the cost exchange actually start to change up how we see current teams at the moment. And we do have 2 caustics, but before, I remember at one point with APAC North, we saw upwards around 8 caustics at one point. Caustic was just very much a popular legend.
Got a good feeling.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go into Game 3 of the night. We'll see which team decides to take it away and who's going to make their biggest play. We do have the team that usually fights around Harvester, which was Luster. Let's see if Luster can get a little bit luckier. It looks like they're actually going to not contest Harvester. As you can tell, they're already pinging Dome, and they're saying, you know what, let's go over to Dome. This is the 50-50s that are occurring at Harvester. It just isn't happening. It's just not working out for them. So it looks like Ice Cream has Harvester to theirself. I know we saw some fights happen here before, but now let's see if Luster manages to get their spacing where they want it. Looks like they're splitting off here. Looking for team obviously has the south side of the map there. We'll make sure not to miss any of the action. As you can tell, we got a lot of teams rotating. Team Egg is obviously holding what you see Thermal Station, which they normally do. T1 is splitting Lava Fissure as well as Trials, so that's looking very positive. Not a whole lot is... Nobody's really 50-50 off the start, which is looking pretty positive. That's not too bad. You know, Crazy Raccoon infamously taking their spot and sorting, and apologize for the lag. Don't worry, as we mentioned before, this does dissipate, but it's only because I'm connecting from clear across the world, so it takes a little bit until the action does settle down, and once it does, we are going to be good to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we can tell, the next match is underway. If you're just tuning in, this is Apex Legends Global Series APAC North. Now, APAC North, it's Asia Pacific, so if you're just tuning in, well, you've come at the right time because we're about halfway through currently, and this is probably the best time to really catch all the action. We've had a lot of teams already play pretty hot and playing really, really well. So currently we don't have any fighting occurring in the lobby, which is fine. Everyone is playing quite respectfully, but it will get very hot very fast. This is probably one of the bigger rotations that we're seeing. We already have SG, who's been getting into fights early on. They did get rotated out pretty early on in the prior round. We'll see if this round, if they actually struggle with their positioning. Looks like they're taking the high ground. There is a team located down below, but they didn't pick that up on their scans, but they are aware of their presence. They have at least the high ground here, and they know that the zone is going to pull over to Epicenter. So this is looking pretty good for SG. From compared to before, this was definitely, they were definitely struggling a bit more for positioning, but it looks like they're getting a lot more comfortable. And with that, with them getting more comfortable, means that they're ready to shoot right up onto the scoreboard whenever they get a shot. Let's take a look at the eye in the sky. As you can tell, the only really big potential here is Reignite running through Train Yard as they rotate in. They do have a team that's on height, but I don't think they're necessarily going to get into a fight. But of course, we will take a look if they happen to do so. Let's take a look at Team Egg rotating from Lava Fissure. It's crazy. They've had a stellar performance from before, but I think they're just getting edged out a little too soon before they get a chance to get hot. We saw them clean up teams, but they're still just finding their footing and trying to get comfortable. Looks like Jupiter Vega has managed to find a team that is fighting. Let's take a look at Connect Gaming's POV. Connect Gaming has been doing quite well, and they do have the height here, looking for the Horizon POV, and they got a Spitfire absolutely shredding and doing some massive damage. Now, luckily, they managed to push him out. The Spitfire is definitely something to fear. I know I've talked about it before, and oh, it looks like GTS Ray is already knocked. This isn't looking too good. This isn't looking too good for GTS Art. I wonder where they got caught out of position where this occurred. So it looks like all they're trying to do is probably get some armor, some gear. Looks like they got picked on from above. Mostly pick damage, not a full-on commit, not a full-on fight, which is fine. Not a whole lot was missed here, don't worry. I think they're just trying to find that. I know for a fact they're rotating out because there's a team of two. And if they're a team of two, they know that at any one moment they could definitely just push on them and sweep up and clean them out. So now they really got to find their footing and find their positioning and be quite careful. Looks like Tethi gets absolutely shredded, and that's not looking too good. LFT's hungry. They're hungry for these points. Let's see if they manage to find them. He looks around. You can tell he's on mouse and keyboard doing the full 360 movement there. And you got Meltdown coming in with his nice looking caustic heirloom, if I don't say so myself. It's rolling up. They're trying to catch him out, but he looks like he's getting away just in time. We'll switch over to a different POV to see if this team is going to engage. Lag Gaming is aware of the presence of the team over to the right. Now the question is, will they manage to make a play off this, or are they going to be caught out of position? Gets a little bit of damage out. He realizes that he's got white armor, which is looking pretty good. They have two purples and a blue. So they do have the opportunity to push on this if they manage to find their positioning and footing. So let's take a look at Shoot Gaming. Shoot Gaming definitely has height here, and they are aware of the team also trying to contest them over on height. But it looks like they're just holding, they're just vibing, they're just biding their time until they can catch a team that's caught out on rotation. T1 is always infamously playing edge. As you can tell, T1 is holding different angles, holding the various spots, seeing how they can catch teams out. So we'll see how this manages to play out with T1. And T1 has had a lot of massive, really great performances in the tournaments. My heart always goes out to them because they're such an aggro team, an aggro comp. But what's been unfortunately happening recently for them is that most teams just don't want to contest them. And because of that, they usually get third party, they usually get caught out in a choke. And no team really wants to fully commit. And the only engagements that they're always put into are engagements like this one, where they usually just get caught out. And that's really hard on a team like T1. Especially where they thrive on kill points by aping and pushing teams, rather than just going for placement. T1 is running into a problem here with USG over on the right. Hopefully they manage to pull over to the right and catch them, get awareness. Otherwise they'll get 3-2-1, which is not going to be good for their team. I know they see them. They're just rotating in. It looks like they're okay for now. Not much to worry about. Let's see if he manages to get a nade onto this door. Unfortunately, he is unable to connect the nade. But we do have a nice Kraber in play. Parka, again, as we mentioned time and time again, the Kraber has been making massive plays. And we'll see if Parka is able to manage to land a solid shot. just so you're aware, because our crazy Raccoon is also our leader of the lobby. Ras also has a Kraber, and they're just kind of holding and building. They're looking pretty okay, and they're not looking half bad. I don't think we're going to miss a whole lot there. Let's make sure we're not missing any of these shots as they rotate. Looks like they're not going to. Teams are playing quite respectfully, and there's going to be a lot of angles being held here for every roster. This is getting... A lot of teams are playing so respectfully in the lobby, which is not something we always see in APAC North. I know APAC North tends to play pretty aggro, but at the moment we're seeing a lot of teams play quite passive. But this gets really tough at the very end, especially when teams, as you can tell, all fight towards center zone. Oh my god, I'm glad we managed to catch that just in time. Ras manages to get a nasty Kraber shot. And there it is. They counter back, but they reset. They got to heal up. And he's going to pop his Q potentially, and he doesn't actually manages to get right away, but he gets a nasty Kraber shot that helps finish off. I think his teammate finished him, but he was there just in time, and now he has height. He's looking for the enemies by taking height, and now they're just simply going to rotate and just reposition and be careful because they have the opportunity to get run up on by another team that's rotating from far behind. Selly manages to clean up the kill. Let's take a look at Selly's POV as he rotates in. And it looks like the other team just decided to back off. Once they were aware of the presence of that Kraber, as you saw, Luster just saw that and they said, there's no way in heck are we contesting that again. It's not worth it. I'm not doing it again. Which is respectable. Let's take a look at the teams. You got Orthros also holding along with Connect Gaming. And we also have Team Egg on the north side of them. Picking out, ready to start to pick on some teams. Unfortunately, they don't have the best armor situation. The armor situation is going to get them caught out. They really can't push anything knowing that they don't have all purples or blues to really feel comfortable. So that's going to be a bit tough. So let's take a look at a different POV. Let's take a look at how T1's handling their situation here. They are rotating. They're trying to find their footing because the team is trying to etch them out over on height. There is a scan. Let's switch over to Parka, who might make a play here with the Kraber. If he manages to land the Kraber, there's without a shadow of a doubt that they're going to make a play. But Parka, unfortunately, is getting picked on, and there is a door getting blasted by the Horizon Ultimate. Oh, he unfortunately does not connect the Kraber shot, and now he has to reset. He has to leave it up to his teammates. Obley taking it off angle here. He's got the Hemlock in hand, but is it going to be enough? They managed to get one. It is now a 2v2 situation. Unfortunately, Park was able to clutch it out, and there it is. But now Obley is going to get thirded, and it's not looking quite good for them. Let's switch over to the POV, see if we can capture some of that. Unfortunately, we are not, as USG shows up just in time. It is now going to be hard chasing and knocking out T1 from the lobby. This is what I've been talking about with T1. They know how to push. It's just every time they manage to make a play, there's always somebody to show up to ruin their day. This has happened time and time again for them, and it makes you wonder if they should change up their strategy in future tournaments. It's worked before for T1. We've seen them have really great performances, but every time they make a play, they try to clean up within a short amount of time. They just get caught out. I'm looking at Team Egg to see if he's going to manage to capture Obley here, which they do pull him up on the scan, but they're unaware if it's a full team or if it's just one. And now T1 could be the next team knocked out here in 17th place. They're waiting for him to clutch out. There's not a lot of teams fighting right now. This is probably the only fight that we're going to see happening. I'm looking at the map, making sure that you guys understand what's happening in the action, that we're not missing it. And honestly, if they're aware that it's just one guy, they should just full send this. I just think that they're a little confused if it's one team or if they're just not magically pulling them up on the scan.
Let's explore this way.
And if they're aware that he is just ratting all by himself, and in case you don't know what ratting means, it means when you're the last person of your squad and all you're doing is you're just by yourself in the world. So you're a rat. So it happens. You just rat. It's a nomenclature spoken in Apex Legends on ranked pubs, and you try to get that points. And I don't think they're getting greedy with this. I think Team Egg is playing the smart. I think that they're aware that it's one individual, but they're probably just holding trigger discipline, making sure that they don't get too greedy on this. And I just took a look at Reignite. Reignite now has a Kraber in play. Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon. They haven't taken any shots at their Kraber, unfortunately. But let's see if they... this is like the first tournament where I've seen non-stop Kraber action. It is great. I'm not complaining. It just feels like the theme of APAC North for the playoffs is the Kraber. The Kraber has been the ultimate sunshine of the lobby. And most of these care packages are obviously random, so most of the time you don't always see a Kraber. Sometimes they're PKs, sometimes they're Prowlers. But right now we're seeing a whole lot. Let's take a look at their POV. Oh, shoot. Let's take a look at FL. One hot second while we switch over to FL. They're getting picked on from a distance, but they managed to get a shot from far away and trying to get this cleanup, and all they're trying to do is recoup. Looks like Rig is taking a fight. This looks like this was a long distance fight. USG is recovering. They're getting the Gibby Bubble res, which is great. That's not bad. That's all good in the nomenclature. Came just in time and captured the Kraber shot. I had a prediction, and I managed to at least get the shot just in time. There's no way I could have predicted that. Kind of a bit of a lucky guess, but I was like, you know what? I got a feeling. I got a feeling, ladies and gentlemen, and there's the feeling coming in hot right now. And there's another Kraber shot. Unfortunately, does not connect the Kraber shot. Ras has been really on fire with his Kraber shots. Managed to get that action, and here Crazy Raccoon is popping off in the lobby again. I just had a feeling, and there's 123 damage. Let's take a look at Selly as he manages to come in and clean this up. Gosh, it's just commentator's intuition. I had a feeling. I don't know. I guess he didn't see him on this right there. I think he caught it last second. There's the scan, and there's the cleanup coming in. And Selly is looking sharp as ever. And there, one more hit from the Mastiff, and boom. They got one more left, and they're going to swap. Clean up, and Captain is there just in time. And it looks like T1, let's take a look. He managed to get a kill. Where did he get his kill from? Who is T1 picking on here? Definitely has to run. He might do a quick 180. Is he going to manage to do something here? Unfortunately, is not. Obviously, it might go out. This may be it for him. And there is the drone picking on him. He's trying to. Can he close this out? Honestly, he could. I've seen him do crazier stuff before. He's flicking back and forth. Unfortunately, does not connect. And that goes to USG. And now USG is getting picked on, and the Gibraltar has a little bit of time to get this clutched out. Let's switch over to Rass's POV because apparently he just got a Kraber shot. The man has been so consistent. It feels like every which moment he's just landing Kraber after Kraber. Manages to fry with the Spitfire. All they're trying to do is just clean up best they can. We'll switch back over to FL if they manage to continue up this fight. And there it is. The lobby has gone a little bit quiet, but we'll switch over to FL if we need to in just a moment. Because FL has actually been having a stellar performance. Let's take a look at their POV. They're also got some hot damage going on. They're all just healing up and resetting. Let's switch over to Crazy Raccoon. Make sure they're doing well as well. Not missing any action here. And everything is looking quite good in the lobby. Let's take a look at the map. Make sure we're not missing any of the rotations. This zone is getting a little tight, as you can see. And he managed to clutch out another Kraber shot. That's Reignite, who they're picking, potentially going to pick on there. The rotation from Reignite was occurring right there. Let's take a look at FL because they've been having quite a performance as well, catching some teams out. And now they're trying to fight for positioning. And Crazy Raccoon is obviously nearby, and we're going to see some. Things are going to get really uncomfortable. Things are going to get a little bit tight. See how Curie manages to handle this situation here. They're okay here. They don't necessarily need to push in right away. They're okay. Everyone is pinging. Everyone is waiting. All these teams right here are about to have a really bad day. Unfortunately, Ras is unable to connect that Kraber shot, but nonetheless, he's got 4 bullets left. You have a lot of teams about to rotate. This is about to get really, really messy. This is not going to be good. We know a lot of teams are about to fight. We're going to miss some of the action. That's just the unfortunate part that's going to occur here. There's going to be non-stop people rotating in, fighting, and I'm unsure. There's just not enough space. Let's see if GTS Black manages to hold this fight here. Gets a little bit of damage in, but not enough to really make a play. He decides to rotate in with his comrades and his teammates. And North is just located directly below. They have their caustic in play. Let's switch over to Fennel. Fennel is just holding it down at the moment. If we switch over to Crazy Raccoon, they're looking at their POV, trying to get a Kraber shot. It's going to be nonstop. Look at all these teams about to jump down. It's about to become an absolute circus of individuals about to fight. And there they are. They all rotate in. He's just nonstop hip firing. with the 30-30 repeater. He does go down. SG looking in trouble here. Let's switch over to the POV. Everyone's just trying to get to zone. There's another Gibraltar ult that goes down. There's one in front and one behind, and there they are. Show is trying to put on a show for us, but he's flying and he's getting caught out of position, and he's all alone now in the world. And now Crazy Raccoon is taking pop shots from a distance, noticing that every team is fighting it out. Sunsisters only has one left remaining. He takes the port, tries to find his footing into zone. We see Lag Gaming, unfortunately, now down out by 2, trying to find his footing in. Fennel is picking on everybody from the high ground. Fennel has the opportunity to go for some solid points here. They managed to go right outside his zone. They scan. They're aware of enemy teams. They managed to go for the cleanup. There is a drone screaming at them. They hear it. They're aware of it. And Fennel is now the kill leader of the lobby. Ras does take height. This is going to be a Fennel versus Crazy Raccoon. Ras is spraying down hellfire from above. Let's see if they manage to get them to leave their positioning. They're constantly picking back and forth. Crazy Raccoon, unfortunately, does have to give up height, and now Fennel is free on the rotation to grab whatever loot and ammo that they need. Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon to see if they manage to hold height. I don't know if they're going to manage to hold height for very long because they could get picked on a lot of teams. There's 7 teams remaining. FL is managing just to recoup and find their footing here. Let's take a look, make sure we're not missing any of the action here. Reignite has the building in the center. Crazy Raccoon has height. And they get a solid crack with the R301. All they got to do is pick on... That's Fennel, by the way, that they're picking on. They're not letting him breathe for any which moment. Let's see how Fennel manages to recover from that. Fennel and Crazy Raccoon are looking pretty solid this round. This is a big round for Fennel. Unfortunately, Momon does go down, and there it is. Ras is laying down the hellfire from above, as you can tell, switching from his POV, making sure that we don't miss any of his shots. He's getting some shots out in the open. They're trying to get some extra picks. Can he get the extra damage? It looks like he does. He managed to clutch out that kill. And now Ras is right back to the kill leader. He is right now the stellar star of the lobby, and hopefully I don't jinx it, but I wanted to make sure it wasn't somebody in the building. I almost had much as he did, I almost had a heart attack. But my gosh, is it, ladies and gentlemen, Kraber ASMR today? Crazy Raccoon is the kill leader of the lobby. They're looking pretty sharp. They're looking pretty good. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Let's take a look how Team Egg, they've been kind of vibing. They've been getting some damage in. Like I said, Team Egg has had some good performances before. They just need a little bit of luck on their side. As you can tell, 2 teams are fighting it out. Connect Gaming. There's the Horizon ult. Just Magpie's laying down some fire and now getting picked on from multiple teams. He may not have needed to take that shot from a distance. I think he was trying to scare them, making sure it's, hey, don't come up on our house. This is our place. We're not getting thirded. We're fine. Are you fine? Because we're okay. Look at Crazy Raccoon's armor situation. This is scary. This is scary, ladies and gentlemen. I wouldn't want to be messing with them right now. Ras is on fire right now. He's been kind of sweeping it away. It feels like we're being a little biased, but I mean the guy has been kill leader 2 rounds in a row. Somebody needs to stop this guy. Somebody needs to stop him. You know, I don't even know what more to add on it. Just congratulations so far to Crazy Raccoon having a stellar performance and a stellar day. Now the real question is, can they keep it up? Can they maintain this momentum? So we're going to keep an eye on them, partly because of, like we mentioned before, once a team is kill leader, they usually have the momentum and they're going to catch teams out. I'm confident at this point that Crazy Raccoon can get another win under their belt. I'm confident that they can do it. And there it is. God, his tracking has been on fire today. And we've seen this performance from T1. I've seen it from Jung Hee. I've seen it from Fennel. And Fennel just got picked on, man. They got picked on right out in the open. There's a scan. They know where every single team is. And I wonder if they're aware of Crazy Raccoon's performance and where they're located right now. Rig got a solid Kraber shot. But Ras is picking on everybody here. This could be Crazy Raccoon's next win. It should be, realistically. It should be. And unfortunately, there it goes. It looks like the shot knocked Ras, and that's not looking too good. Solid master shots. They're going for the cleanup. This is non-stop, ladies and gentlemen. Ras does manage to try to clutch out, but it's not enough. And Reignite is now looking really good with Rig taking it away. Gets a few shots in. There's only a few teams remaining. This is a one-man all alone in the world as a Pathfinder. And there it goes to Team Egg. Like I mentioned before, Team Egg has clutched it out before. This is a big game for Team Egg. Quite literally, this is going to boost them up from the leaderboard where they were at before, because they weren't looking too hot on the leaderboard before, but this is going to shoot them right up. Looking at the leaderboard, this is going to shoot them right up to where they need to be from 15th place, potentially up between the top 7 situation. So it's looking pretty good. All right. So let's take a look at the scoreboard real quick, and then I'll switch to the scoreboard. We'll look at the round 2, so you capture and understand, and then as it updates, we'll hit refresh and we'll take a look. And keep in mind, it is pinned up above if you want to take a look. And while you're taking a moment, taking a breather from the last round, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. It means a lot, helps people find it. Team Egg now has a total of 6+ points plus first place, which is a total of 16 points. 16 plus 6 is going to shoot them right up into the top 7 positioning. So let's take a look at the scoreboard of what it looked like before. So this is what it looked like before. Once it updates, I'm going to hit refresh, and you're going to see all the scores update there. Let me reload my game here in just a second. Change this. Appreciate all of you guys for being patient. And then we'll get into the next round. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next round. Don't forget to leave a like. Every little bit helps support what we do on the channel. We've been seeing some non-stop action. Fennel FL, they had a solid play there. This is I told you before, FL has had some solid performances in the game before, and now we're about to be approaching game 4. Wow, time has been going by really quick. I don't know if it's going as fast for you guys as it is for me, but it's actually been quite fast. Let's hit refresh on this scoreboard. Let's take a look at the scores as they decide to update here. We're looking at GTS. GTS just went out a little bit too early that round. It's very unfortunate. They went out just a little too early, and that's okay. That's not a bad thing for everyone else in the lobby. But because they're in second place right now, that's not looking too bad for them. Listen, they can have a stellar performance and have a big game and really manage to clutch this out. They just need to have a bit of luck on their side. So I'm going to leave the scoreboard there. I'm going to hit refresh in just a moment. Then I'm going to switch back over once I get into the lobby and get into the server. And then we'll go into Game 4. Let's take a look here. Once the team is at match point, they have to win another game. That's going to be the hard part. And honestly, we could be here all day and all night. All right, everyone is reconnecting. Might have some updated controls for this next round, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if it happens to work. Let me hit refresh on this. I want you guys to see once the scores are all up to date, and they should be populated in just a second. All right, 1 second here. One second. Again, hope all of you guys are having a fantastic day. Let's hit refresh on that. All right, once it's updated, we'll see that there. Let's switch over to this POV for a minute while everyone is getting back in the lobby and getting comfortable. This is live, by the way, Muhammad. It's on a 5-minute delay, though. But I appreciate all of you guys for being here. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream, on the channel. We'll give a shout out to everyone who's in chat right now. Jordan, it's great to have you here. Michael, great to have you. Red Zombie Killer, yeah, it's good to have you here. How do you watch this on Twitch to unlock the banners? Unfortunately, for APAC, I don't think they're covering it on Twitch. I think somebody is covering it on Twitch. You can probably... They only enable it for the main streams. Diesel, appreciate you being here. GM, Haigana, thank you so much. Arkia, just a reminder, it is raining really hard here. So just in case, just as a reminder, if I happen to lose power, I really apologize. But that is viable to happen. But let's just kind of hope for the best. You know, knock on wood. I'm knock on wood on that. Just because I haven't heard this really rain as hard. And tomorrow, thank you so much for being here, by the way, buddy. It's really early in the morning. What time is it there? It's early in the morning for me. What time is it for you? So what we like to do, just as a reminder when we're casting and shoutcasting, I like to capture the action that's taking place, especially when somebody is a kill leader or building a lot of momentum. So when we capture a lot of what Crazy Raccoon has just been kind of popping off in the lobby, let's switch over to the scoreboard just so you guys understand that they have had a lot of kill points in the tournament, meaning that that's where a lot of the action and fighting is taking place. Right now the scoreboard hasn't been updated. It's perfectly fine. Don't worry. Whenever it gets fully updated, I'll switch back over to that POV and we'll take a look, and then we'll kind of go from there. All right, let's take a look here. All right, I should have a little bit more controls going into this next round. I'll need to test them out, but I should be all set. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you guys are doing well. Let me hit refresh on those scores, and let's take a look here in just a second. We should be going. They've been keeping momentum on these rounds. This has been really, really great. All right, the scoreboard is updated. Let's talk about this. Crazy Raccoon is match point. Listen, they could if they can win one more round, that's it. They take it away. The fact that they're already match point, how this format works, just to break it down for you guys. Once a team surpasses 50 points, and what you're looking at here over on the right, once a team has surpassed 50 points and they win a game, you're going to see Crazy Raccoons start to play this very differently. They're not going to necessarily ape and push for a lot of points. And I'm about to sneeze here in a second. I feel like I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me, I apologize. Kind of snuck up on me. But nonetheless, once a team has reached 50 points and they win the next round, if they win at game 4, 5, 6, and 7, they win the tournament, but they have to reach match point. So a lot of teams have to be mindful of Crazy Raccoon that they're going to start to bullying them out of this lobby. We may even see teams potentially contest sorting. That could happen just to push them out of the lobby, because if they let them win this, that's not good for everyone else in the lobby. They can't let them win a round. So you may see them play a lot more passive, and so we may keep eyes on COG, GTS, Team Egg, but Crazy Raccoon has been having a crazy, no pun intended, performance here. So as you can tell, match point, 54 points overall. So all we need to see is either COG, GTS, Rig, Egg, even FL. If they get a solid game, they could necessarily come back and really push us out. So we shall see. We shall see how this plays out and how things change up. This is not looking good for a lot of teams listed up and down below. You know, considering the consistency that we've seen from some of the teams overall, it's going to be a big uphill battle for them to clutch up. And yeah, honestly, Crazy Raccoon, if they don't win a round in 4 or 5 games, they may not run away with this tournament. They could have consistency. They could play second, third, second, third, second, third. But if they do not win a round, they will not win this tournament. They will not. So while consistency is great, that's not going to look good for what we're seeing on the scoreboard. They need to win another round. And they've only won round 2, which is great, but they can't let anybody else win. They need to win. Because if they do, they take it away. They take it away. And that's it. But again, while we're watching and we're enjoying this phenomenal display of talent from the tournament, don't forget to leave a like to show your support. Helps other people find the channel. And it really means a whole lot for watching with me. Alright, once we get set up into the next round, we'll get going. Appreciate all of you guys for being here for today. It really means a whole lot. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a big round. Looks like every player is ready in the lobby. We're just waiting for the tournament referees just to get started, and we'll get underway for Game 4. All right, everyone. Let's do this. Red Death, how are you? Just got here. It's great to have you here, man. It's great to have you. We'll get started here in just a moment. There we go. Going into game 4. Match point potentially for Crazy Raccoon. Let's see if they manage to clutch us out. They've surpassed 50 points thus far. We'll see if COG, GTS Art, Rig, Sunsisters, Team Egg, FLK, T1, or FL managed to make a big play here. Or even Jupiter Vega. There's a lot of big names in this lobby, man. A lot of big names from the Asia Pacific side. We'll see if they manage to make a play and stop Crazy Raccoon's rampage. Otherwise, this is literally going to be done this next round. So, we'll see. We shall see. Again, it is thundering really. I know you guys can't hear it, luckily, from the noise gate, but nonetheless, it's raining really hard. So I'm a little nervous. If I happen to lose power, I do apologize. Knock on wood. I don't want that to happen, but you know, it's kind of the world we live in, nonetheless. And I will reconnect as fast as possible to get back into the game and recast everything for you. It's been raining here just nonstop. What does APAC stand for? So if you're just tuning in, I just want to let you know that this is Apex Legends Global Series. APAC stands for Asia Pacific. So a lot of the teams that you're seeing, you may not be aware of them, but they are just as good as teams in NA and Europe. We're looking at the best of the best. We're looking at the best of the best. Let's see if Crazy Raccoon gets thirded or gets contested here in sorting. This is our match point team. Quite literally, this is the team that we're looking at here. It looks like they're not. It looks like we're having a level of respect that's occurring in the lobby. Ice Cream has Harvester for free. They're looking pretty solid, looking pretty good. And Luster has found their new home over by Dome. The hard part about Dome, ladies and gentlemen, is that it's a hard rotation in. But the plus side, this is looking really solid for Crazy Raccoon. I just want to point that out, that Crazy Raccoon could not have asked for a better zone. They are match point right now, literally about to win, and all they got to do is hold up and wait. So we're going to keep an eye on every other team after this point, unless they manage to get into a fight. Otherwise, we're just going to chill, and we're going to vibe, and we're going to wait. Okay? And there's a little bit of lag, again, that's going to occur. That's only natural of what you see in the lobby. But I just want you guys to understand the weight of this. The weight of this is pretty big considering they have zone. And I hope everyone in the lobby is very much aware. And I wonder if they're going to get pushed. Because teams, they have to know. Everyone knows in this lobby where they land. So it's just a matter of, is the team going to contest them to stop them? Who is going to stop this team? Could it be Fennel? Fennel is pretty close by.
Not me, not right now.
Well, the Gibraltar just asked me, not me, not right now, brother. Not right now, brother. So we'll see if they actually decide to do something here. Well, we shall see. A lot of teams are playing still respectfully. I don't think we're going to see any changes in the lobby right now. Again, I apologize for the lag. That's only natural. At the very start, as we mentioned, we're connecting from clear across the world. So once the connection stabilizes out, we're good to go. So as you can tell from the map, not a whole lot of teams are really fighting. North is taking from the north side going all the way south, but they could run into a team here as they saw from the zip right up above. But they're just going to leave them alone. I don't think they're going to fight them, but they are going to follow right behind. T1 is flying over to Trials while North is trying to get heavy into zone. Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon, make sure they're not getting thirded. They're crafting. They're playing for the end game. So if I don't keep an eye on them, don't worry. I'm going to keep an eye on them later. I know that they're a match point team, but I just don't see Crazy Raccoon going into anything crazy or trying to 50-50 any teams. It just won't make a whole lot of sense. They're match point. So in case you're tuning in, just watching, match point means that if they win this next round, they win the overall tournament for the playoffs. So we see, as you can tell, a lot of teams are I feel like LFT is hunting for them. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like they're hunting, they're looking for Crazy Raccoon here. Or they're looking really for any team. We'll see how that decides to play out, how that's going to overall score. Sunsister's rolling in, and then Crazy Raccoon is taking this is literally the best spot for them to hold. Because this is going to pull over. Now, USG has a low ground at the moment, but Crazy Raccoon should not really pick on them. Let's take a look at what USG does here. They may take some pop shots and kind of pick on them, but I don't think we're going to see a whole lot otherwise. Not much to worry about there. I think we're okay. I think everything is all good. Nothing to really worry about. He gets a little bit of damage by Ice Cream here, picking on a team right out in the open. This team is just trying to get in. They're just trying to have a nice, wholesome experience, and they're just getting picked on.
Enemy spotted.
Let's take a look at Orthros. Orthros is trying to recover. They got the Gibby bubble out, but it's not going to be enough because now the Gibby bubble does disappear because of the crypto ult. He manages to stick him, but that stick, unfortunately, is just not enough, and he manages to clutch out and get away. He's trying to buy himself some time for Anu, and Anu manages to get away. GTS Black really needs to get a solid game here to really clutch up. Otherwise, they're going to be pretty far behind. Now let's take a look at GTS Art. GTS Art is definitely where we need to keep. They don't have any kills to their name, which is why I pulled it up. I wanted to make sure. They are currently rotating through the west side of the map. Not really getting into any fights. We do have a potential fight that's going to break out from LFT here. They do have their gas. They're biding their time. Crazy Raccoon already getting into a fight. Somebody try to contest them. USG actually tried to contest Crazy Raccoon off the top spot here. The Crazy Raccoon said, you know, we're not nervous in the lobby whatsoever. The fact that they're not nervous about where any of this is taking place right now is looking pretty solid for them. Let's take a look at Lag Gaming. Lag Gaming is looking pretty solid here. Ice Cream about to breach. There's the breach. N22JB making a play, pushing up as the mighty Bloodhound. There's another bubble to buy himself a little space. He scans up just to give him a little bit of eye in the sky rotation. Unfortunately, all the damage that he did do is not going to be enough because they probably have already batted and recovered their HP. They do now have a 3v2 situation. There's an additional scan that goes out. They're looking for their spot. They're going to reset, just mostly to make sure that they don't get run up on by another team. Let's take a look at the map, make sure that they're not. Lag Gaming now has the positioning here. They're stuck in the choke, and they're going to be rotating out. And it looks like everyone's just kind of holding. USG's not looking too good. Not looking too good at all right now. Lag Gaming definitely has the one-up on this team at the moment. And looks like he manages to finish up his kill. And N22JB looking pretty solid. Listen, the Spitfire has been showing up in this tournament. Even in North America, it's been showing up. It's making such a massive presence where I want to reevaluate my whole tier list now and reconfigure it based on what we're actually seeing. And again, when I made my tier list, the Spitfire had just gotten buffed and a lot of people still hadn't been utilizing it. But let it be known here that the Spitfire does have its play in a tournament. The Volt is very popular. We're seeing less usage of the R99, and we're seeing more usage, obviously, of the R301 and various other guns. We're seeing Chouette Gaming managed to catch out a team right in front of the team right in front of is Sunsisters. Sunsisters is now just going to hunker down and hold up in the building and just hold their doors, and he's dropping his bats for his little buddy, and everything is all good. Crazy Raccoon is doing fine. We're keeping an eye on every other team because that's what really matters. And as we talked about before, T1 likes to edge out, and they need to get quite a few points here. Right now, they only have a total of 19 points overall on the scoreboard, and they need to get a total of 50 until their match point. So they need a massive game. A lot of teams are going to start to really push an ape. They need to be careful because if Crazy Raccoon runs away with this tournament in this round, this is it. This is it. So we got to see teams like T1. We got to see FL really start to clutch up. We need to see them make a massive play. And they can't give them too much breathing room, because if they do, that's essentially it. Just as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, it is thundering really hard here, so I apologize if I happen to lose any power at any point in time. If you're just tuning in, this is APAC Legends Global Series, APAC North. If you're wondering what APAC North stands for, it stands for Asia Pacific. So right now, teams have fallen quiet. Let's take a look at T1. T1 is finally getting to a fight here, and they're going to full ape this. They need the points. They need the points as much as other teams do. Unfortunately, Parka does get fried, and he's going to reposition and try to find his footing back again. Cell heals up, and he might take Kite here in just a moment because he is the entry fragger for his team. Not a whole lot's going on. We have 20 teams left in the lobby. 20 teams. Not a team has been knocked out so far. 20 teams. 58 people. Your team's looking a little scarce. Not too bad. FLK already getting into a fight. Let's take a look at their POV. We'll switch back over to Fennel. Don't worry. I just want to make sure we're not missing this fight by Dogma here. Trying to get a solid R3 one-shot. Manages to clutch it out with some solid damage, but it's not enough, unfortunately, to take him out. Let's switch over to the POV by Jung Hee. He's healing, and then we got the Gibby absolutely frying, and there is the bubble to buy himself some time. He needs his buddies to be there to manage to clutch out. Dogma shows up, but it's not enough, unfortunately. And GTS Ray is managing to clutch this out. And all we have is Jung Hee here. He's trying to get as much damage as he can with the flatline, but it's not going to be enough here. And he is going to go out. And GTS Art, this was the points that they were looking for. Let's switch back over to Fennel and see how they managed to rotate in. They're looking pretty solid. Crazy Raccoon hunkered in as we much expected. And Fennel, like I mentioned, is now needed to make a play on this building. Unfortunately, that was not enough to... I don't know how the Thermite is not burning down that door, but luckily they do have that, and there is the Gibby ult, and they need to rotate out of this position now that the Gibby ult is just pushing him out. They're not getting any ticks. Unfortunately, Momod has gotten a tick on him, and now we have to wait to see if they manage to make a fight and play here. Fennel needs this, by the way. And GTS Art is doing pretty solid. They have some points on the score, but we need to take a look at Cog as well. Cog is having a solid performance. Oh, and there we go. Massive nade damage, and there it is to destroy the Gibby bubble from their team. Momon is definitely going to clutch out some damage here in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. He actually rotates out instead. If this is kind of one of those things. If a fight doesn't happen fast enough, teams will rotate out just to make sure they're not getting thirded and not getting picked on. So they're just going to hard reset. They definitely feel that pressure. They know there's a lot on the line here. Here we go, coming in, he's trying to slice the pie, trying to cut the corner. But decides to back out, and there it is. Let's take a look at Cog. Cog has definitely been doing quite well with 35 points on the scoreboard. Let's take a look at Sherry. Sherry, oh Sherry, take away my heart. He doesn't have his ult, but he does have the eye in the sky. Taking a look at different POV, make sure they're not getting pushed, and Magpie currently is taking point. So Cog is nobody's really fighting there. Let's take a look at the eye in the sky. Take a look at the map. T1 is rotating on the edge here. Parka is just literally parkouring around, kind of getting a little bit of bait. They do see a team that's crafting in right behind them. I'm pretty sure Parka just caught wind of that. And here they go, going back into their building. We still have 17 squads remaining. We have 51 participants still alive in the lobby. This is getting intense. This is not looking good. People are letting Crazy Raccoon hold their position. Nobody's pushing them out. I mean, of course, nobody really knows where they're at specifically, but they do know that they need to start to make a push and make a play. Because if they don't, we know what's going to happen. But now looking pretty good in their location. Let's take a look at Connect Gaming. Connect Gaming is our top 3 teams. Connect Gaming, again with 35 points. We got Crazy Raccoon, match point. We have, let's take a look at GTS Art. Let's take a look at GTS Art and see how they're doing overall and their POV. Alright, so we got our teams that we're going to keep an eye on, ladies and gentlemen. We have Crazy Raccoon, who's held up in a building. We have GTS Art, who's kind of chilling and vibing where Crazy Raccoon normally does. We have FL, which has had some stand-up performances. I'm keeping an eye on them because they're trying to play quite aggro. And then, of course, we have Connect Gaming, who's in second place with 35 points. So, Crazy Raccoon in first. Connect Gaming doing quite well in second. GTS Art in third. And then, of course, we have, Reignite. Reignite's doing quite well. Just they're not really getting into any fights as commentators curse. Looks like they're getting into one right now. And here we go. There might be a potential fight. The zone is about to close. Things are about to get really messy here.
We should go here.
It's about to get quite messy. We do have a fight breaking out on the north side. SG getting into a really odd fight outside his zone, but it looks like one does go down. Let's see if Pantasia can take this away. Unfortunately, he's whiffing almost every single shot, but now they switch to the flatline. He's actually doing something. He smacks him disrespectfully with his heirloom. Literally smacked him right across the neck. Like it was a horror film, and unfortunately they do get scanned, and that people have heard them, and now Show is trying to put on a show again, yet again for us, and he throws his ult, and they're trying to reset, and he needs to pop a bat, and there's the bat. pops his Q up in the air and tries to fly off to a different angle. Unfortunately, Show is about to go down. Managed to get a bat off just in time, and Peaky just covering for his teammates. Managed to get about a 45 damage in. But everyone currently is in shambles, and there it is. Unfortunately, didn't reload his gun, but Gibby does whiff, and now we're looking at a 3v2 situation. They are in shambles now, a 2v2 situation. Can they manage to clutch this up? There's Gibby Bubble now. Can he swap his armor just in time? He does, gets a blue out, and there we go. He could clutch this out. He could clutch this out. He's looking pretty strong. He is a clutch master, and unfortunately not enough. Ice Cream coming in. Kill leader of the lobby. Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon. Make sure they're not getting picked on. Crazy Raccoon just chilling in the lobby. I switched over to Fennel. We're looking at Fennel's POV. Fennel is pushing in. They're looking quite hot. They're falling up right behind Cog. Let's take a look at Cog's POV. This is actually GTS Art. GTS Art currently looking in third place. They're trying to get away from FL. FL just not letting him breathe. There's a whole other team rolling up on him. This is an absolute nightmare for GTS Art. They're just chilling. Let's take a look at Fennel's POV. They throw the Gibby Bubble just to buy themselves some time, and now they're resetting. There's some solid damage coming in by Kurihara, looking pretty hot. They do have every possibility here to clutch this out. Let's take a look at GTS. GTS is now confirmed out at the moment. Crazy Raccoon held up nice and sweet, nice and calm. Look, everything's looking good, hunky-dory in this world. And Connect Gaming, Magpie is just chilling and vibing at the moment. GTS, Cog, all managed to fight in that building. This is not good for them. Everyone is letting Crazy Raccoon just breathe just a little bit too much. Look at them. They're just chilling. Even then, they're chilling on the height here. And every other team is battling it out. Let's take a look at Jupiter Vega and see how they managed to push out the team in the building. They do see a... Let's see if we can get this Arc Star. Oh, Crypto is aware. He's like, oh, that's not for me. And he goes right back in. LFT looking pretty busy here. Jupiter Vega, definitely POV here. This is the potential next fight that's about to occur. There's going to be a lot of fights about to break out. Jupiter Vega now going to counteract with their own Crypto ult. Crypto ult, Tujma, back and forth. Got to break the game. Jupiter Vega playing pretty smart with their positioning. The Crypto taking an off angle. Going to be the first one into the encounter here. Once he tops off, he needs to take a peek. There is a lot of gas in there, though. There's no reason to push that. That's an absolute nightmare. By the way, Crazy Raccoon, we haven't been looking at them much in this round. I know there's been a whole lot of other fights, but we'll switch over to them because they do have an uphill battle. Let's take a look at their POV. They do have an uphill battle that's about to break out, and we do have Reignite, who's doing quite well in the tournament. Let's take a look at their POV here as Dizzy gets some solid shots, but unfortunately, Sano does go down, and Reignite is going to have to abandon their poor comrade. He does try to go for the port. Commentator's curse. The minute I say they might have to abandon him, they managed to save him. Saving Private Ryan style. And they're looking pretty good. But there are two teams here in this little conjunction here. So that's not looking too good. Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon's POV. Because, okay, the reason I'm watching them, this is a team that's match point. Just so you understand, they're 54 points. If they go out during the zone, nothing to worry about. We'll keep an eye on everyone else in the lobby. But if they manage to clutch out this next round here in this next zone, they could quite literally win the tournament. So we'll see. We'll hold tight. Let's wait, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what they do. Because I know there's a lot of other plays that could happen, but this is definitely the one that's going to matter a lot. Let's take a look at Captain. Captain always does really, really well. Unfortunately, Sully does take a little bit of damage here. Team is fighting down below. All they got to do is reset. All they got to do is reset. So it looks like they have their positioning, so we're going to switch to a different POV now that they've gotten their footing, unless the team does fight them from down below. I don't really think... Oh, Ras is going full on in, and there's the bubble. This is a ballsy move on their part, but they knew that they were in shambles, and they knew that they could reset and get some resources. All right, let's take a look at the different POVs. Not a lot of fighting is going to happen otherwise. Jupiter Vega does go out and looking for team. Manages to clutch out a fight inside, and Reignite definitely going to hop right back into this and get some damage in. Reignite, we're paying attention to because they're in 4th place, by the way. 4th place with 30 points. Now, this is looking pretty solid. At least they got a point to their name. Let's switch back over to Dizzy's POV. Let's go this way. Because we do know a fight's about to break out. switch to a Crazy Raccoon's POV because actually they're getting to more fights at the moment than the ones in the building. And Crazy Raccoon, like we mentioned before, is match point. So if they manage to clutch this out, look at them pick on them from up above. Now they just gotta make sure to dodge all of this Gibraltar ult as if this was a World of Warcraft video game final boss level. Don't stand in the fire. Getting picked on from Reignite from far behind. 10 teams remaining, 28 in the lobby. You can tell the pressure. You can feel it a little bit as he manages to. It's Crazy Red. They're making a play. They're making a play. Reignite. Are they going to manage to stop Crazy Raccoon here? Can they stop them? Already one down. This is not looking too good for Crazy Raccoon. They really need this. Unfortunately, they do get knocked out. Reignite manages to clutch him out in the lobby, but that was a little bit too close for comfort. Oh man, that was definitely a little too close for comfort. Reignite looking pretty solid. They're in 4th place right now. If they manage to clutch this out, which now they're getting 3rd party, the commentator's curse. T1 is right there to clean it up. Pretty crazy as we see what's taking place, ladies and gentlemen. As we see GTS Black getting absolutely shredded out in the open here. Not looking too good. We do have the kill leader of the lobby currently is Brazdian. I apologize if I mispronounced your name there, bud, but you're absolutely frying. Unfortunately, does go down, and the next kill leader of the lobby looks like is Shotaro. We haven't had an official acclaimed kill leader, but nonetheless, this is what we're looking at. A lot of fighting breaking out. Let's switch to POV. Okay, there's not technically a lot of fighting breaking out. What's happening here is a lot of teams have kind of reset and kind of chilling and vibing. This is a really big game, though, potentially for T1. If we look at the scoreboard, we're looking at Team Eggs looking pretty hot. Not a lot of action taking place right now, but the minute that it takes place, don't worry, we'll switch back over from the POV. Most of the damage is actually taking place from everyone else at the moment, so we'll hang tight. We'll hang tight. Team Egg looking pretty good, looking pretty hot. Just gotta stay confident, gotta stay comfortable. Team Egg had a good round last round, so let's see if they manage to have another good round, because if they do, this could boost them up. Not to match point, but at least close enough to where at least they can start to feel a little comfortable.
Making contact with the enemy. Let's go this way.
It's getting really intense, ladies and gentlemen. The zone's about to close. We have 2 seconds left, counting. This is a big game for a lot of teams. This is a big game for T1, for Team Egg, who we're watching at the moment, the underdogs of the story. A big game. Hog and GTS Art are out. Take a look, just to confirm that. They are out. Nice shots by Shotaro, by the way. Definitely picking on them. Solid R301 damage shots. He definitely put that team in the worst possible positioning. They're just bouncing, trying to find their footing, trying to get some peeks in, and there it is. They're going to be picking on this team, not buying them any sort of time. Shotaro took way too much damage on that rotation in, and that was the mistake that definitely occurred, and T1 has the high ground. Let's take a look at T1's POV. T1 right now is laughing at the situation. They're getting picks, they're getting damage, they're getting nade damage. Everyone else is fighting in the lobby, but them. I don't think they're aware of the rat that they just got caught out there. And look at them all fly up in the air. Everyone looked like they were knocked. That was from the Horizon Q. Getting them. Koran is definitely enjoying the Spitfire damage that he's laying waste to. And there we go. The additional damage. There's a team down below. T1 just has to hold, and there the crypto does go out, and there's the bubble to buy themselves just a little bit of time. This is T1's game, unless the Caustic does way too much damage to them. Who would have thought that the Caustic would be making this much of a play, and now we're having another Dragon Ball Z fight. Looks like it's Goku versus Frieza. We're back on Namek, and there we go. T1 clutching it out. Congratulations to T1 taking game 4, ladies and gentlemen. Big game by T1. One second here, and we'll switch POVs in just a second. I think we are all set. Yep, looking pretty good. All right, 1 second here. And then we will switch and take a look at the scoreboard. All right, let me load into the next round. This is game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Game 5. Game 5 already looking pretty hot. Switch that already there, and I'll switch over the scoreboard in just a moment. If you're just tuning in, don't forget to leave a like again on the stream. Every little bit helps support what we do here on the channel. Excuse me, have the hiccups. And once that lobby is up, we'll reconnect. Once we break down the scores and really take a look, this is looking pretty good for a lot of teams now. Crazy Raccoon is still match point though. They're in the best possible situation right now. We'll just have to see if that decides to shape things up. All right, looking at the score, I don't think we're going to have any other teams necessarily pop off at match point. This is going to still be Crazy Raccoon's game. So once these scores update again, we'll talk about them in just a moment. GTS Art unfortunately did go down at 15th place with 3 kills, and we're going to talk about everything that occurred in this lobby in just a moment. We'll talk about some of them, and let's talk about some of them now. Let's switch over to scoring. Hit refresh, and we'll take a look. Okay, so not all the scores are updated yet. Let's actually just think they got updated again. Take a look. So Crazy Raccoon is still the only team at match point. COG is only 7 points away. So this is still looking pretty solid for Crazy Raccoon. They pushed the team for Reignite, but unfortunately, I mean, honestly, if they managed to get Reignite with a solid, clean fight, that was looking pretty solid. But even then, T1 rolled up right behind. That was really tough. So there's not another team at match point at the moment. It looks like we just got another refresh of score. Take a look here. Crazy Raccoon again, still match point. COG A second place with 43 points. GTS Art in third place with 39 points. Reignite with 35 points in fourth place. Sunsister, God in fifth place. We'll see what the score is updated. This was a big game for T1. They'll get boosted up. Once the scores are updated, we'll know how far up they did go. This was also pretty solid for Team Egg, but no other team is at match point at the moment, which means they just had to make sure they keep bullying Crazy Raccoon out of the lobby. Now, Crazy Raccoon has had a stellar performance. I'm definitely rooting for them. They're doing really well, and you know, I've always been very impressed by Ras's overall performance that he's always shown in these tournaments. So looking pretty solid, ladies and gentlemen, looking pretty solid. Again, while we have a little bit of a moment to breathe, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. Every little bit helps support what we do here. It means a whole lot, the fact that you guys are here and supporting the channel, and it means a whole lot. All right, give me 1 second here. Just taking a look at one more thing here while we go into the next round. Again, what time is it for you around the world actually at the moment? The sun actually should be coming out, but unfortunately it has been raining quite hard here where I'm at the moment. Now let's see here. Yeah, we should be good to go. I just wanted to make sure that we're all set. 1 sec, ladies and gentlemen, and then we will be good to go in the lobby. Sorry, I'm just making sure I'm catching up on what the teams are doing, and once the score is updated, we will be all set for Game 5 of the playoffs. This could be Crazy Raccoon's win here. It could not be. We could go into Game 6. We could literally go into Game 7, Game 8, Game 9. I mean, we could be here. We could be here for quite a while, ladies and gentlemen. We really could, but at the same time, we could not. We'll have to see. let me make sure. What is... I just want to make sure I'm understanding what this last thing that I'm looking at is. And then we'll be good to go. Okay. All right. Well, the round is looking pretty hot. Let me switch over the scoreboard just so you see it. I'm going to remind myself to switch back in just a moment. I have to switch back the scoreboard. Let's take a look. We just need Sunsister's score to be updated, but again, we don't see any teams. Team Egg managed to really push up in 5th place here. That's looking pretty solid. Again, every team has to fight for the spot because there's a lot of money on the line, so regardless of one team taking it away and taking 1st place overall, every little positioning and spots really matters in overall how much they're going to take away from this tournament. T1 score still needs to be updated. I'm sure they're much higher because they got a win. That's 12 points, plus they managed to get quite a few kills that last round. Let's see where they boost up to. All right, it looks like it was updated. Let's take a refresh, and then once we're done looking at the score, take a look. Okay, switch back. It's not done updating quite yet, but whenever it is, we'll come take a look, and then we'll break that down a little bit further. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate all of you guys for being here. Don't forget, again, to leave a like on the channel and the stream. It's the fastest and best way to support what you're watching here. If you're enjoying what you're watching, it really means a whole lot. If you're just tuning in, this is a great moment to tune in because we're about to approach Game 5. And don't forget to drink some water. I got to remind myself to drink some water because we got a pretty intense day of APAC Legends for today. This is APAC Legends Global Series, APAC North. APAC North, ladies and gentlemen, which is Asia Pacific, and this is the playoffs. This is how this format works. Just as a reminder, seeing a team that reaches match point, meaning they have to get a minimum of 50 points and then they have to win. Crazy Raccoon has won a match already, but they have to win again now that they've reached match point. So any team that reaches 50 points and beyond, they have to win to overall win the tournament for everything to essentially stop. All right. We'll see what happens. Things are getting pretty intense, ladies and gentlemen. Things are getting pretty hectic and pretty wild. All right, let's see here. All right, we should be all set. I'm pretty pumped. Hopefully you're just excited as I am going into the next round. I just need to check one thing here. All right, see how this goes. I'm very excited, very pumped. And we'll get into the next round. Oh, shoot. Now let's switch over to the scoreboard real quick. I want to take a look at the score. I want you guys to see, and we're going to refresh here. And there it is. It's all updated. T1, 45 points. They had so many kill points. This is looking like, this is a fantastic day for T1, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't even realize just how many points that they had overall in the lobby. That's a massive number of kills that they have showcased. T1, all they need is just to have a decent game for this next round, just to get to match point, push out Crazy Raccoon. But this is looking really, really solid for them, ladies and gentlemen. This is looking really, really big. This could be their moment. All right, so the next round is about to start in just a moment. Whenever it does, we'll get in. We'll be sure to capture all the action. T1, looking pretty good. COG, not far behind. They need 7 more points. GTS Art, Reignite could honestly walk away with this if they need to. A lot of teams could just get a win or 2nd place or 3rd place and really start to clutch this. So this is a really big day. This is a really big round. So we got to keep an eye on T1, Crazy Raccoon, COG, and GTS. And while Fennel, unfortunately, just hasn't been performing as well, you know, it just hasn't been their day. And I've seen them do well. They've won prior tournaments, by the way. They won the last playoff that I remember, if I'm not mistaken. And they've really shown up, and I've seen them just run away with the lobby. The question is just, can they maintain it? I don't think any teams are really going to change up their composition as you see on screen. but just we'll memorize it real quick, and I'll turn off the music once we're in game, and we'll take a look at everything that's happening. Oh man, what a day for Apex Legends. I appreciate all of you guys for being here. It's super early in the morning, but nonetheless, it means a whole lot that all of you guys are watching, being a part, and just so you guys know, it's a 5-minute delay, so I just got to see where all of you guys are at. A lot of people from Europe. Shout out to everyone there. I see people from Australia, from Sydney, Malaysia, Sweden, Austria. Appreciate all of you guys for being here. Okay. No teams, as you can tell, have really changed up their compositions. Everyone is staying very consistent.
Let's land here.
Oh, didn't mean to mute. Apologize for that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go into Game 5. Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Big game for today. Let's see if anyone can test. If we're seeing anybody, everyone's landing in their usual spots. T1 is splitting trials. Definitely a team we have to keep an eye on for this next round. Got to keep a close eye on them, ladies and gentlemen. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to lag for just a second. I'm going to close this out. I want to keep a close eye on T1. Switch over to T1's POV here. So as we look, and we can see from the lobby, T1 is just going through their normal loot pattern here. This is a big game for T1. T1 is definitely feeling fresh. They're definitely feeling good. I wonder if he'll switch back to his triple take. No, he's going to run the R through one of the EVA 8 as a combo. Definitely now an infamous combo. Definitely very powerful. Definitely very strong. At this point now, again, there is a little bit of lag that you're going to see at the start of the round. Don't worry, it does dissipate, does go away. And Crazy Raccoon, look at this. There's another zone going to Crazy Raccoon here. This is crazy. This is actually pretty wild to see. Did you have your tea yet? I actually, because I'm only shoutcasting APAC North, I don't even think I need tea. Honestly, I'm ready, I'm primed, and I'm on fire. I'm all set. Like, I'm good to go. Going into the next round here, I'm ready. Crazy Raccoon is... all they got to do is hold. All they got to do is hold, and this is theirs. This is literally theirs for the taking. Look at all that nice loot. Looking pretty solid. I got a gold helm, got a gold backpack. All they need is just to loot every single thing in this area, and they're sitting good. They're sitting good. Nobody's done any damage in the lobby yet, but once we see it, I'll switch over to that POV so we don't miss any of the action. Right now, we'll just keep an eye on Crazy Raccoon because, you know, obviously there are our stars right now in the lobby. But the minute any action takes place, I'll switch over to that POV, and then we'll take a look at all the action. Edwin, thank you so much, by the way, for the $10 donation. Really appreciate the support and appreciate all of you guys for being here. It's super early in the morning, and I know it's a, you know, great time for Apex. And Mr. Lemmy, appreciate you being here as well. So what you're seeing here is we're in Game 5 of playoffs at the moment. It looks like we might have Sunsisters rolling up on Crazy Raccoon. Let's take a look to see if we're going to see any of that action here. Really means a whole lot for all of you guys supporting the channel. Don't forget to leave a like as well. Leaving a like definitely helps support the channel, helps people find the stream. And if you're just tuning in and wondering, what in the world are you watching? This is Apex Legends Global Series APAC North, which is Asia Pacific. This is the playoffs, and how this format works is that the minute a team reaches above 50 points, which is match point, once they reach that point and they win a game, they will win the overall playoffs, but they have to win after they get 50 points. So it gets very hectic and get very, very crazy. And right now, as you can tell in the lobby, it's gotten quite quiet. All right, it looks like they are aware of Sunsister's presence, so I'm kind of letting the tension kind of build up here in the lobby. Everyone is definitely aware of what's happening. Look how many teams have already rotated on this. This is crazy. This is about to get messy. Nice shots by Captain, already starting to fry. Exactly the amount of damage that you need to see to get a team to back off. Now, right now, we have all the teams rotating in, as you can tell. Nobody's really contesting. T1 is still going to edge, get some of their kills from a distance. Let's take a look at CG. It's POV here. Chouette Gaming is already into a solid fight. Getting picked on from a distance from SG. SG usually takes no name. The reason we call it no name because it's got no name over here. And they usually take Overlook. So now a lot of the teams that we're going to keep an eye on, and we're not going to look at Crazy Raccoon as much unless they magically start to get into some massive firefight, is the reason why is that they really shouldn't get into a fight. It would be very surprised if they managed to get into one. But now let's just take a look at SG and how they're going to rotate in.
I need light ammo.
Well, it looks like Crazy Raccoon was already into a fight here. What is going on over here? Lag Gaming decided to roll up on them. That's kind of an odd choice on their part. Definitely got eyes in the sky on this action already occurring. We do have a fight already breaking out over here with Sunsisters and Lag Gaming. Lag Gaming just really trying to get away. But unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough. Let's switch over to Sunsisters POV to see if they manage to finish off that fight. And it looks like Lag, unfortunately, did get knocked out. That's going to be it for them. Right now, our current kill leader who has the most damage in the lobby is Shimaru, with only 1 kill, but definitely has the most damage currently being displayed.
Hostile close. Let's go this way.
Right now, the lobby, again, the tension is building. I can feel the tension. It's almost like you don't necessarily need to say a whole lot of what's occurring here. Just because we know how much is on the line at the moment and everything that is taking place. So as you can tell, I do have a lot of the individuals highlighted, as you can see on screen. So let's take a third-party view here. Just so you're aware of the teams and where they are at. So switch back over to Crazy Raccoon.
Enemy over there.
Things are looking pretty intense. So what I've done is I've enabled the highlights within the wall so you can see where the enemy teams are located, so you know what they're dealing with here. So you got a team over on the left. Everyone is just kind of hunkered down at the moment here. Everyone is 100% hunkered down at what they're looking at. Let's take a look, make sure that we're not missing the action here. Because most of the damage here already taking place. He's snagging some nice shots to the flat line. They're picking on CG. CG is getting absolutely fried. They already have 2 down. Crazy Raccoon doesn't even need points, but they're already still picking on all these teams. They're just making sure they don't get picked up. As you can tell, the Gibby's right behind the wall, but he doesn't really have any space to really breathe. Crazy Raccoon has to be careful because most teams definitely want them out of the lobby. And if they know which team that is there, and it looks like Orthros Magical is showing up and falling right behind them here. FL looks like they're already going out. Let's take a look at their POV. This is not good for FL. Again, FL has not had much of a solid game today. Team Egg has definitely been pushing him out. Let's take a look on the map to see how they're chasing him real quick so you're aware. So Team Egg is mopping them up here, and we got Moman running away at the moment, trying just to find some positioning in. We got Orthros Magical about to crawl over the wall. Let's take a look. Crazy Raccoon just managed to clean that up, which is perfectly fine. No issues there. Everything is looking pretty good.
Heads up. Check out this way.
Alright, it looks like everyone is kind of just chilling in the lobby. We don't have a whole lot happening right now. But that's mostly because everyone is just trying to find a building and some positioning to get in, because we still have 18 squads remaining, 52 in the lobby still alive. As you can tell, as things get pretty intense, I did enable the highlights so you can see them through the walls. I figured it was going to be very important, especially as teams start to really get... what's the word I'm looking for? Get really close, and almost the best word is claustrophobic. And still our current kill leader is Shimaru. Shimaru is still the person who's done the most damage in the lobby. I want to highlight this for a moment. The reason I'm highlighting this is because a lot of teams haven't done a whole lot of damage. This is the person who's done the most damage, who has the most kills currently, which means that you're not seeing a whole lot of fights break out. But once they do, we'll switch over to their POV. And the question is, who is at 50 points at the moment? Crazy Raccoon is at 50 points at the moment, and they currently have zone, as you can see from the map. So right now, nobody's really taking shots. I will switch over to the next kill leader once we see a lot of damage taking place. But right now, we've been seeing a lot of teams just playing very passive. And they have the team right above them, as you can see, right from the map there. Now that we've kind of enabled them, you can see who's right above them. They do have height above them. And looks like, there we go. Got a new kill leader. Coming up with Captain. We switched as fast as we could, but that happened very, very quickly. I'm still a little flabbergasted with how much Crazy Raccoon is still putting pressure in this lobby and managing to clutch out so much damage. Again, Captain's damage with a G7 is uncontested. He's always managing to get crazy G7 shots. He's incredibly consistent with the weapon, and it's scary to see. And I trust me, I switched as fast as humanly possible, but he just racked up that damage so quickly, and it's just occurred so fast. So, I mean, I was spamming the button to make sure we caught it, but, you know, sometimes when damage takes place, and here we go, North taking height on the building over here. This was the last damage that did take place.
Cancel that.
Once the next damage does take place, we'll switch over the POV. Everyone is getting super intense here. We do have a fight breaking out with SG, but unfortunately it's already been cleaned up. A lot of fighting taking place, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of fighting. GTS already getting into a fight. Let's take a look at their POV. Let's take a look at where the action is taking place here. This is this has definitely changed what we normally see on Apex Legends, especially for this tournament. There's just so much tension in the lobby, and I can tell that teams are feeling the pressure. I have never quite seen this as much as we're seeing it right now, where teams are just getting into quick isolated fights, and nobody's really hard committing. There's not a whole lot of damage. The current kill leader still is Captain with 3 kills and 776 damage. So I want you to understand and put in perspective that when we're having these little breakouts and fights, mostly what's occurring at the moment is a lot of teams are just kind of edging zone and taking fights where they can. This was the last damage that we saw take place. And we'll take a look at how this manages to break out. My gosh, can you feel the tension in this lobby? There's just so much on the line right now that teams do not want to get caught out. A lot of fights are just breaking out at random from distance, essentially. Let's take a look at GTS's POV. GTS, I mean, all they're doing is just getting caught out of rotation, unfortunately. And this is the damage that you saw that was taking place from a distance here. And all they're trying to do is just trying to catch him out. Orthros is just going to clean up this fight in just a hot second here. And this poor Gibraltar is just going to be going out. And there it is, GTS. And now here we've had one of the first fights really breaking out of the lobby. One that isn't just one of just pick damage. There's the res. And we need the cover from the Wraith to get the damage in. And there's another Gibraltar ult already taking place. This is a big fight between Reignite as well as Orthros. I apologize. We'll just call them Magical. I believe I'm butchering their name, and I apologize for that. Sometimes these things do happen. And we do have a reset of these two teams. Let's take a look. I believe the current kill leader is still Crazy Raccoons. Let's go right back into that action. Believe it or not, as you saw, the most damage still that has been dealt out in this lobby has been from Crazy Raccoon. Again, it just paints the narrative, showcases what's really happening in this lobby. We're seeing a lot of respect happening. We're seeing a lot of patience from teams. We're seeing a lot of farming of damage. We're seeing a lot of rotations occurring. We're seeing a lot of teams just wanting to make sure that they don't get caught out. Crazy Raccoon just needs to hold their position. They need to wait. They need to play patiently. And once they do, they're going to be in a much better spot. Let's switch over to FL because FL fortunately did get knocked. This is the crypto ult that we did see go out. We thought it was going to be some extra damage. Unfortunately, it was not. Let's see. Moman is able to clutch this out. Unfortunately, does take a massive amount of damage. Now has to reset. Does take a bit of cover from behind. Let's see if he manages to get the bat off. He does not. And North manages to clean this up nice and clean. FL, it's not their day today. It's not their day, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, North, while they did manage to get the cleanup, now they need to res. He should have waited before he saw one already jump in. He's about to push in right behind them, and now they are clutched and stuck in here. This is not good. Ace, all he has to do at this point is just try to survive. That unfortunately is not going to be enough because he's going to get knocked out with his team in just a hot second. He's just biding time, trying to survive for dear life. That does go out, and there it is for Connect Gaming. Let's take a look, make sure we're not missing Crazy Raccoon, because they are getting pushed on by many different teams. FLK is located right below them, and most teams are all starting to get very claustrophobic here. It's getting really tight. We got 13 teams coming into Zone 4, ladies and gentlemen. Got some shots taking place from a distance. Let's take a look at our new kill leader. Shitaru does have now the most damage and kills, or most damage technically, in the lobby. Technically, this should go over to Captain, but probably just a little bit of a mistake there. It's okay.
Let's explore this way.
Team Egg making a presence, making a show.
Target spotted.
We do have some shots. Let's take a look at Reignite. Reignite trying to go for port here, trying to clutch up some damage. We don't see many Krabers in play. We're seeing a lot of Prowlers more so than anything. We'll take a look at Crazy Raccoon in just a moment, make sure they're not getting pushed out, because we do know that teams are aware of their presence and they want them out of this lobby as fast as humanly possible. Let's take a look at Rass's POV, already getting a lot of damage in with the Hemlock. Let's take a look at Captain. Let's see if he manages to clutch out some G7 shots for us. Tries to clutch at the G7 shots, unfortunately misses, but it's okay. This team is still looking pretty hot, but they do have a very hard rotation. This is pulling towards south, and Reignite has the main point in the lobby, and USG is getting into the next firefight as we see into the building as a whole currently. But they are getting sandwiched at the moment, and USG has every opportunity to manage to push in, but they're just waiting for the right opportunity to do so. We do see some strong R99 shots, 106 damage. This is screaming to push. They do see that individuals are down. USG has to make a play here, but they're also trying not to get too greedy. They do know that this is T1. T1 at this point has a solid 3 kills to their name. If they can get a solid 2 more, this pushes them to match point. But unfortunately, they just need to win the next round, not this one, to manage to clutch out. Let's see how Crazy Raccoon is going to make their play into zone, and we're going to keep an eye on them, because this is the team that if they manage to push in just as we did before, we don't want to jinx it, and we do have a lot of teams that are going to fight here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the unfortunate part that happens with Apex Legends sometimes, with teams that definitely play a lot more patiently, is that we're going to see the tension. We see the team that's located right below them. They, of course, are not aware of that, but they need to find some footing in, and this isn't looking too good for Crazy Raccoon. And one has gone down. Let's see if Captain is able to throw his bubble down, get the res in play, and throws his Gibraltar ult to buy themselves some time. There is a team located right down below them. They're going to pop their Q up. Let's see how Crazy Raccoon manages to potentially clutch out the situation. There is the ult, but it's going to be a pull right back in for Captain. And this is not looking good for Crazy Raccoon. This is going to go into another game at this point. This is going to go into Game 6, Connect Gaming. Let's take a look at T1's POV. They are our next stars of the lobby. Crazy Raccoon, while they had good positioning before, this is going to be very rough for them. Now knowing that T1, let's see how many points that they do have. They do have enough points. This puts them at match point, ladies and gentlemen. Match point. Unfortunately, even though they're going to be match point going into this round, they'll have to win the next round. But at least they're sitting comfortably knowing that they have enough points, because they do have a total of 5 points. This is pretty good for them. This is exactly where they need to be. Even if they go out here, this is still exactly the game that T1 needed, and they're not as stressed as they were before. So quite literally, if they go out here, this is not the end of the world for them. This is not too bad, because again, they do have a total of 50 points going for match point into the next round, but not to worry here. Let's take a look at GTS Black, and we'll take a look at COG if they're still in the game. We do have Brazdian becoming the new kill leader, so let's follow GTS Black. GTS Black, just so you're aware, has been lower on the lobby. They have a total of 20 points, but if they get a massive kill point game as what they're doing right now, this could be huge for them going into match point. So essentially we're going into another kill point game. There's a lot of fights breaking out. Let's take a look at Orthros and how they're managing to survive. They're fighting. There's a massive fight breaking out with USG. They managed to clean that up, and now we have the zone closing. Let's see how GTS Black. Let's cover these champions here at the moment, because they are kill leader. They managed to get a lot of damage here in the lobby. Let's see if they manage to have a large kill point game, because essentially if they manage to get first, it's going to be a total of potentially 32 points for them. Now if they manage to get an additional kill points on top of that, well, they could push them up to match point. We'll see if they manage to do so, and they manage to keep this momentum up. We've seen it happen before with a lot of underdog teams, but we'll see if they keep up the momentum happening. Brazdian is jumping. This is a ballsy play. He's just feeling lucky. He's got 5 kills to his name. His Gibraltar needs to throw his bubble to provide some cover, because his Wraith does not have... What a solid armor shield swap there. Massive play for them. Let's see if their Gibraltar does have his bubble. It is on CD. This isn't looking too good. Not looking too good for them, and they do go out and Reignite, looking pretty solid. Reignite coming in hot. If they manage to clutch this game out, this has been just absolute chaos for most of the lobby. Non-stop team after team dying. Reignite. Let's take a look at the kill leader at the moment. Shotaru is in the building at the moment with the most amount of kills, but F. Twayan is right outside the building. Not looking too hot for these teams. LFT could manage to get a good game here. The team we want to pay attention to is Reignite, because currently they have a total of 4 points to their name. But if Reignite does clutch out this win, this could also push them to match point, making Game 6 very important, very big, and putting the pressure on Crazy Raccoon.
Contact with hostile.
So as we see now, the team that has the upper hand at the moment is Reignite. Reignite, if they play this patiently, they have to win this round now. Ladies and gentlemen, they have to win this round to really push up to match point. So if they get picked on, this is not going to look too good for them. They have to play patiently. They have to wait. Let's see who drops down on them. Let's see how they manage to make a play here. Let's take a look at the Pathy's POV. See how the Pathy has been absolutely frying and on fire. I think they're just trying to go for swaps here, trying to find whatever extra things. So hopefully they don't get too greedy here, because if they do, that's not looking too good up top. As you can tell, they have reset it up top.
Let's explore this way.
They do have a Pathfinder to get right back up to the action. They do have multiple points of zips. They have the zip right in front of them. They can put another zip if they need to. Let's see how they manage to play this out. Once the team from up above fights, and there it is, he's going to put another zip up above. He takes minimal damage. He's not too worried. Reignite's not too worried, but if they do get this round, this could be big for them. This could be big for them. And there they go. Now we got a 3v3 situation. The Rat has gone down. They managed to prowler him down. Unfortunately, F. Twine, Team Egg goes out in third. If they get this, there's the port down. Maybe he can try to get a kidnap. There's a solid nade damage. That would be a time, if ever, to go for a potential play. But unfortunately, they didn't go in on it. They're definitely feeling the tension. They didn't go up on it. They've gotten some damage here. They have multiple points of entry, but they're still feeling the pressure and the tension. See if that Arcstar manages to snag here. There it is. There it is. This is not looking good. They're definitely feeling it. They could potentially now they have no choice but to stay down below here. They're trying to throw as much nades, and one is dropping down. This is big for Reignite. This is big for them. Unfortunately, they just got to keep it together just a little longer. And there's the cue from the Wraith, the last remaining participant alive. Can he survive long enough to buy himself some time? Unfortunately, the port does disappear, and Reignite has thrown the round. They had the one-up. They had the Arcstar. At any point, the pressure, you could feel the tension, ladies and gentlemen. That was such a hard game for them. Unfortunately, they did go out there. And here we go into the next round. What a round, ladies and gentlemen. That's definitely not what Reignite needed. They might be match point, because they did manage to snag one extra kill. But it's going to be a little close, and I don't know. It's going to be pretty close. We're going to have to take a look at the scoreboard and take a look. It's pretty close now, ladies and gentlemen. So Reignite got a total of 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll try to do some quick math. 7 plus 9. 7 plus 9 plus 35. Let's do the math real quick on our calculator. 7 plus 9 plus 35. They're actually at match point. They threw that round, but I mean, listen, they're still at match point. They're at 51 points, so they still managed to clutch that out. That's still really close. So they have match point. T1, Reignite, many teams still at match point. This is still, they're still in the running. Let's get into the next round. All right, once the scoreboard does get updated, we're going to review and talk about everything that's occurring. We do have 3 teams, T1, Crazy Raccoon, and Reignite. It would be great to see a Pathfinder. Look, I have Pathfinder. I've been playing them a lot more recently. Crazy Raccoon is a fan favorite, but Reignite, seeing them manage to fuel the flames and clutch this out would be exciting to see. It would be exciting to see, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's connect. Let's hop right back into this, and then we'll take a look at the scoreboard in just a moment. I'm going to hit refresh. Let me take a look at that score. The 3 teams that we want to keep a look at here are T1, Crazy Raccoon, and Reignite. We'll see if anybody has managed to get match point, but I believe those are the 3 teams that should be at match point currently. Everyone should be reconnecting. Everyone has been maintaining momentum through these lobbies quite consistently. And in fact, if we go past 6 games, I'm not even going to have an overlay anymore for the remaining games. I'll just have to put on screen some text or something to say we're in game 7. So I apologize for that. Definitely needed more of those going overall, knowing that we could potentially go into 10 rounds today. 10 rounds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the next round, everyone is reconnecting. If you're just joining in, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. Every little bit helps support what we do here on the channel, means a whole lot. We'll give a shout out to a lot of people in chat in just a moment. But Boss Guy, thank you so much for maintaining the chat as well, keeping up with everybody. Let's take a look at everyone here in the chat. Red Zombie, still here. Thank you so much. A Spectral, I know, I'm jinxing it, unfortunately. Jinxing it again. Boss Guy, appreciate you for moderating the chat. Alicio, it's good to have you here. Shout out to your reminder, this stream is on a 5-minute delay. The Diesel, appreciate you still for being here and being a part of the stream and the channel. For those that are watching, don't forget to leave a like, because again, every little bit helps support what we do, and it means a whole lot. Tenzin, thank you so much for watching as well, for being a part of the stream and being a part of the channel. We'll get back into it here in just a moment. We got Game 6, ladies and gentlemen. Game 6. Let's take a look. I'm going to refresh the scoreboard, and let's break this down. Essentially, what is happening? What is happening here in the lobby? All right. Team that we're waiting for to update their score. I know T1 is match point. Reignite needs their score updated. I'll switch that in just a second, and then we'll take a look at the breakdown of everything that's happening. Exciting day, ladies and gentlemen, of Apex Legends. What a great night for APAC North. I think this is... we've seen the Kraber make some massive plays. We've seen some interesting combinations in terms of comp. It's not just one stack happening altogether. We're seeing even the potential of a Pathfinder team taking championship lead. This is really exciting to see. I hope all of you guys are enjoying the journey. Hopefully you guys are enjoying being here, being a part of the stream. Don't forget, at this moment, grab yourself a snack, come back, because we're potentially about to see the whole tournament wrap up. We're going into Game 6. We need one team to win. We need Crazy Raccoon, T1, or Reignite to take first place. If they do, that would be it for this next round. All right, let's take a look here. Let me hit refresh, and then we're going to break down what's occurring out on the scoreboard. I'm going to wait for Reignite score to get updated, because that's definitely one of the most important ones that we're looking at. And then we'll be well underway. Big game, ladies and gentlemen. Again, for those that are tuning in, this is you're just watching, or like, what am I watching? This is Apex Legends Global Series, APAC North, which stands for Asia Pacific. Now, what we're waiting on right now is some of the scores to update so we can get a leader on the board. I'm just still waiting for Reignite scores to update, but that's okay. So, we have been casting pretty early this morning, and I'm curious for everyone in chat, what snack are you having? while you're enjoying the stream? Are you eating anything? Are you chilling? Are you vibing? It's pretty early in the morning here. It's about to approach 8 a.m. here, and the sun finally has come out. We started pretty early at 5 a.m. when there was just no sun out. Took a little bit of a nap. We're kind of resetting, trying to get comfortable. I would love to actually eat more pasta. It's probably what I'm going to eat later. Have some spaghetti. I only ate once yesterday. That's what I'm going to have. Any of you guys having popcorn, any snacks, anything at home, let us know. Let us know what you're having as a snack as you're enjoying the tournament as we go into Game 6. Hit refresh. Okay, let's just break this down anyways. I'm positive that Reignite is in with 51 points based on that last performance. When this gets updated, we'll take a look at it. Crazy Raccoon as well as T1 are match point at the moment going into the next round. I know it hasn't highlighted yet, but it's 50 points. We're looking at here, obviously, once a team reaches 50 points and then they win the next round, there's no limit again to the number of teams that are match point eligible. Just something important to note. And there we go. It's all updated, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. There we have it. Let's break this down. Our top 3 teams that we're looking at: Crazy Raccoon with 64 total points, T1 51, Reignite with 51. This is what we're looking for, ladies and gentlemen. This is the big moment for these teams. COG is pretty close. Team Egg is right behind with 45. GTS, based on how this next round can go, we could have essentially 6 teams at match point. But right now we got 3. These are the 3 most important teams that matter right now, because if they manage to clutch it out, that could be everything for us. So let's switch back over to the POV in game, and we'll get started here in just a minute. Just waiting for USG to fully connect, and then we'll be good to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you guys are enjoying the channel, enjoying the stream. We're about to go underway for the next round. 3 teams match point. This could be the last game of the day, and it could not be. Listen, we could have COG. COG only needs 2 kills. They literally only need to place 10th place, and then they're in the running. Team Egg needs to get at least 4th or 5th place, or even if they get 10th place or 3 kills, and they're in the running again. GTS Art, I mean, they need a little bit more of a push. They can get 2nd place with no kills, maybe 3rd place with no. Well, they need 2nd place with at least a kill to really be pushed up. So a lot of these teams, I mean, this has not been FL or FLK's day, but the thing is that they could come in with a massive kill game, and it could change literally everything in the lobby. Is this a second stream? This is APAC North, just a FYI. Gaurav, is great to see you here. Appreciate you being here in the stream and being in the channel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to be underway. We got USG all connected, and then we should be all set up for the next game. It's getting pretty crazy, chat. All right, let's get underway. Boss Guy, thank you so much for moderating the chat. I really appreciate you. Hopefully you guys are ready for the next round. This could be the last round of the day. It could not. We could literally go into Game 7. And then, I mean, there you go. Essentially what I need to do is I need to put a big block around the number, and we're just going to have to essentially say that's Game 7 that way. I'm going to do some custom editing on the fly, depending if we actually go into the next round. We'll see. We'll see if it ends here, if it doesn't. We'll see. Game 6, match point. We'll see if teams decide to grief T1, Crazy Raccoon, or Reignite, or if T1 is going to change up their composition and how they're rotating. T1 usually edges, but I wonder if they're going to play it safer and after they loot their armors and everything, and they just go full on into zone and just wait. Because at this moment, they just need... These 3 teams just need to go play zone and wait for the end game. They don't need kills. They don't need damage. As long as they have enough resources to fight the end game match, they are all set and good to go. They just have to win. They could literally win with no kills and punch somebody at the end, and that literally will win them the tournament. We're at that point of the level. Here we go. Let's take a look at the compositions from before. I don't think we're going to see much changes from the overall teams and compositions that we're looking at. But again, anything can happen. It'll be interesting if some of the teams down below start to run a more aggressive comp. Maybe we'll see some Octane. Maybe we'll see some Revenant. We're at the point in the tournament where desperate times call for desperate measures. We may see some teams start to push out a lot more and become a lot more aggro. We'll have to see, though. We'll have to see if that actually happens. I'm not 100% sure, though. Going into Game 6, it has been a long day for a lot of these guys already. This has been going on for about... Actually, not too bad. We've been keeping the momentum going with these rounds. This has actually been pretty stellar. This has been pretty good. We started at 5 a.m. It's only 8 a.m. It's only been 3 hours. But honestly, we've been keeping momentum through the rounds very consistently with little to no downtime. Everyone is taking this very seriously. Let's see, did any comps change? No comps, it looks like, have changed. Everyone is maintaining their still positioning. No Octane, no Revenant, no YOLO strats. Everyone's playing it safe. Everyone's playing passionately. Let's pause the music and get in to Game 6. Hopefully you guys are all excited. It's a pretty big moment for APAC, seeing who takes APAC North to the playoffs. We got to keep an eye on T1. We have to keep an eye on Crazy Raccoon. We have to keep an eye as well on Reignite. Let's see if they manage to clutch it out. Take a look at Reignite. Let's follow their path, because this could be Reignite's night, no pun intended. Quite literally. It would be amazing to see the one comp that is very much different compared to all the rest, which is Pathfinder. Seeing a Pathfinder in play, and they have definitely really spread out their loot, as you can tell here. They have a lot of space and positioning. All they got to do is get a bit more loot, and they're going to be sitting quite nice and comfortable. So we got T1, obviously splitting their usual. Lava Fissure and Trials. Not much of a change here. They're staying pretty safe. They do have a closer spot to zone. Technically, Crazy Raccoon now has a further place from zone than usual. What's interesting, though, is that the teams that are further down below in terms of points are not really changing their strat to go aggro and make a big play. If we do, we'll switch over to that POV immediately, but no damage has been dealt currently in the lobby. No damage dealt, no stress, no worries here. Everyone is just trying to find their footing and find their positioning. So again, if we switch over to Reignite's POV, we can tell that there's not much stress here for them. They're just looting up, they're taking their spots, and they're taking their positioning. Everyone now knows where zone is. This could potentially pull... Where have we seen the zone exactly pull? It's not going to pull over to the right. It's not going to be a train yard ending. I've seen the ending kind of pull here down towards the center. I just don't think this is going to pull on the north side. Speaking of north, we do have Northeption potentially running into a team over by train yard. We have GTS Black, who has had a decent performance. If they have a massive kill game, could definitely put them into a solid spot. So what I've done is I've turned on highlights. I want you guys to be able to see as well who is nearby and what's occurring. No damage currently has been dealt in the lobby, so there's no stress and no worries there. And there we have it. Some of the damage, some entry frag damage there. Solid shots by Kaba just getting some easy wingman shots. But unfortunately, now that they've taken height, they really can't contest him on it. Got a solid wingman skin, by the way. It's matching. Look at that. Nice little white and crystal clear skin. He does have his drone, which he could prop right below them to get some damage in. Unfortunately, we don't see any other further damage really taking place in the game or in the lobby. Teams are rotating. We, again, let's see if he's actually going to do a little bit of damage to him. He should prop his drone right underneath. He's just taking a look at birds in the sky, making sure nobody else is around him. And then we'll switch over to Kaba's POV. He drops his armor. Unfortunately, I believe he should be still taking damage from that. He did, unfortunately. But it looks like all teams are just kind of vibing and all just chilling, waiting. Everyone is rotating in. Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon. They do have the hardest rotation in at the moment. They do have some teams that could potentially sandwich them. They do know where zone is ending, but they have to get there very, very quickly. If they wait too long, that's not going to be good, because then essentially it puts them at a higher risk, and they have a fantastic armor situation at the moment. Let's take a look at T1 and see their armor situation.
Let's go this way.
Or let's take a look at Reignite, excuse me.
Move this way.
Let's take a look here.
Target over there. Enemy spotted.
There we go. Apologize for that. T1. There we look at their overall positioning.
Level 2.
They're looking pretty good. We've seen it kind of pull towards Lava Fissure. I don't really know where this is going to pull. This is a lot of 50-50s and where this could potentially pull. We'll keep an eye on T1 just because they're hard gating some teams out. We'll switch over to Crazy Raccoon in a moment once we see that they're rotating into a fight. And then we'll switch over as well to Reignite.
Maybe something good this way.
Reignite, I don't think they're going to get much into a fight. There's no reason for them to. Everything's looking pretty solid. Not too much going on here. But let's take a look at FL. FL actually may get into a fight here, already occurring pretty early on into the round. I don't think these two teams are aware of each other's presence, and now they are. Connects just a bit of damage, but not enough to really make a play. Let's take a look back at Reignite because they're getting into a firefight. They got a knock. Their Pathfinder looks like he got a massive knock from a mile away with a triple take. Ooh, solid 69 damage. We all know what that number's about. It's just a number, nothing too serious here. Gets a solid crack. Again, levels up his armor. He now has purple. This is looking good for Crazy Raccoon, looking good for Reignite so far. All of them have a very positive armor situation. Look at all of their armor situations. They're all looking quite good, as you can tell. Everyone, the top 3 teams, the ones that are all match point, are all looking pretty good.
Someone traveled through here.
Crazy Raccoon is still just trying to get in, trying to find their footing, and trying to find their positioning. The story of the ages right now is really looking at Crazy Raccoon, T1, and let's take a look at the person who's dealt the most damage in the lobby. Fortunately, we really don't have much damage that's really gone out.
Let's transfer to this spot.
We search from various teams, just keeping a close eye on all the action that's taking place. Everyone's just kind of finding their footing, finding their positioning, making sure that they're not getting caught out. There's a lot on the line here, and a lot of teams need to be very careful. Crazy Raccoon, as you can tell, is aware that there's a lot of teams in Train Yard. They're aware of the presence of them. So now we got 1 minute and 2 seconds as zone is closing. Wonder if they're going to take some shots. Captain is holding some trigger discipline because he doesn't want to make sure the teams are aware of him. Unfortunately, he does whip those 2 shots. It's kind of hard to predict when a person just moves randomly. And now they're just going to, I think, oh, here's the first fight of the round. Quite literally, the first fight of the round is about to break out, and unfortunately, it happens to be with Crazy Raccoon. If a team is aware of them, oh, and they hard dip. You saw that? USG was just like, nope. USG just left. They're gone. We have literally not seen a single person die in the lobby. And they're actually, commentators curse, quite literally, we see the first team go out. Let's take a look at Chouette Gaming. And it looks like it really wasn't the most, the knock that they were expecting. I think they're expecting him to get finished, and they're going to capture his banner. He's going to ult them to get them to stop, Here he is, going to collect the banner here. I know we actually did a guide on Crypto and how viable and useful he can be. This is only Zone 1, so they don't necessarily have to worry too much. They're not going to take too much damage, but they do need to be careful. Let's take a look at Connect Gaming. This is the most damage that actually has been dealt in the lobby. And as you can tell, there's the ones that were hard getting them out, and all they did was just kind of rotate back. So they do have the 1 kill that has occurred in the lobby. Can someone explain why Watson is out of the meta? It's mostly because of Gibraltar. Gibraltar's bubble actually pushes Watson heavily out of the meta because it doesn't break her fences, but it breaks the line between them. So it's easy to kind of push her out. And I was a Watson main whenever I have competed in the past. So this kind of pushed me out. Let's see what's going on here. USG already kind of getting some shots, and Fennel. Keep in reminder, Fennel has 25 points, so this is every which point that they really need to go on to this. They need to get into a fight. They need to clutch this out and get some kill points on the leaderboard. Kurihara trying to get some solid shots at the Hemlock, but unfortunately unable to find his footing here. There's the crack they're looking for. This is the moment that they needed, and now they're going to full send this. Momon is just trying to reset. They are aware of one that is above on the roof. Let's see if he manages to clutch this out. Solid damage going up. Got the Dragon Ball Z fight already occurring mid-air, and he managed to get the fight. We now have a 3v2 situation where everyone is mostly healthy at full health, except for now Pinot is now looking pretty dangerous, and they do get that knock. Now 3v1 situation. Moman just needs to clean that up, and they do. And now they're back in the leaderboard with the most kills in the lobby currently at a solid 2 with 331 damage. Not too bad. That's the first fight that we've actually seen take place this round. Quite literally, ladies and gentlemen, the first fight. That was the first fight that we saw that was legitimately a 3v3 situation. And here we are. Everyone is playing very passively, playing very safe. The next fight that could take place here, as we see some shots taking place from Quinta T with his mighty charge rifle. Doesn't have the most shots in the world, but there we go. Solid damage, gets the knock again. And now he has to reload and try to finish up this Bloodhound. FLK is getting picked on here from a distance. Unfortunately, unable to get the head glitch. I wonder if he's going to utilize his Gibraltar ult to catch them out. And there it is, as we call it. There we see it. There's a headshot damage. It does get a little bit of damage out. But FLK now has a moment to recover. Let's take a look at their POV to see if they're taking some damage. The PV bubble has gone out, and they are managing to recover. They said, Connect Gaming, you're not connecting any of these shots. Don't count us out of the lobby. Looks like Jupiter Vega is catching out Connect Gaming. They're counteracting with another Gibby ult, and there it is. He's going to have to run for dear life. The Crypto going to get absolutely fried. Unfortunately, wasn't even a crack. Actually, was not much to worry about there. If I was them, I wouldn't actually be too stressed. That wasn't half bad. And there we go. Jupiter Vega frying with the Spitfire. Connect Gaming, this is not what they needed. They needed their points. Just as an FYI, Connect Gaming does need this. How many kills does Connect Gaming have? Let's take a look at their POV. Connect Gaming only has 1 point. They need 15th place to get to match point. Just FYI, they literally need 1 more point on this. If they don't get 1 more point, that sucks for them. That's not looking too good. So they just need to play this patiently. They need to wait. FLK finally showing up, walking up on this team. They do have the Mighty Kraber in play. Let's see if they can manage to showcase the performance that we're seeing early on from the Kraber. If they manage to get a headshot, some damage in here, that's going to be looking good for them. All the other teams that are favorites at the moment, that are the champions. Let's see if we can manage to get the Kraber shot. Unfortunately, whiffs, slightly gives him a haircut there. My man getting a nice new shave. Solid damage. Unfortunately, now he is going down almost. There's a shots. We're looking at a potential 3v2, 1v1 now situation. Let's take a look at Jungi. Can he clutch this out? Unfortunately, cannot. And GTS Art is now the kill leader of the lobby. This is actually a fantastic positioning for them, because if they maintain this, and they're about to get thirded, this is not looking good for them. They need this positioning. They only have 3 kills to their name. Now keep in mind, GTS Art, that's only 45. That's not enough for match point. They need to survive just a little longer. He needs to rat. If he can get a solid, maybe let's say 9th, maybe 8th place, then they can have the position that they need. But unfortunately, this is not enough for them. Jupiter Vega is just full on aping at the moment. Jupiter Vega needs these points. They're currently really low on the scoreboard. They need to get some of these points out.
Let's explore this way.
Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon. They do have some more kill points to their name. They're getting into some firefights. They've been clutching out some stuff. Let's take a look at their POV and see how they're going to manage to clutch in. They have 1:09. There is the shots from Captain as well as Selly managing to clutch this out. You know, they've actually, you know what? While they need the points, they don't care. I think that they still will ape whenever they need to ape to find their positioning and footing. They do have to worry about Northeption. They're keeping a close eye on them, and they need to be careful about that. Crazy Raccoon needs to be careful here. Let's take a look at T1. I know we haven't taken a look at T1. T1 has just been kind of chilling at their corner over here. Everything is fine. Everything is hunky-dory here. Let's take a look at Reignite. Reignite has yet to move as well. This is, and actually, we came just in time. Reignite getting pushed. There's the caustic gas. This is a big moment for Reignite. If they get pushed here and they get knocked, this is a team that was at match point before. Dizzy trying to find his position, trying to find his footing with this team. He throws the Gibby bubble out. Is he going to manage to leave his team here? They are separated quite hard, and they are taking a lot of damage. This is not looking too good. Let's take a look at Rig. He does manage to get one out. We're looking at a 3v2 situation. This is looking pretty good for Reignite. If they hold him out, they're going to hold this positioning. He almost gets a crack. They do get grief from a distance. This team is backing off. As much as this pressure was here, this is looking pretty good for them. We'll switch over to Selly's team, which is Crazy Raccoon, in just a moment. Let's switch right back. We'll switch again as they push here. Selly manages to knock them out. This is looking pretty solid. Each of our championship teams right now are getting into firefights. Let's look at T1. T1 was only taking shots from a distance, so we're perfectly fine over here. Let's switch back over to Reignite. Reignite has recovered, and they're looking pretty good. Let's switch over to Crazy Raccoon, because Crazy Raccoon now has the hardest fight over to rotate in. These are our top 3 teams. These are all match point, and when we're talking about match point means that each of these teams can literally run away with this tournament if they win. They have to win, though. Now, let's see if Crazy Raccoon actually gets aggro here. If they get aggro here, do they need to do that? Because quite honestly, they could play patiently and they could wait. But they also want to fight for position when they have the moment. They're unaware that there's 2 teams over to the left, and they need to be careful because they could get griefed here if they're not careful. So it looks like they're opting to be safe and be comfortable, which is great. T1 as well as Reignite need to find some different positioning and different footing. They're aware of the teams that are fighting for their dear life over in this choke point, and he does manage to scan out the poor little Wraith all by herself. Selly needs to be careful not to get over aggro. Jupiter Vega is over here fighting for their dear life. Let's take a look at their POV, because I think this is the only fight that's really breaking out at the moment. Nice solid damage on both ends. They both crack each other. Guarantee both are just batting, and there's going to be a hard reset here. Let's take a POV at T1. T1 is getting a lot of picks here from a distance. Getting a lot of picks. Let's take a look at FL. FL is in shambles at the moment. They can definitely try to revive their buddy here, which is what they're doing. And there it is. They get their buddy right back in, and Crazy Raccoon is definitely aware of this. They could hardgate a lot of teams here and get a lot of points, but they're not really after points here. They don't need points. They just need to survive. Selly about to go down. This is not looking good for Crazy Raccoon. He does manage to get him out. He's trying to push him in. Solid movement, solid positioning. There is the res, and luckily he does have gold bag. Let's see if he manages to get it out in just in time, and he does, and now there's a hard reset. Selly almost costed them that game right there, but luckily his teammates were there to clutch it out. Because listen, if he went down and his team wasn't there with a gold bag or anything, that definitely was not looking good for Crazy Raccoon. And there we do see the reset. He does manage to finish up that enemy team there. FL not looking too hot. They do need to rotate in. They got 18 seconds. T1, Reignite. This is about to get really chaotic. We're not going to be able to capture all the action that's occurring here, but Reignite is going for the ballsy play and going for center. I don't know if this is necessarily the play, and it feels like this is not it. Because now all they're going to do is run into different teams. T1 is going to be right above them. T1's taking shots from the distance. Excuse me. They're about to run into Crazy Raccoon from a distance here as well. This is not looking good. They're becoming a sandwich. It's becoming Subway. We're looking at McDonald's. We're looking at every single place under the sun right now. And my God, how have they managed to clutch this out? Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon's POV, because they're getting into a firefight even as we speak. Crazy Raccoon, Reignite, everyone is definitely in some pressure situations. They have disengaged from that fight. Let's take a look at Reignite and see if they manage to clutch this out. Unfortunately, they have been resetting. Let's take a look back at Crazy Raccoon's POV. Make sure we're not missing the action here. They're fighting for dear life. They do have an angle here. The only team that can contest them here is Reignite, but unfortunately they have fought for center of zone. They're literally the center of everything. Let's take a look at T1 and see how they're managed to clutch out their fight up above. T1 could go out here. If they do, this is everything that they're looking for. They have height, they have positioning. Albi's trying to survive for dear life. The Gibby ult is out, trying to find some cover for him, and unfortunately T1 does go out. That's not looking good for them. Now they need to hope that Crazy Raccoon does get knocked. And same thing for Reignite. So we got Reignite and Crazy Raccoon left in the middle here. Crazy Raccoon manages to get the res out. Let's take a look at... Reignite manages to get the res out. Crazy Raccoon is now fighting for dear life in the center. We have 7 teams remaining. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen. This could be Reignite's game or Crazy Raccoon, quite literally. This is getting really close and really intense, and Crazy Raccoon is not afraid to get into a fight if they need to. They have this in the bag potentially. They do see 2 teams located right here. That's not good. Ras got kind of the position. He needs his teammate to show up and clean up here, or else they could get pushed out of this tournament. As you see up above the Horizon queue, Horizon ult does fly in, but they do manage to find their footing. This is getting really crazy. I'm getting chills just thinking about this. Let's take a look at Reignite and see where they're at.
Target spotted.
Reignite manages to get every bit of utilities that they have, but they do have a team right above them. It's not looking good for them. This is good for Crazy Raccoon, though. As long as Reignite does go out, they do have their bubble there. They just need to find their position. This team does have height, which is not good for them. I'll switch over to Crazy Raccoon if they get into a fight, but this is really getting intense here. We have 6 teams remaining. Quite literally, this could be the end of the tournament here. Selly does get a knock. I'll switch over to his POV. Selly is on fire, ladies and gentlemen. Selly is frying people left and right. He says he is a KFC console. He is the man. We'll switch back over to Reignite in just a hot second. Let's see how Reignite is managing to hold their angle. There's 6 teams still remaining. 15 people left in the ring. Sunsisters is dying over to the ring. Switch over to Crazy Raccoon, seeing how they're handling their situation now. This is getting really intense, ladies and gentlemen. I am holding my breath here. We'll take a look at Rass's POV. Rass may fly up to height, but he is low on heavy ammo, as you can tell. That's probably why he's not taking as many shots. Now, let's see his captain's able to fry. He's actually, I don't think Crazy Raccoon is aware, but they're actually helping Reignite at the moment. Rass manages to get a knock. How did Rass do this? The man barely has any ammo. He does have a box near him. I wonder if he's going to take the time to loot it if he has a moment. He's over there taking just massive shots. Only 4 squads remaining. Literally, chat, only 4 squads remaining. Can we get some hype in the chat? We have 2 teams match point right now. I don't think you guys understand. 2 teams match point. We're about to see the winners potentially come out. I almost feel like we need to play some music as things start to get really intense. No, we're not even going to play music. Screw the music. Let's just leave everything as intense as it is right now. They're just trying to survive. Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon. It's POV at the moment. Selly is recovering with a Phoenix kit. And looks like one has gone down from Reignite. That's not looking good for them. Dizzy has gone out, and all they need to do is just survive and wait. They could still manage to clutch this out. Let's take a look at the POV. Rass is out, popping off from before. He's burning people. He needs to be careful. They're getting picked on from multiple teams. Rass can't overcommit. He's about to get knocked, and he does. Now we have 2 of the teams at match point missing some of their teammates. This is not looking good. This could send us over into Game 7, ladies and gentlemen. With Selly getting fried from an angle, they're about to run into Reignite, but I don't think they're aware of it. They have to hold. They have to keep their angles. They're using nades to buy themselves some time. They're getting shot at multiple angles. The team up on height has every opportunity. There's the Gibby ult to buy themselves some time. And Reignite is playing as patient as ever. Selly goes in with big, what you call D energy. And there it is, Team Egg and Reignite. Let's take a look at Reignite's POV. Reignite about to really struggle here. They could still clutch us out. They could not. We'll see what happens. The team up above, Team Egg, this could be their game. This could be it, and Reignite goes out. Oh my gosh, this is Team Egg's game, and Team Egg, could you imagine an underdog story? They are now match point. Team Egg is now match point, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my gosh, what an intense ending and what an intense round. That was so close for comfort. T1 and Crazy Raccoon are cheering for the fact Reignite did not clutch that out. That was really close. Things are getting really heated. And now we're going to have to go into Game 7. Oh, really close. Really close. That was crazy. So let's see if COG manages to get match point as well. I don't think they do, unfortunately. I think they're just coming up a little short. Let's take a look at COG score. No, they're going to be short only 1 point, unfortunately. Let's see, GTS Art. And I know the server's about to close out. Fortunately, they are not match point. This is against Team Egg, Reignite, T1, and Crazy Raccoon. So, unfortunately, I have not prepared a graphic for the next round. So that's ripped me. So I'm going to have to do some work on the fly to create one. What I'm going to do is going to do some behind the scene magic. What can we do here? What can I do? So I'm going to do some work here. Let's do color. How can I change this? Hold on, let's see here. I'm going to try to get clever with the scene here. All right. I'm going to get a little clever. I'm going to work on the fly. You ready for this? Big brain. Check this out. This is not how you do this on the fly, FYI. All right, let me edit this. I'm getting creative, ladies and gentlemen. Because I don't have a graphics set, so I have to get smart on how to do this. Because I want you guys to, want people who are tuning in, I want you to understand. Okay, and then I just need to add a number. Game 7. So let me add the text here. Look at me. Working on the fly, ladies and gentlemen. 7. Text will be 7. I don't have the right matching text, so I'm going to have to just go. Let's see here. Look, game 7, ladies and gentlemen. Game 7, okay? I know that's not matching text, but we're gonna have to just deal with it for now. I apologize. Oh my god, that looks awful. Hold on. All right, let me hop into the server before I don't make it in. Is the server not started up yet? Hold on. Okay, so what's happening right now, they're going to publish the lobby in 6 minutes. They're letting every single person take a little bit of a break. 1 second. Okay. So right now, we're taking a little bit of a 15-minute break. We've gone 6 rounds. So they're giving all the players just a moment to breathe. So this is a great moment for everyone to take a quick 5, because we're going to go into the next round in just a moment. This gives me a minute to fix this as well. Try to find what max matches this. This is driving me insane that I can't get it to look right, because I don't know, I don't have the exact I mean, we can go with that. That looks better. Okay. So this is a great moment. I need to go grab some water and stuff as well. All right, game 7. Okay. So all players are taking a little bit of a break. And all I got to do is just update this number now. Because we're going in the overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a coffee. Get ready to come back, because we still got one more round. One more round, ladies and gentlemen. So be sure to take yourself a break. Come back. Grab yourself a snack, because we're going to be underway in just a moment. Let's take a look at the scoreboard once it updates, and we'll talk about that. Okay, so they've almost updated all the scores here, and all I need to do is go grab myself a water. So after 6 games, everyone has been going now for about 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours going into potentially 4 as things go underway. We have one more potential round, because we have 4 teams match point, and we'll see if Crazy Raccoon can manage to clutch this out. So let's talk about these scores. I'm going to go grab myself some water, come back, and then we'll get started. Okay, we need Team Egg score to still update. Okay, while this updates, ladies and gentlemen, leave a like on the stream so you don't miss it, because we're literally, the tournament of who is going to be declared the winner is about to happen. But let's all go get a snack, and then we're going to be right back in this, okay? Go grab yourself a water. I'm completely out of water. So let's go grab some water, and we'll come right back into this, okay? It's 2 seconds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. All right, we have 4 teams currently at match point. Let's talk about that. Let's break that down. Hit refresh. Let's break down the scores. And then we'll get into the round once the server's up. We'll talk about everything that we see. So right now we have 4 teams at match point. We have Reignite, T1, Team Egg, and Crazy Raccoon. We still have the potential of 3 more rounds to play out. After a certain number of rounds, I mean, we'll have to go into overtime, essentially. Whew, man. What a day. What a day, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. This is a great moment as we... I should learn some OBS skills from VTubers. There you go, right? I really appreciate it, guys. All right, well, we're going to hop into the next game here in just a moment. Be sure to grab yourself, again, a snack, because even though they're going to start the lobby literally here in about 1 minute, once they start the lobby, they're still going to let the players come in for 7 seconds. I watched the... Ah, I gotcha. I gotcha. Alright, let's take a look at the scoreboard again. I'm gonna hit refresh on it. And then we'll switch over to the main lobby again, don't worry. Scroll down, let's take a look at the score. It's fully updated. Again, 4 teams at match point. It's important to note. 4 teams, you got Crazy Raccoon match point, Team Egg match point, Reignite match point, T1 match point. With a lot of teams trailing right behind. You got COG, GTS, Sunsisters. I mean, they could literally just get a solid game and then be boosted up and be just fine. This unfortunately isn't looking good for a lot of the teams, you know, further down below. As you can tell, you know, Sengoku with only 8, Chouette Gaming 16, and they had an amazing game with the last qualifier, but unfortunately, just not able to find their footing. Ice Cream, you know, a lot of these teams, FLK and FL is still even struggling, but they could still manage to clutch out a big game and get boosted right back up to the top. All right, so the server is up, and then we'll be good to go. Next round, ladies and gentlemen, next round. I did get my water. Got my water. So what snack are you guys going to grab? Because this is going to be a nail-biting performance going into the next round. We have 4 teams. 4 teams potentially taking match point that have very high consistency. Team Egg has won 2 rounds today. They need to win 3 rounds. That's a tall order. Like, look at this. Look at their score. I mean, literally, look. Hold on. Let's break this down. Look at Team Egg. I mean, they're the underdogs. They're not even signed anywhere. And they have this. They have this quite literally. This could be huge. The number of times they have won today is massive. 2 games. Winning game 3, game 6, and then potentially going into another round with another win. It's definitely possible. Listen, with them taking that round and taking another win, this could be really, really big overall for this team and how they manage to go into the future and how other orgs and competitors and, you know, teams look at them. This is a really, really big opportunity. I'm excited for them. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the round. People are flooding in. We'll be starting probably here around 5 to 7 minutes. And don't forget a 5-minute delay. 5-minute delay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. How come you didn't do APAC South? Just because I specifically cover APAC North. I would probably get little to no sleep. I got little to no sleep as well last week. Yes, sir. Actually, yeah, I'm definitely a card collector. What you see behind there is actually a PSA 10 Vulpix and Ninetales. My setup. There's also like Apex stuff. In the little Apex little box here, there's nothing but Super Nintendo games in there. A lot of Super Nintendo games. Got the boxing gloves through Pathfinder there. Sorry, I hit my thing. Yeah, I got quite a few PSA cards. Collect some of the, you know, the goodies. All right, everyone's piling in, but again, just as a reminder, if you're tuning in, you're watching potentially one of the last matches of APAC North for the playoffs. We have 4 teams at match point. We have Crazy Raccoon at 81, Team Egg, Reignite. The score doesn't matter. They just got to win at this point. T1, Reignite, Team Egg, and Crazy Raccoon are the 4 teams we got to keep an eye on that could potentially take the overall cup. They could win first place. I mean, the points do matter afterwards because obviously you want to get points to maintain either first or second depending on how much money you're going to earn, but nonetheless, you know. Hey, we got to 500 likes. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate all the support on the channel. Appreciate all of you guys for being here. It really, really means a whole lot. All right, so everyone's just kind of piling in. This is a good moment for everyone to kind of just, even for the players themselves, they have to take a moment to reset, to reevaluate how they're going to go into this next round. But we'll see how the next round takes place. I mean, we'll see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting started. We're almost there. Appreciate all of you guys for being a part and watching the stream. Everyone's piling into the server. We'll see if individuals change up the meta and change up the composition that they're using for today's tournament. That last round, I don't know about you guys, but I definitely was freaking out based on the performance. It was quite literally anyone's game. It's just a team won the high ground. I mean, we've seen what happens time and time again with the high ground. From Obi-Wan and Anakin to how many stories have we seen thus far with that? But going into Game 7, I wonder what's going to happen with some of the teams that may not be scoring as high. They're here in the tournament. They're apart. They have every reason to fight for their placement because every single placement is going to earn them a different caliber of money to walk away with. Because essentially, everyone is walking away with something. Everyone is winning something. It's just a matter of how much you're going to win at this point. Everyone here has performed. Everyone has done well. It's a matter of what? Pita chips and hummus. That sounds good. Got yourself a coffee. Just one-time qualifies. After this tournament, it goes into the championships. They're going to do the Apex Legends Global Series Championships. This is the playoffs, and we go into championships. Going to be very curious how they handle that. I know everything is going to be done more virtually because of the COVID situation, but it's going to be very interesting how it all plays out. Looks like we're only missing one more person in the lobby. Then looks like we'll get started here. Appreciate all you guys for joining me on this journey. There's been a whole lot of you guys in chat. We only got one more round to go. What I'll do at the very end of the stream is I always timestamp the VODs. Just in case you want to look back and watch the VODs, I timestamp it to make sure that you guys can all catch in the action. So if you're watching this was recorded live. We are controlling the camera, doing everything as a one-man show and a one-man army for today. Definitely always interested in putting as much of a good show for you guys as possible. How many games will be in this tournament? B-Twist is a fantastic question. As many as it needs to go. And so what that means is that once a team, as you can tell in the scoreboard here, meets match point, once they get to match point, it means that they have to win one more round. Now the problem with that is that can go literally on forever. We could essentially see a tournament where it doesn't stop and it just keeps going and going and going and going. If somehow all the other teams manage to win, and probability, it literally could end up where every team manages to get to match point and there's only one team that's not and they just keep winning. Like, it would be a very unlikely probability based on the caliber and skill level, but anything is possible. It would be kind of crazy to see. The match point is 50. I'm gonna switch back over the screen here because we're probably gonna get started in just a moment. Yeah, Crazy Raccoon is very insane, and Team Egg is very underrated. Ah, yes, they are old Scars, and No Scars also just signed on, I believe, was it Manday's team as well? You get a prize for winning this tournament. It's a very hefty prize, and we can break that down in just a little bit. Let me see if does it have it listed over here. Let me show you guys. Ready? Let me break down the scoreboard. So first place, I don't know if you guys can see this. Let's take a look. So first place wins $30,000. Second place, $15,000. Ninth place, $9,900. Fourth place, $6,720. Fifth place, $4,920. And then as you can tell, it starts... I mean, even if you get 20th place, you start earning money. Obviously, you would prefer to win as much money as possible, right? That would be the ideal goal. But yeah, by winning, going up, and also this is where you seed into. The top 10 teams seed into the 2021 championship, which is very, very important. And obviously, teams do garner ALGS points. And these are our top 4 teams that are match point. Let me switch back over and make sure I'm not missing this. Because, oh, it's starting. Let's go. I did switch the camera, just making sure. Game 7, ladies and gentlemen. Game 7. Here we go. Listen, any team that even is behind on the scoreboard is fighting for money, fighting for cash, and even wants to go for 10th place. If they won a round, let's say Shoot Game or Sengoku won a round, they could push up to potentially 10th place if they get enough kills. Then they need that. They need to fight for their spot. They need to fight for it. See if any teams get a little desperate here. This is Game 7, ladies and gentlemen. As you see here, don't worry, I'll timestamp all this. And I know it's really early in the morning. We've been streaming from 5 a.m., so if you're still here on the journey with me, I really appreciate you for tuning in. I'm pausing the music because I want you guys to be able to hear the footstep in game. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. This is the way. There's going to be a lot of respect that we're seeing in the lobby. I guarantee you, you may not see a whole lot of action here happening at the start. And the reason why we're not going to see a whole lot of action is that there's just too much on the line here, and there's a lot of pressure. And there's a lot of teams, even, let's say, Magical or GTS Black from 9th and 10th place. Even just maintaining that consistency to seed into championships is something that they need to do and keep. What is going on actually here? And are we really seeing... Lag Gaming fighting FLK this early on? Like I said, we're bound to see some weird stuff. They did get one knock. I guess they caught him out. That feels really bad. They managed to land on him, and I apologize for the lag. There's always going to be a little lag at the start. It evens out. The reason why I'm connecting from clear across the world, I just always have to explain it because there may be a newcomer here saying, oh no, it's lagging. It's not. It's going to even out, and then we'll be perfectly fine. Don't stress. Don't worry. All is good. All is well. But once this levels out, we should be okay. Crazy Raccoon is doing well in their area. T1 should be good, looting their usual, as you can tell. It's probably the most action. Look at that man with that aim with the flat line. Clean shots, and don't worry, oh my god. What a good amount of loot there. He had everything there. It looks like T1 is going to be primed and ready with massive amount of loot. That's looking pretty good. T1 better watch out. Make sure he doesn't get caught out of position. He could get shot out here by North. Let's take a look. If they even attempt. I don't think they're going to, though. No, they're not going to attempt. All is good. Sorry for the lag. It does even out. Give it just an extra second, and I promise you all is going to be well. But luckily at the start, you're not going to see too much fighting, too much action. Let's see if we manage to get his banner. All right, so they managed to, for Lag Gaming, they managed to get him back up, which is good. And now we have 60 people back in the lobby. 60 people are back in the lobby. We shall see how each of these teams decide to play this out. So the zone is closing. T1 has, kind of given up some of their spacing just because they needed to get the loot and the armor. They have 2 goals and a purple. T1 does this quite often, and it has paid off for them. I'm actually really happy. T1 has been having a lot of unfortunate not as stellar performances in the last few runs, but it doesn't matter because they're here in the playoffs and they're giving the performance that they need for today. This is the performance that matters the most, and this is a strat that has worked for them time and time again. They've always split Lava Fissure, they've always gone Trials, and while they hard edge zone, it's finally working out for the end game. They're providing some consistency here. While they've gotten a placement-wise 12th, 16th, 1st, and 10th, they've come out with a lot of kills, and they need to just to snag one more game. That's all they need. And Team Egg, as you know, has always taken Thermal Station. Thermal Station has always been pretty comfortable for them. I've never seen them even get contested. And as they're not getting contested off the drop, they're actually flying in. Team Egg needs to be careful because this is two of the top teams are going to fight here. That would be actually crazy, seeing two of our teams at match point fight. I mean, this would be good for them, but obviously lowers the probability. I know they see them. They need to be careful. Their armor situation is not as good as Team Egg's. Team Eggs definitely has better armor situations, and they see the purple there, but they need to be careful, making sure that they don't get... Is this a port to go in? F-Twine needs to be quite careful. And by the way, F-Twine's history in terms of his FPS gaming has actually been with Battlefield. He was actually a Battlefield player first and foremost back in the Battlefield 4 days, and he's made his footing and made a very big mark on the Apex Legends scene, even coming from a... Obviously, Team Egg is not signed professionally, but with their performance here, they deserve every which way to be professionally signed again. Once again, I know they were part of Scars before, but they've had a stellar performance and they definitely deserve to be signed. Looks like T1 is right back into their spot in their positioning. They definitely are gonna doing a little bit of recon work, opening the door, being a little bit of a nuisance, which is perfectly fine. Crazy Raccoon is edging at the moment, taking edge. Look at the recon work that we're seeing. We do see a crypto ult going out on the right. So the reason why they're doing that is they're just farming armors. Just farming the armors. Nobody's really going to push it. GTS Black is not going to get pushed. They're not really in real danger. Just a little bit of recon work for what we're seeing. A lot of crypto in play. We see Reignite sticking very close. I would love to see a Pathfinder take the championship. A lot of teams, T1, Crazy Raccoon, solid shots. There we go, with Reignite coming with some solid shots. Getting picked on by Team Egg, though. Oh, sorry, actually, they're getting picked on by USG. Reignite needs to be very careful here, because if they're not, they're going to get pushed out of zone. Team Egg looking pretty solid down below. This could pull towards the south side here, just as it did before. This could pull towards Lava Fissure. We'll just have to find out. They need to be careful about their resources, though. Resources can go very quickly at this stage in the game if you're trying to go for some early picks, so they need to play patiently. All the teams, Crazy Raccoon, a lot of these individual teams need to play very patiently, not to get over aggro, or else when they get to the end game, like we've seen before, they'll be short. Because you saw what Crazy Raccoon only had like 60 bullets left, or about 100 in the last round, and how tight that can get. Yeah, correct. These are the playoffs. I appreciate all of you guys for being here. Diesel, very much appreciated. Red Zombie Killer, I know you've been here since the morning. There's been a lot of tournaments in play here. We're already approaching now. This should be about the 4-hour mark. This could be the last round. This could not be. It really depends. We'll have to find out based on the 4 teams that are match point. As a reminder, that's Crazy Raccoon, Team Egg, Reignite, and T1. We do have some teams crouching up on it, though. We have COG, GTS Art, and Sunsisters right on the hot tails to get to match point. Let's take a look at T1's POV. They're still doing a lot of recon work. Look how high his crypto drone is. He's really keeping a good eye and making sure where every team is located, so they have every bit of information. I can just tell the comms. He's just telling, there's a dome here, there's a dome there, they're fighting here. You know, he's got all the recon work being worked on, and all they're doing is try to farm some bats. Everyone's farming resources for the end here. Looks like SG is already getting into a fight. SG getting absolutely destroyed here. They have not. Unfortunately, they're in last place at the moment. But let's see if SG can clutch this out. Get some points on the scoreboard.
This won't hurt. Hold on.
This Gibby only has 3 more seconds left in the bubble. Now let's take a look. Hold on. See who's around them. They're looking pretty good. They're looking okay. Could have been a little bit of worrisome, but they're okay. I just want to see if they're going to run up on them. They're all right. Look at how serious everyone is. Everyone's taking this very seriously. Even Crazy Raccoon is not overextending and pushing on any of these teams because they know what's at stake. I mean, listen, they'll definitely push out that team if they could, if they get some solid cracks.
Enemy spotted.
So everyone is, this lobby has fallen a little silent. I guarantee we're not going to see any fighting really occur. Probably even after this first zone closes, not even until zone 3, I don't think we're going to see many teams really want to fight. So definitely scan them out. Let's take a look what team is here. This is COG. COG needs to not get pushed out here because they definitely need, if they just get 15th place, they could be match point. That's all they need at this point. No pun intended. They just need one more point to get to match point. Let's take a USG. USG might actually get into a firefight here. USG is trying to rotate, but they're right behind FL.
Someone traveled through here.
With FL rotating behind them, Luster right in front, trying to get some better positioning. Luster is struggling just as much on the leaderboard, but they can definitely clutch out a big game if they manage to rotate and cut out some teams when they need to. SG is definitely catching them out. We still have a lot of teams still in the lobby. 19 squads. 57 people still alive. Luster getting picked on by multiple teams. They have to be very careful here. They don't really have the armor situation. And Crazy Raccoon even has bird's eye view on him as well. Look at this. Even called it right when I was mentioning it. They could manage to get this out. Fortunately, Selly is not able to connect most of his shots, but that's perfectly fine. Again, they're doing quite well on the KP point, so it's not like they really have much to worry about. Team Egg is holding it down in their building. They drop their armors just to make sure they don't get crypto armored farmed. There's no reason for them to really move. This could pull down below. This could pull north. I don't think this is going to pull towards this side over here. We'll have to see based on the next zone in about another 2 minutes. Another 2 minutes is going to provide us a lot of information to see where a lot of these teams are going to fight and what's going to occur. So as you can tell, every team has definitely gone back to the drawing board and has been trying to reset, trying to play smart. The only team I really see getting into an encounter is Fennel here. We'll see how they managed, and this is a team that's performed quite well in the past and even taken, a playoff and even a tournament away. But unfortunately, they just have been unable to secure a lot of kills, and they've been caught out of position quite often. Even there, getting some massive damage done and getting cracked consistently with the zone closing, this isn't looking too good for Fennel. They need to make sure not to get cracked consistently as they're trying to rotate in. They're almost in zone. They almost have their footing, but they're also on the low ground. At least Pinot has the angle here, and if he's careful enough, they can actually make a play. There's some solid shots, at least a little bit of damage, not a whole lot. Not enough to run away with. But nonetheless, all they can do is buy themselves time. Fennel really needs to make a play here to clutch out. Solid master shots, gets a flank behind. Pinot playing the big brain play, but is it enough? Unfortunately, with some of his shots, and Moman managed to come in clutch with a nice flank. And now they need to reset. They got a 3v2 situation. This isn't bad. They got to play this smart. If they reset and then push in, they can definitely clutch this out. One might opt for the flank. One's full sending it, getting a solid massive shot right into play. And there it is. There's the mop-up that they needed. Fennel needed that. This is good points on their end. All the other teams are now having to see where the zone is. This is going to pull towards Lava Fissure side. This is looking pretty positive for T1. This is not looking good. Team Egg is already deciding to rotate in. This is a ballsy play. This is a ballsy play because now they're going to be stuck in the middle. This could be Team Egg's demise here. I don't know if they're going to be able to survive this. Jupiter Vega has caught them out. They're aware that though they are the match point squad, Team Egg could go out here. Getting picked on from every which angle. Team Egg is definitely struggling. And wait a minute. Crazy Raccoon definitely got caught out of position, got sniped from a distance, but luckily they're able to recoup that situation. That's definitely a little too close for comfort. Let's take a look again at Team Egg. I apologize, having a moment where I couldn't locate them on the scoreboard. So now let's take a look at Team Egg and see how they managed to recover this. They went for a very ballsy play, trying to find some positioning, but now at least they're in zone. But the problem is that they're down a teammate. So at least they're in 17th place, but they need to secure a win. Now we have a team fighting for dear life. We have Reignite pushing in right below, right behind. Fortunately with Team Egg, they don't have a crypto, so they're not able to get the fast, sneaky res. They do capture the teams that they know that are rotating away. Reignite, one of our teams at match point, really has to clutch up here. They have many teams about to sandwich them. This isn't looking too good. Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon. They look like they're hurting on resources. This is not looking necessarily too hot for them. Let's keep an eye here with Crazy Raccoon because they're going to try to rotate in. There's a lot of teams fighting, but I'm keeping an eye on the teams that are match point because, I mean, honestly, they matter the most at the moment. Because if they clutch out and they push forward, then that's could be a big game for them. This could be game for them. This could be the whole tournament right here. They managed to find some nice positioning. I don't think anybody's actually going to bother them. They're okay. The team actually to pay attention to now is Reignite. Looks like Team Egg managed to get their res off on their boy. I don't know how they managed to secure that. That's definitely one for the ages. And Reignite just pulling the same thing as Team Egg, just flying around for dear life, trying to survive, using the geyser, getting picked on. I don't even know how they're actually going to survive this. They have two domes over on the right, looking like something that's, you know, questionable. But nonetheless, Reignite manages to clutch it out. Here they are. Managed to survive throughout that chaos. Let's take a look at Team Egg. Team Egg, one of our top contenders on the low ground at the moment. They are the Anakins of the situation. They are the underdogs. Hopefully they don't turn into Darth Vader. See if they manage to survive. This is going to look pretty. Honestly, the best play is to third over on the right here. They could get a lot. They don't need the points, but they do need the resources. If they get the resources here, that could be quite good. They get the scan out. They realize that a lot of people are looking pretty low. Team Egg not looking half bad here. They're going for the armor swats. They have reset, and there's a scan out for the information. Team Egg has decided to run away from the situation, and it's not out of anything that they're nervous about taking a fight. They just realize that they need to get it to zone, and they're getting hard grief by Sunsisters here. And Jupiter Vega. Every team is out for blood right now with them. All they got to do is just reset. If they can reset, they'll be just fine. So they're deciding to push up. Team Egg getting caught out of position. This is not looking good for Team Egg. Team Egg could go out at 13th place. Get some solid shots. He's trying to reset. Can he get this? And he decides to queue back, and he definitely gives it to them. This is not looking good for Team Egg. They do have their Gibraltar back. He could take the geyser and fly away. Selly definitely popping off. Let's switch over to that POV. Getting some shots at a distance. Let's go back to Team Egg. Can he get his Gibraltar buddy up? I don't know how he's managing. How they're not pushing on him. And yeah, he does. That's wild. And they're actually being left alone. T1 is actually looking okay in zone. Reignite about to get in a potential fight. Actually, the teams are located right down below. Let's take a look at Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon has the hardest rotation to get in right now. They still have a little bit to go, and they have multiple teams to worry about. They got the team on the right. They got the team on the left. He steals a battery. My man's looking for some double A's. The zone's about to close. We look at the timer coming in, 32 seconds. This is not looking too good. Not looking too good. They're going to feel the pressure. They're going to feel the pinch here. It's like being at the doctor's and getting a shot, man. And there we go. We see a knock, and it looks like CG is definitely going to be pushing hard on that. He tries to get the reset. There's the Gibby ult to buy themselves some time. They are in zone here. The orange zone, it seems like our champion teams outside of T1 are really struggling. The teams like all currently at match point. Crazy Raccoon does have an opportunity. The bubble is down. It still has 20 seconds. They could pop height, but now they're going to get shot at from every single team in the lobby, and they do go down. And Crazy Raccoon, this is not looking positive, has gone out in 13th place. This is handing it over to potentially even Team Egg. Or let's see, let's take a look at T1. T1 right now is looking at the lobby and they're literally laughing. They have zone. As long as they don't get pushed out, they're looking pretty solid here. Reignite also fighting for dear life, looking pretty solid. We have Team Egg, we have T1.
Let's explore this way.
This isn't looking good for Crazy Raccoon, guys. This isn't looking good for them. Looks like Team Egg has gone out. Now we only have 2 teams left in at match point. Can Reignite, can T1 hold it down? These are the teams that matter the most right now, but let's take a look at some of the action that's actually occurring over here. We see Ice Cream getting some picks, taking some shots at a various angle. They are blocking the door here. This is getting really intense. They only got 20 seconds. There's 11 squads remaining, ladies and gentlemen, and T1 quite literally owns the circle. This could be either really good or really bad. Reignite's over on the right. Reignite. This is about to get really tough for everyone here. All T1 has to do is keep everyone from pushing up on them, but there are only so many people, and it's about to get really messy. This is Reignite running up on T1. This is not looking good for Reignite. Reignite has to reset. Reignite absolutely getting shredded, but luckily manages to hold and survive. Karan needs to back up, and if he doesn't, he's going to get caught out of position. Is T1 going to contest Reignite here? Are they going to back up from this? Is this worth pushing? Are they managing to push them out? And they actually managed to, and the server is taking some heat. They managed to clutch out Reignite. They do know there's only one more remaining. He manages to finish it up, but if he's not careful, he could get cut out. T1 has to be patient. There's been so many crypto ults going out. Only 7 teams remaining. T1 could clutch this out, man. This actually could be T1's game as long as they don't throw. They literally have this in the bag. They're unaware of the rat over there. Reignite could honestly hard grief them if they're unaware. They don't know that he's knocked in the little thing there on the right. They got to get resources, but they can't get too greedy. They're in a top 6 situation. Every other team is fighting. They don't know that Reignite is just chilling here. He doesn't even have the resources. I mean, he could have the resources. Reignite is still technically in this. The lobby is getting intense. They don't even know. They don't even know. How do they not know the Pathfinders over there? Look at this. He's just a lonely little Pathfinder. Got 22 seconds. You can hear the footsteps. I feel for this guy. 778. 788. There's a drone like right there, and yet they still haven't found him out. They found him out, but he's not the right team. T1, let's take a look at their POV. They managed to burn the living heck out of them down below. Every team is fighting for dear life. Round 6 is about to clutch in. This is about to get real sweaty. All they got to do is hold. They have to hold. Hold the door. Hold the door. Hold the door. Rick has gone out. Obligo gets knocked. This isn't good. He does have gold bag. They're going to push him. They're going to push, ladies and gentlemen. He does manage to snag some damage, but it may not be enough. They're trying to reset. They popped the Q just to get them off the roof. Hold the door, ladies and gentlemen. Hold the door. Big brain Q by the horizon, making sure that they can't push in. They do have height. This is getting really crazy. They got to get T1 out of this lobby. This isn't looking good for them. They do have the door. They can still hold the door. They got themselves a little bit of time. This is getting extremely claustrophobic. I'm sorry for anybody who's claustrophobic at home, but my gosh, this is getting intense. T1 just has to play patiently. They couldn't heal back up their armors here. All they got to do is pop another cell. They play patiently. This could be match point. This could be T1's tournament. Is this their tournament? Is it not their tournament? We don't know. And they managed to clutch out. Parka does go down. They have to play patiently. Don't get too aggro. Don't get too intense on this. Only Karan is up. Can he survive? And he does not. And it looks like GTS Black is still alive. Only one team fighting for their dear life. And it goes to GTS Black, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into match 8. We, ladies and gentlemen, are going into match 8. What? Wow. Wow. We're going to have a lot of teams at match point now. This is still anyone's tournament. This is still anyone's tournament, quite literally. Whew. We're still going, ladies and gentlemen. It is now 9 in the morning. Woo. Oh my God. What if we have to go into a whole nother day? What if we have to go into a whole nother day? GTS Black making a comeback. They are now match point. Crazy Raccoon, come on. They're right there. They're right there, man. They've been right there for such a long time now, but they're not giving it to them. They're not giving it to them. Let's switch over to the score here. Let's put 8. Now going into round 8. Oh, man. This is getting wild, ladies and gentlemen. This is getting intense. We still have 3 more rounds for today. Potentially. Oh man, that's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know, man. This is getting really close. Oh. All right, you know what we're gonna do? Let's take a look here at the scores once they get updated. Because we're going to have a lot of teams at match point, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone's going to get into this lobby. Everyone is hot and ready. I guarantee you, everyone wants to get back into this action. Man, there's so many teams at match point now. This is going to be crazy. I can't believe T1 was unable to clutch that, man. That's crazy. Oh, man. I'm still kind of at a loss for words. It's getting really close, and it's getting intense. It's getting intense. We'll see as the next teams, once the scores are updated, we'll take a look. We'll see what teams are still at match point. And then we'll break everything down. If you're enjoying the intensity, we still have a few more rounds potentially, unless the next teams manage to clutch this out. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream. Every little bit helps support what we do here on the channel. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is APAC North, ladies and gentlemen. APAC North, for Apex Legends Global Series Playoffs. All right, we keep going. There's so many teams at match point. This is literally anybody's tournament. Hit refresh. Once the scores get updated, I think we're still waiting. Yeah, we're still waiting on quite a few scores, so I'm going to hang tight. Once it's fully updated, then we'll be good to go. Again, just a reminder, this is on a 5-minute delay, so just as a reminder, if you're watching, 5-minute delay, we are controlling the camera, doing everything behind the scenes. So if you're watching, I very much appreciate the support. It means a whole lot. We've been going for a good while now, and it's been an absolute blast. So if you're just tuning in, you're in for a ride right now. This is... The intensity is there. We need to see which teams are now at match point. I guarantee GTS Black is. They should be at match point. Yeah, they're going to be at match point, guaranteed. We'll just need to see how many other teams are going to move up. We need to see where GTS Art is going to be, GTS Black, and then we'll take a look at the scoring in just a moment. It's a great moment to breathe. Go get yourself a refill of your drink. Go grab yourself a snack. Come on back because you don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss you don't want to miss this next round. This next round could be literally it and everything that you're looking for within Apex. Scroll down, make sure everyone's updated. Still have only 4 teams. Once it's updated, we'll be good to go. Oh man, needed a breather after that one. So once we go into the next round, I know GTS Black should be up top. Should be. Just need to see. I don't think COG unfortunately got. No, I don't think they got any placement points. Unfortunately, they only needed 1 point, and they just weren't able to secure it for match point. Let's see here. Fresh, and then we're going to break down the score. Okay, I think we're only going to have 5 teams still at match point. We still may keep going on this. That was, honestly, that was T1's round. They had every opportunity. They just got picked on. It could have, anything could have happened. I felt like maybe instead of holding the center, maybe they should have waited just a little longer. Maybe holding the edge or something. I felt like the center, they just got picked on by so many teams. All right, let's hit refresh and let's take a look at the scores. Ready? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have 6 teams at match point. 6 teams. We have Crazy Raccoon, Team Egg, T1, Reignite, GTS Black, and GTS Art. Any one of those teams win the next round, they are our new victors and champions for today. This is getting crazy. 6 teams. That's almost 1/4 of the lobby. Essentially, could potentially take it away. So I'm going to switch back over. And we'll see what happens. It's all about consistency, ladies and gentlemen. Consistency. Now all we need is just one more win from those 6 teams. Because GTS Art could literally just win this right now. It could be GTS Black. It could be Reignite. It could be T1. It could be Team Egg or Crazy Raccoon this next round. But after this next round, knowing that we're going into round 8, we could have COG, ORM, Sunsisters, LFT, or even Fennel make a comeback. Quite literally, Fennel could at least get 11 points the next round and then manage to clutch the round after, and that could be it. We'll see. We'll see, though. You know, I don't want to jinx anything, but I mean, we're still going. We are still going, ladies and gentlemen. One more round. About to ready up. We're waiting for somebody from USG. I think he's been having some, it looks like he's always the last one in the round. How do you win? To win, you have to get a minimum of 50 points. Then once you get 50 points, you have to win 1 match. Just 1 match. You don't even need that many kills, but you have to win the 1 match. Oh, man. If there's no winner by round 10, we have to, everyone takes a break, we come back another day and then retry. We try and just keep going. It could literally go for only one more round, or we can sit here for another hour and a half and keep going. But I mean, honestly, we've seen T1, Team Egg, Crazy Raccoon, Reignite, all these teams. I don't even think Reignite has won a round. All they need is just to win. If they win, that's it. Sheesh, as they would say, right? I mean, can we get a sheesh in chat? Sheesh. Jeez. All right, we're just waiting for USG to connect, and then we'll get started in the next round. And then we'll get going. There he is. There's the man of the hour. And I'm sure he'll get started in just a minute. And we literally keep going until 1 team match point wins. I mean, this could go on forever. I think everyone's ready. I'm ready. I'm not gonna lie, I love Crazy Raccoon, but I would love to see Reignite take this, or Team Egg. Kind of an underdog story. Reignite is a really good team, though. Like even Team Egg, like having like an underdog really kind of take it away would be really exciting to see. Just looking at the scoreboard, anything could really happen though. Quite literally anything. Yeah, there is actually no Watsons. There's no Watsons actually in play right now. Let's see if teams decide to change up their strats of what they're going to do. All right, next round starting. We'll pause the music. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys are ready for the ride. Hopefully you guys are ready for the roller coaster. Because here it goes. We're going in for a big round here. If you're looking for the bracket, it's listed right up above. It's in the pinned comments. Right now, where you're looking at, I'm going to switch to it real quick. The match point teams: Crazy Raccoon, Team Egg, T1, Reignite, GTS Black, GTS Art. Those are the teams that, if they win this next round, that's it. That's the tournament. But they have to win this next round. They have to win. It doesn't matter. Even if they kill the whole lobby and they lose, they have to win. That's the whole point. They just have to win. See if any teams decide to change up their compositions. I highly doubt it. I don't think we're going to see a lot of composition changes. But we'll see. It's been a long day of casting. If you're enjoying what you're watching, don't forget to leave a like. It definitely helps support the stream. Definitely helps support people finding the channel. Every little bit helps. It means the whole world. I think we've already broken 500 likes. Do you guys think we could smash 700? Is that possible? There's a lot of people here. So if you guys left a like, it would mean the world. It would mean a whole lot. Here we go. No teams have changed up their comps.
This might be a good place to land.
Let's pause the music and let's get into it. So far, everyone's landing. What do you guys think? Can I get in chat? Who do you guys think is going to win? Out of Crazy Raccoon, Team Egg, T1, Reignite, GTS Black, or GTS Art, who's going to win? You got 6 teams on this next round, or just say neither or any of those. Who do you think is going to take it away? Just as a reminder, you're going to see a little bit of lag. It's perfectly normal at the start. And once we're good to go, once it stops lagging, we're good to go. But don't stress about it. It's not you. It's not the stream. It's just we're connecting from clear across the world. These things do happen. T1 is doing the normal path for success here. All teams are playing very respectfully right off the rip. We're not seeing any 50-50s. Everyone is taking their angles, taking their positions. Team Egg is in their normal usual spot over by Thermal Station. T1 is taking again Lava Fissure and Trials. Crazy Raccoon is over by Sorting Factory, going through their normal rotation. And let's take a look at Reignite. Reignite has their nice split. This is pulling. This is Reignite's game again, man. Reignite has had several rounds handed to them at this point. That if they don't take this because I've seen this ending, this could pull over around Trials. All they got to do is hold up top, get a bunch of loot, and be the first one there. They have to be the first one up there. And they could clutch this out. We'll see if they manage to get this, though. And yeah, this is like Oprah. And you get a match point, you get a match point, you get a match point. Right now we have a 1 in 4 chance that a little over 1 in 4, over a little bit over 1 in 4 chance, or 1 out of 4, that we're gonna have a team clutch this out. Now, T1 has to be careful. Like this is gonna end on them. I've seen this zone very many times. It's gonna pull to toward the north side up here, on this side of the map. Sorry, I'm just trying to. I want you guys to know where it's gonna end. So I apologize, I missed a few shots there. But understand that this is gonna pull towards T1. If they hold the high ground, they hold the spot. They have the best opportunity, the highest probability of success right now. The team that's going to struggle the most is Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon quite literally has the hardest fight at the moment. Because if they're not careful, I mean, that could literally be it, you know? They're going to have the best armor situation. They've looted up quite a bit. Look at Parker just, you know, laser these poor little things. And there it is. We got a nice gold bag. Nice good reset. He's a little low on his alternator, though. He definitely needs a better gun. He's got a G7. That's not bad either. As an option, that is. The Crazy Raccoon has the hardest rotation, and not really worried about Team Egg or Reignite. GTS Black and Art obviously are not doing too bad either. This could be a lot of peeps games. Nobody has died. We still got 60 people in the lobby. But this is going to be a trials ending. This is going to be a trials ending. I just don't know. They've had so many rounds almost handed to them, and it's been really hard. It's hard to predict what other people are going to do. They're trying to play for the highest probability. I know Parka has no light ammo, though, unfortunately. Their resources are a bit stretched thin, to say the least. So he might need to switch guns. They need to go loot just a little bit of other guns. And all the teams are safely rotating into zone. We do have a potential fight happening with Ice Cream here. Ice Cream could get into a fight. I mean, I know they Connect Gaming still... They need 1 point. They just need 1 kill, man, to get to match point. Crazy Raccoon already getting into a... Oh my god, hold up! Oh my god. My heart. Where did this happen? I'm not gonna lie, I was holding my breath there at the end. That was close. Do they have anybody near them? No, they're okay. Oh my god. Woo! Sheesh! Sheesh! Jeez, man. I guarantee Crazy Raccoon was feeling the tension there. I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that Crazy Raccoon was definitely feeling that one. They were definitely feeling that one. I was. Even as I switched POVs and watched them clutch that out at the very end, that was scary. And now they have, I mean, they're free all the way up until here, so they're looking pretty good. T1 better not. They could have this. Listen, I know I want an underdog to win, but at the moment, the highest probability of success of what we're seeing right now is T1. As long as they don't give up the high ground, and this is going to pull towards the north side. I've seen it happen. Watch. I promise you. It's going to pull on the north side. If I'm wrong, well, I don't know. I guess I'm wrong. I don't really have much to offer. I guess I can... Ooh, T-Mag, please. Please, don't let this happen. Please, Christopher Walken will like you to win the round. Promise never to do the accent again. All right, well, that T1 does have a team located right behind them, so they just have to be careful. They need to watch out. They can't burn through too much of the resource. They have so much poke damage, though. They have so much sniper damage and poke damage that they're actually looking okay for the most part. SG is just located right behind them. And Shoot Gaming rolling up here on GTS. GTS is match point, by the way, as well. If they go out, that's not looking too good. That's not looking too good, man. This team, you guys, they gotta have to clutch it out. I know there's another team fighting, but this team right now, GTS, is more important right now. I'm telling you, because they're our match point team. GTS Art, how's it looking? How's it looking? Looks like they've decided to not engage on that fight anymore. Looks like they're getting thirded by Sunsisters at the moment, and they've had to switch POVs. Let's go look at Reignite. Where are they at? They're like at the entrance at the door. They're fighting for dear life here. Ready? They're literally about to fight. Do you think they'll open up the door and fight them? Is that worth it right now?
Let's go this way.
I don't know, man. That's some sketchy stuff. That's kind of sus. Not gonna lie. You can feel it. I mean, they've definitely popped their ult on the inside, and they know that another team could rotate right behind them. Everyone's feeling it. I can tell. You can tell by the tension, the pressure. And Crazy Raccoon is finally rotating in from the south. Team Egg, are they about to fight? So many fights about to break out. Oh, Reignite. Hold on, Reignite. SG. We good guys gonna fight?
Contact with hostile.
Man, there's just nothing but silence in the lobby, ladies and gentlemen. Really intense right now. And there's some of the firefight occurring right at the same time. That Reignite has to be careful not to get pushed in by SG from the building. They do know they're caught out of position. They could push him out here. They did open the door. And silence. Let's look at the most damage done in the lobby. It's actually done by Crazy Raccoon. Ras has managed to clutch up. And now they're just trying to rotate. Let's hopefully they don't get knocked though. They can't get knocked here. They have to be very, very careful. And they're gonna hold up here. They should be okay. Should be alright. Again, Reignite is probably in the worst possible position right now, especially considering their Pathfinder is burning. But they did get a knock on SG. All they got to do is push on this, and there's the nade. They got a 3v2 situation. They're all looking pretty healthy. As soon as that goes out, they're gonna full send this. They have to full send it. They can't let them. They can't let them recoup this. Are they gonna let them recoup it? Come on, Reignite. You guys got this. Don't let them recoup. Don't let them get it. Oh, they got the res. They got the res. I know they're feeling nervous. You see, this is the crazy part. I mean, they have them. They have them. They're feeling the pressure. They don't want to get thirded. They're fearful if they push in, or let's say they high risk it. They're at match point. I don't know. I honestly think they should have gone on it. I feel like they might pay for that later. That might be a pretty big mistake. And there it is. Yeah, I think they're going to pay for this. This isn't looking good for Reignite. Reignite has to be very, very careful here. They're just trying to find the opening. You know, they're waiting for a team to make a mistake. The first team that makes a mistake or gets too much damage done, that's it. It's done. It's over. This isn't like Reignite though. Reignite knows how to make the play and make the push, but they just don't have the info. They're just waiting. And it's respectable. There's just too much on the line. Got scan, he has to go right back. If he doesn't, they're gonna push. T1 still has the height. Crazy Raccoon trying to find their positioning in.
Might be something good this way.
There is one team about to fight, potentially. They're on a different floor than them, though. See if they decide to push up. FLK. Try to keep an eye on Reignite all the while. I'll have my finger ready for Reignite in case I need to go right back to them, but FLK about to make a play here. It's not looking good for FLK. They took a little bit too much damage. They do push in. Jung Hee trying to find the positioning. They do have now a 3v2 situation. All he needs to do is get his bat up and then go help his teammates. Is he going to opt to take the zip? He is going to take the zip here. He does get a nice little flankerino. Hi diddly do, Homer, as they once said. He needs to be careful. All they got to do is just reset, and they're looking okay. Switch over to Reignite. Make sure we're not missing. We got the biggest stalemate ever to occur right over there. FLK does go out by Chouette Gaming. GTS, let's take a look at their POV. GTS Art is looking pretty good. And let's take a look at GTS Black as well. All looking pretty, as they would say, kosher. It's not too bad. There's a lot on the line here. Reignite needs to push out SG. Look at all these teams. Sunsisters has the other door. This is just non-stop. I promise you, once one of these teams makes a mistake, they're going to push on them. And that'll be it, essentially. So Reignite, while I feel like if they pushed out SG a little sooner, they may have a little bit less tension. But nonetheless, we're holding tight. For those asking for the bracket, it's pinned on the comment right up above the bracket and scoring. Right now, we have multiple teams match point. Crazy Raccoon, Team Egg, T1, Reignite, GTS Black, and GTS Art. So the reason why we see match point, if they win this next, if they just win one round, they win overall because they have gone beyond 50 points. T1 should not be really moving. Crazy Raccoon is most likely going to run into Team Egg here. Crazy Raccoon probably has the hardest rotation, but they're probably going to wait the longest to move. Look, yep. They're going to push right through Team Egg, man. Ice Cream getting into a solid firefight over. Nice damage by the Volt, but it's just not enough because his teammates kind of absolutely gotten shredded. And Cog from Team Ice Cream is going to be probably going out here. Let's go back to Reignite. Reignite happened to get a knock from a distance. Looks like they might make a play. Looks like they're opting to not make a play, which is perfectly fine. And it looks like Fennel has managed to knock out Matsu, which is expected. And there is a team full sending up top. Connect Gaming just needs, I think, only 1 kill. They got 15 plays, so they have this. They are getting knocked from a distance. Reignite doing the pressure. We still have all 16s for match point that are still in. Ladies and gentlemen, they're all still in. Sherry going in, and there's the cleanup. Look at that. Nice and clean. Northeption has gone out. Sunsister is going for a rotation. Let's see if Connect Gaming is going to connect with this other team. They have limited time. They're about to roll up on them. I don't think they're aware of their presence quite yet. Crazy Raccoon. Oh my god, they're about to run into Team Eggman. Not Eggman meaning Sonic guy, but meaning that they're about to run into Team Eggman. This is getting pretty crazy. This is getting pretty intense. I mean, they're still in here. They could play this patiently. They do know where they need to play overall. Reignite needs to be careful because Lag Gaming is right behind them. There's about to be a lot of firefights. I want to keep an eye on... I know there's a team breaking out here. I know that. We're trying to catch the next fight that's about to break out. Man, nobody's really fighting for the center of the zone, which is fine. Everyone's edging. This makes sense. Everyone's being a little respectful. It's gonna pull. It's gonna pull up here. I know it. Watch. Let's see if it does it. Oh my god, it does. See? I told you. I told you, ladies and gentlemen, and T1 literally has height. They have high ground, man. They just can't lose it. And they even have a care package. Oh, man. GTS is already getting to a firefight. Let's see how GTS Art manages to clutch this out if they can. T1 is picking on Sunsisters, man. T1, bro, they could literally win this. They literally could win this. Honestly, they could take away this tournament if they just hold it. If they lose this round, it's like throwing. It's literally throwing. They would have to like just jump from high ground way too early or just make the wrong call at the right second, you know?
Let's explore this way.
Let's take a look at GTS Black and see how they're doing. GTS Black is looking okay. They need to rotate in, so does Crazy Raccoon. They got to push through Team Egg. I wonder if they're going to push... Dude, there's all three of the teams right here. Match point at the bottom.
Let's go here.
This isn't looking too good, man.
Might be something good this way.
They still have SG in the center. Let's take a look how GTS is going to push them out. If they're going to push them out. They can't take height. T1, they need to secure height. As long as T1 doesn't give up height, they're good. T1 is just picking on FL.
Let's go this way.
I like how the fights are so scarce at the moment. GTS Black, I wonder if they're going to be aware of Lag Gaming right around the corner. They should be in a moment. Their crypto, let's see. Their crypto should catch it out. He should, or he's going to go into his drone. He's going to go find them out. I think they're just making sure they don't get caught out in various angles or rotations. Team Egg is finally rotating in, but it might be a rotation a little bit too soon. Because Crazy Raccoon is going to be right here. Let's see how Crazy Raccoon manages this. I know there's a Kraber shot, but we need to see. Crazy Raccoon has been our top match point team for a while now. Are they about to go out? Are they going to clutch out with Team Egg? Okay, it looks like Team Egg has finally rotated in, but they got to worry about Jupiter Vega over on the left here. Jupiter Vega is kind of caught out, and at least Crazy Raccoon has found their footing into zone. Man, if Crazy Raccoon manages to clutch this out, or Team Egg is literally getting picked on right now. Oh, and Jupiter Vega has gone out in the open. It's not looking too good. They're getting absolutely shredded by Ras. Ras coming in. They're knocking them. Oh my god, Jupiter Vega. The throws. Oh man, they're just absolutely getting shredded. Ras is like... he's gobbling them up like it's hungry hippos, man. And it looks like Team Egg is about to go out here. Bye-bye, Team Egg. T1 has height. We have 7 squads remaining. And this is pulling over to Crazy Raccoon now. Oh man, this is not looking good for T1 on height. Let's take a look at Reignite. Are they managing to clutch this fight out over in this corner? They're resetting. They're trying to clutch this out. There's some solid EVA 8 shots. All they have is their poor little Wraith left alone. All alone in the world. As he managed to clutch out, needs one more hit. He's getting shot, and there he goes. Connect Gaming rolling in. Ooh, man, this is getting real intense. Live Gaming coming at a different angle. It gets knocked out by GTS Black. We have GTS Black. We have 3 teams. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen. We have 5 teams. 3 of them are match point. We have Crazy Raccoon. We have T1 up on height. And then we have SG and Connect Gaming. SG could literally grief Connect Gaming right out this door. They have to push out. They only got a little bit of time. Oh, man. Crazy Raccoon. All they got to do is wait. All they have to do is wait. They just have to wait, man. This is no longer in T1's favor. Look at the armor swaps. I have armor swaps for days. Look at them. They're big braining it. Look, they have the IQ. It's over 9,000. Crazy Raccoon is saying this is our tournament. This is our tournament. They need to play this safe. They're dropping as much as humanly possible. Let's not get too greedy. And now SG is probably going to be going out here in just a moment. Yep, look at them just getting absolutely... It's like a firing squad on them. These 2 teams are fighting, and this is going to a match point team. No matter what, this is going to a match point team, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to a match point team. I can't stress that enough because these 2 teams are about to go out. I feel like I've seen this happen before. No matter what, the tournament is about to end, ladies and gentlemen. The tournament is about to end. The only 3 teams are all match point. Oh my god, I'm holding my breath on this one. This is getting pretty crazy. The tournament is ending after this round. Leave a like if you're pumped, if you're excited. Leave a like if you're rooting for Crazy Raccoon. Leave a like if you're rooting for GTS. We'll hold on to Crazy Raccoon because they've been clutching it out before. Let's see if Ras can absolutely shred. They have armor swaps for days. They got center of zone. T1 has knocked one over on GTS. Ras is kill leader, so we're going to watch him. Let's see. Can he take away this tournament? Ras, we're watching you, man. We're watching you. This is it. This is your moment. 51 seconds. Don't get too greedy, Crazy Raccoon. Don't get too greedy with it. They got to knock. Don't get too greedy with it, you know? All you got to do is wait. All you got to do is wait. I know he's holding on for dear life. Don't get too greedy, Sully. Don't go down. He goes down. They got a res. They got a res, man. This is not what the Crazy Raccoon needs. No matter what, somebody's going to take this away. Are they able to reset? Are they able to reset? He does manage to get him up, and there's the Q. There's the ult. He needs to pop his Q up, and there's the crypto ult, and they're swapping. They're trying their best to recoup. He needs to pop his Q in the air. He goes, get out, unless they got the dome up. He tries to reposition. Another Waselli does go down. This isn't looking good for Crazy Raccoon. They do manage to take it off angle. He does get his bat off. He tries to push him up. This is looking like it's going to T1. Crazy Raccoon is out. Crazy Raccoon had swaps for days. They're going to be looking at the leaderboard asking what happened. And the Wraith has taken a substantial amount of damage. They don't realize that every armor is broken. We're looking at 3v1, the 3v2 situation. T1, ladies and gentlemen, leave a like. Show your support. This is getting crazy. This is getting intense. They have a 3v2 situation. All they got to do is hold it. All they got to do is stop hitting 6s. Bro, stop hitting 6s. 2v1 situation. 2v1. You win these. You win these all day. I've never seen any of you guys lose before. You win these. How do you lose? How do you lose? No, no, no. Oh. Oh. T1, ladies and gentlemen. T1 has clutched it out. Congratulations to T1. My God. Oh, that was too close at the end. That was too close. My God. Congratulations, T1, taking the playoffs. Huge congratulations. Wow. Oh, my God. Oh, man. That was crazy. They almost threw. GTS almost clutched it out. Oh, man. They had that all in their favor. Congratulations to T1 taking that round. They were match point. They got the win. Everyone knows who the winner is of that round. Ladies and gentlemen, what a round. What a show. Let's kick at that music. Woo, sheesh. That was crazy, man. That was insane. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys all so much for watching. We'll go over the score in just a hot second here. Clutch it out. Clutch it out, ladies and gentlemen. Once the scores are updated, we'll go over them, but that definitely goes to T1. I just want to let you know who are the top 10 teams that are going to be moving on from that nail-biting performance. Oh my gosh, that was crazy to see. That was super close across the board. I can't believe just how intense that was. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to hit 700 likes as well. Leave your support. I will timestamp this so you can come back and watch this. This was absolutely insane to see. Oh, man. Insane. Insane. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to switch over the scores. Once it's updated, we'll take a look. It's not updated yet, but we'll get there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, man. Insane. I'm just at a loss for words still. That was crazy. There's just not much else to say. I mean, T1, I mean, like I said, they had every opportunity to win this. Crazy Raccoon, they just unfortunately got caught out. I think they just got a little bit too greedy. They just got a little too greedy at the end. That's all that happened. It was super tight. It was super close. And then GTS almost clutched it out at the end. Even with how much of an advantage they had, it was just super close at the end. It really, really was. Let's see here, is this updated? Once this updates, we'll catch up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look. I'm going to see on Twitter. I want us to take a look at T1. Korea. Let's see here. All right, yeah, that's kind of it there. I'm just waiting for the scores to update, and then we are good to go. Once that, I want the official announcement of this. And then we'll be good to go. All right, I know we're switching on the scoreboard here. Let's take a refresh. All right, they have not updated the scores yet, but we'll see it updated in just a moment. Let's see here, still updating as you can tell, but once it's good. Ooh, man. Crazy, crazy, crazy round. I'm still at a loss for words. Thank you guys again so much all for watching, but nonetheless, that was crazy. Intense ending nonetheless. I'll leave the scores for, okay, there we go. Just refreshed. I just want to close out overall placements, and they're updating everything. should go over to T1, obviously. They had armor swap for days. It was crazy. You know, the crypto ult actually kind of... I'm still kind of shocked by that overall performance. Stop hitting sixes. I saw the chat. It's hilarious. It's great. It was great, guys. It was. I just want to take a moment again while we're waiting for the scores to update. Thank you again so much for tuning in and watching and being supportive and being a part of the stream. It really meant a whole lot having you guys on this journey. It was an absolute blast. It was an absolute honor for letting me be your driver for today as we go through and commentate. I should be moving up T1 as the first place scorer, but of course they're just taking their time updating it. Alright guys, the scores will be updated. I'm going to share it in chat. Scores will be updated there. I'm probably going to wrap up the stream just because everyone at this point, you'll know once it's fully updated there. But huge congratulations again to T1. Obviously, Crazy Raccoon, Team Egg, GTS Black, Reignite, GTS Art are all moving forward. So is Cog because they were obviously still highly placed. The remainder, obviously, again, everyone should be proud of their overall performance of how they did today. They really should. There's no disappointment in terms of how everyone performed. I mean, it's a tough lobby. This is not an easy game whatsoever. So nonetheless, I want to thank you guys all so much for watching, for being a part of the stream, for being a part of the channel, and we'll see you guys all very much next time. Have a good one, everyone.